Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 51 of Java for Tester series, that is simple assignment operator. There are different types of or different operators in Java, and these operators in Java can be categorized at a high level into different types like this. Okay, so one is arithmetic operators, then we have relational operators, okay, arithmetic operators, then we have relational operators, then we have logical operators, then we have assignment operators, and finally we have other operator, that is conditional operator. This is how at a high level we can categorize all the operators in Java into different types, that is arithmetic, relational, logical, assignment, and conditional operator. So out of all these high level different types of operators, this operator, that is assignment operators category, can be again categorized into two types. Again categorized into two types. One is simple assignment operator, and the other one is compound assignment operators. These assignment operators can be categorized again into simple assignment operator and compound assignment operators. The current video session which I am taking now, I am going to explain the simple assignment operator in detail. Okay, whereas compound assignment operators I will take or explain this as part of the next video session. The current video session, I will be only explaining this simple assignment operator of this assignment operators. Okay, so let's get started with this simple assignment operator. So what is the symbol for using the simple assignment operator? The symbol for using this simple assignment operator in Java is this equal to symbol. Okay, equal symbol, only one equal to. Okay, operate. This is the operator symbol, guys, for using the simple assignment operator. And what exactly is its purpose? What is the purpose? What is the purpose of this simple assignment operator? Using the simple assignment operator, we can assign the value on the right side to the variable on the left side. For example, you declared a variable here with a. Okay, you declared a variable a with int data type, let's say, and in the next statement you are saying a is equal to 5. Okay, here value on the right side. Okay, the value on the right side is getting assigned. Okay, it's getting stored into the variable on the left side. Using which operator, guys? Using an operator known as simple assignment operator. This operator is nothing but simple assignment operator. Using this simple assignment operator, we can assign the value on the right side to the variable on the left side. Okay, and so this is the main purpose, guys. Okay, this is the main purpose. Assigning the value on the right side to the variable on the left side is the main purpose of the simple assignment operator. Now, since you understood the main purpose of using this simple assignment operator for assigning the value on the right side to the variable on the left side, now let's go and okay. Now I am going to explain you different examples. Okay, practically show you different things which you can achieve using this simple assignment operator in Java. Okay, I am going to practically demonstrate few programs using this simple assignment operator, that is equal to symbol. Okay, fine. Let's get started with the practical demonstrations. The first practical demonstration we have here is the same thing, that is you have declared a variable a and you are assigning a value to this variable a. Okay, a is equal to 9. Here 9 is the value on the right side that is getting assigned to the variable or stored into the variable that is there on the left side. Okay, here we have equal to symbol. This symbol is nothing but simple assignment operator, guys, using which we are assigning the value on the right side to the variable on the left side. So if you print the value now like this a, run this, right click, run as Java application. You'll get the result as 9, guys. Okay, if you're printing the variable a, the value that got assigned to this variable a using the simple assignment operator will be printed here as 9, right? And you don't have to these statements, guys. There are two statements here, as you can see in Java. There is a terminology, guys, for reading these statements. This is a declaration statement. Why we are calling this as a declaration statement? Int a is equal to int a is a declaration statement because you are declaring this variable a with int data type here. And what about this statement? What we generally call about this statement in Java terminology wise? This is initialization statement. Okay. The first one is a declaration statement where you are declaring the variable with some data type, whereas the next statement is initialization statement where you are assigning some value to this particular variable using the simple assignment operator. Okay, this terminology you need to know, guys. Okay, so do we have to declare the variable and initialize the variable in two separate steps? Is it compulsory? No, guys, it's optional for you. You can do like this. You can declare separately and initialize separately at the same time. You can declare and initialize at the same time. Okay, here this part is declaration and this part is initialization. This you can call as declaration and initialization statement. Okay, you can initialize, you can declare a variable and initialize a variable in the same statement itself like this. This is possible in Java. Okay, you will get the same result, guys. When you print the variable a here, the value stored in the variable a will be printed. Okay, right click, run as Java application. This is the same thing is coming. So this is the first example that I practically demonstrated. Now let's go with the other example, guys. So during the declaration itself, simple operator, okay, simple assignment operator can be used for initializing the variable. Here we have initialized the variable during the declaration itself. Okay, during the declaration itself, we can initialize the variable using the simple assignment operator. That's nothing but the second example. That's all that I already covered, guys. Okay. Now one more thing is there, guys. It's a simple way. I'm going to show you a dynamic way of initializing the variables here. Okay. Let's say you have something like this. Int a is equal to b. Int a is equal to some 5. Int b is equal to some 4. Now, if I say int c is equal to, okay, these both are simple ways. Okay, simple initializations. Simple initialization is done here. Here also in the same declaration statement, we have simply initialized. But in the other third one, third statement, okay, where c is declared with int data type, I'm going to say a plus b. Okay, here not direct initialization is not being done, guys. Okay, in the third statement, direct initialization is not done. The first two statements, simple initialization is done. We have directly assigned the value to a particular variable during the declaration. But here, the thing is going to be dynamic. Okay, when you run this program, okay, when you run this program, these two things will be operated. That is, 5 plus 4 will happen, and dynamically some value 9 will be assigned to the variable c. Okay, here some operation is going on. Here direct integer letters are getting assigned to the variables, right? So here also we have used simple assignment operator. So when you print c, what will happen? 5 plus 4, dynamically some value 9 will be assigned to the variable c using the simple assignment operator. Okay, during declaration itself we are operating, right? While the c is getting declared, you are assigning, initializing this value of c dynamically using this a plus b operation. So run this and you'll get the result as 9. You see? So you can use simple assignment operator for initializing the variables with the values during the declaration itself. Maybe that may be of simple declaration. Okay, that may be of simple initialization or dynamic initialization. Okay, declaration and initialization are done in a simple way and dynamic way here. Okay, the next one, simple assignment operator can be used to assign the value inside one variable to the variable on the left side of the simple assignment operator. What does this mean? Okay, so assign the same value to all the declared variables. And we use it to assign the value inside one variable to the variable on the left side. What does this mean is, for example, here you have int a is equal to some 9 or int a is equal to some 5. Okay, now here int b is there. we can say b is equal to a. Okay, so it's not about assigning the values every time to the initializing these variables with what do you call values. Okay, here you can say int b is equal to a. That's possible. Okay, here guys, you are assigning a value to a variable, but here in the second statement, what you are doing, you are assigning the value stored into a variable to the another variable. Okay, here 5 is getting assigned to a, and here in the second statement b is equal to a, you are saying. That means the variable a 5 is there, that 5 will be stored into again into b using the simple assignment operator. Now if you print b, if you print a or b, the same value will be printed. So in the variable a 5 is there, the variable b also the same a is there, that is the value stored in the a will be stored into b also. Okay, if you run this, right click run as Java application, you'll get 5 5. Okay, you'll get 5 5. So this thing can be done in a different ways, guys. For example, you have, let's say you declare variable a, then b, then c, then d, and then e. Into the variable e, you assign a variable 5, value 5. Okay. So what does this mean, guys? So in a single statement, you declared 5 variables. A, comma, B, comma, C, comma, D, comma, E. There are 5 variables declared with single data type, that is int. Okay. Instead of doing something like this, int a, comma, int b, comma, int c, int d, int e, instead of writing these 5 statements, what you can do is simply you can say int a, comma, b, comma, c, comma, d, comma, e. Like this you can do. Okay. But this is not possible if all these variables have different data types. Int a, float b, long c. Okay. You cannot actually combine these 3 statements into single statement, because these 3 variables have 3 different data types. But what if there are 5 variables and each and every variable has the same data type as int? Okay, here a b c d has the same data type, that is int data type. In that case only you can say a comma b comma c comma d comma e. Okay, and also you can, you already know that you can initialize these variables during the declaration itself. Okay, I will only initialize this variable e, guys. For now, e is equal to some 5 I will initialize. The remaining variables are not initialized. A b c d are not initialized yet, but only the variable e got initialized. So this is how we can actually do that. And one more thing here is, let's remove this. E is what, that no variable is now initialized here. A, B, C, D, out of all these 5 variables, nothing is initialized. Only they are declared with int data type. Now if I say A is equal to, B is equal to, C is equal to, D is equal to, E is equal to 5. So what is this statement? Here at a single time, I am declaring all the variables, right? I am declaring all the 5 variables A, B, C, D, E at a single time using this int data type. But here in this statement, using the simple assignment operator, I can use the simple assignment operator like this to initialize all the variables at the same time. So all these 5 variables A, B, C, D, E are getting initialized with the value 5 at a single time. The single statement I am doing that. Okay. If I print it, system.out.println A, then B, C, D, E. Like this 5 variables are there, and I declared them at the same time. I initialized at the same time. Okay. Using the simple assignment operator, I initialize all these variables at the same time. When I run this, you see all the variables will be printing. All the variables will have this value 5 stored in them, and when printed, they will be printing 5. Okay. And other way of doing so is, let's say out of all this, okay, all these 5 declared variables, I'm only initializing one variable. E is equal to some, let's say this time 6. E is equal to 6. 4 variables are not are only declared, guys. They are not initialized. But in the same declaration statement itself, I initialize one of the variable e with 6 using the simple assignment operator. The next step, if I assign like this, if I do something like this, a is equal to b is equal to c is equal to d is equal to e. So in the variable e, we have already 6 stored. This 6 will be stored into the variable d now, and that 6 the value stored in the D, that is 6, will be stored again into the C. Now the value that is stored into C, that is 6, will be again stored into B. Okay, that is 6. So here again the value that is stored in the B, that is 6, will be again stored into variable A. That means in all the variables, the value 6 will be assigned. So this is another way, guys. Okay, you can assign value stored in one variable to the other variables also like this. So right click run as Java application. You see all the variables are printing 6 here. So guys, here there are like some variables. Let's say if I give some more variables like this, I can give, guys. Okay, so I can declare few variables, I can initialize only few variables. Here out of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 variables, only 2 variables are initialized during the declaration and remaining 5 variables are not initialized. Okay, this is possible. So all these things we can perform with the help of a operator known as simple assignment operator. And also, guys, this process, okay, this process of assigning a variable stored in, okay, this process of assigning at the same time to multiple variables, okay, a value, or if you are assigning some value directly to these different variables, or you are assigning, okay, you are assigning a value that is stored into a variable to other variables. This process is known as, okay, if in this process this simple assignment operator can also be known as chain assignment operator. Okay, simple assignment operator can be used as a chain assignment operator like this. Either you can assign a normal value to a different variables at same time. A is equal to B is equal to, it's kind of chain, guys. Okay, or you can assign a variable directly which has some value stored in it like this. In this kind of examples, in this kind of statements, the simple assignment operator can be is also called as chain assignment operator. Okay, this is like simple assignment operator or chain assignment operator because we are using simple assignment operator in this chain kind of assignment. So we can call this simple assignment operator as chain assignment operator. Okay, so this is all about the simple assignment operator and how to use it in Java, guys, and its purpose and its symbol. Okay, I explained the complete simple assignment operator in detail in this video session. So that's it. In the next video session, I will explain the other type of assignment operators, that is compound assignment operators. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 52 of Java for Tester series, that is compound assignment operators. So in Java, there are different operators. So there are different operators in Java, and you can categorize these different operators into at a high level into different types. One of the type is arithmetic operators. Then we have relational operators. Then we have logical operators, and we have assignment operators, and finally we have other operators like conditional operator. Like this, we have different types of operators in Java, and this assignment operator can be categorized into two types again. One is simple assignment operator, and other side we have other category is compound assignment operators. In the current video session, I am going to explain about this compound assignment operators, guys. Okay, there are different compound assignment operators in Java which I am going to explain as part of the current video session. And I covered the simple assignment operator as part of the previous video session, guys. In the current video session, I am going to explain about this compound assignment operators. So what are compound assignment operators? So before I explain the purpose of the compound assignment operators, first we need to understand the different symbols that we have to use for using these compound assignment operators in Java. So they will be like this, guys. Okay, compound assignment operator symbols will be like this. That is plus equal to. Okay. So this simple assignment operator, when combined with the different operators like plus minus, will become the compound assignment operators, guys. Let me show you. Plus equal to, minus equal to, okay, multiplication equal to. The simple assignment operator, when combined with this arithmetic operators like plus, minus, multiplication, etc. Okay, division equal to, modulus, that is percentile equal to, like this. Different operators like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulus in Java, when combined with this simple assignment operator like equal to symbol, okay, these two symbols will together form. This is nothing but, okay, this is nothing but compound addition. Sorry, okay, this is nothing but compound. Let me make it big. Compound addition, assignment operator. This is compound addition assignment operator, whereas this is compound subtraction assignment operator. Next one is compound multiplication assignment operator, and the next one is compound division assignment operator, and the last one is compound modulus assignment operator. These are the compound assignment operators in Java, guys. They have the symbols like this. Okay. So what is the purpose? How they work? How these compound assignment operators will work in Java? For that, let me explain here. Let's take the first compound addition assignment operator. That is, let me take an example, guys. I will first demonstrate this one. Okay, compound assignment, compound addition assignment operator. I'm going to demonstrate first how to use this. Let's take an example, guys. If I say int a is equal to some, okay, int a is equal to some 9, and in the next statement, okay, in the next statement, if I say a plus equal to 5, okay, I can use the compound assignment operators like this. You see, this is compound addition assignment operator. When I use this with the variable a, okay, how this works? A plus is equal to 5. So this works something like this. A plus is equal to 5 is nothing but internally it is a is equal to a plus 5, guys. Okay, int a is equal to 9. Here a plus is equal to 5 is nothing but a is equal to a plus 5. Though it looks like a plus is equal to 5, when you expand this, it becomes a is equal to a plus 5. That means the initial value of a is 9. So 9 plus 5 is equal to 14. So current value of a will be 14. 14 will be printed if you print it. Okay, let me practically show you. If I say int a is equal to 9, okay, the current value that is stored in the variable a is 9. Now if I say a plus is equal to 5, okay, internally what will happen when the Java execute this statement is it will treat like this: a is equal to a plus 5. Okay, this is shorthand, guys. When you expand, it will become like this: a plus is equal to 5 is nothing but a is equal to a plus 5. So here 9 is the current value of a. 9 plus 5 is equal to 14. 14 will be assigned to the variable a. When you print system.out.println a, what will be printed in the output console? 14 will be printed. Right click, run as Java application. 14 will be printed in the output. Similarly, the next one, that is, let me explain the next one, that is compound subtraction assignment operator. Minus is equal to, okay, the symbol is minus equal to. Here, just remove this. Int a is equal to 9. A minus equal to, okay, if I say 5. This is the second one, guys. That is minus equal to, that is compound subtraction assignment, a minus equal to 5. So internally it will become a is equal to a minus 5. Okay. So if I practically demonstrate that here, int a is equal to 9, a minus is equal to a minus is equal to 5. Internally it will be treated as a is equal to a minus 5. Okay. The shorthand, this is the long one. You can actually use this also. Instead of providing this entire thing like explicitly providing a is equal to a minus 5, simply you can say a minus is equal to 5. This is nothing but a is equal to a minus 5, guys. Okay. So what Java will do is 9. The initial value of a is 9. 9 minus 5 is 4. 4 will be assigned to variable for a, guys. So when you print a, 4 will be printed in the output. Right click, run as Java application. You see 4 will be printed. Same thing applies for the next things, guys. Let's remove this stuff. The third one that I'm going to demonstrate is compound multiplication operator. That is compound multiplication assignment operator. Okay, compound multiplication assignment operator I'm going to demonstrate. Here I have to say a into a multiplication is equal to 5, I will say. Okay, this will be internally treated as a is equal to a into 5. Okay, you can even provide this same statement in Java, guys, instead of this statement. But instead of this is a shorthand format of this one. Okay, this also works, this also works. Okay, so it's like a shortcut, you can say. A is equal to a into 5. That is, here a is 9. 9 into 5 is equal to 9 5 is 45. 45 will be assigned to a. When you print it, 45 will be printed. So here if I say a multiplication is equal to 5. So here this will become internally, this will become a is equal to a into 5. Current value of a is 9. 9 5 is 45. 45 will be assigned to the variable a. When you print this variable a, 45 will be printed, guys. Right click, run as Java application. Observe that 45 will be printed. So this is the compound multiplication assignment operator. Now let's go with the next one. Next compound assignment operator. That is compound division assignment operator. Okay. So if I say here, okay, division equal to, this is compound division equal assignment operator. Okay. So if I say int a is equal to 9, and if I say a division equal to some 3, okay. So this will be internally treated as a is equal to a divided by 3. The current value of a is 9, so 9 divided by 3. Okay, when you divide 9 by 3, I am dividing 9 using 3, guys. In mathematics, if you divide this 9 by 3, 3 3 is a 9. Okay, this is the 9. We'll get the remainder as 0. That's fine. Here the result is this part. Okay, this will be the result. 9 by 3 is 3 3 is a 9. So 3 will be the result. That result 3 will be assigned to the variable a. When you print it, 3 will be printed. Okay, if I say a division equal to 3. Okay, so this is nothing but a is equal to a divided by 3 internally. So current value of a is 9. 9 divided by 3 is 3 3 is a 9. So the 3 will be assigned to the variable a. When you print it, 3 will be printed in the output console. 3 got printed. Similarly, the last compound assignment operator, that is compound modulus assignment, I am going to demonstrate now. Remove this. And let me also clear all this other stuffs. Now, if I say here, I'm currently going to demonstrate what? So compound modulus assignment operator I'm going to demonstrate. So int a is equal to 9. If I say a modulus is equal to, okay, some 2, if I say, how it works? This internally works as a is equal to a modulus operator 2. Okay, that means that the current value of a is 9. 9 and you have to divide this 9 by this value 2. 9 will be divided by 2, guys. So here 9 will be divided by 2. 2 4 is 8. 2 5 is 10. So 2 4 is 8 is the max. So here 8 will come and the remainder will be 1. Remainder will be 1. So here the result is this remainder, guys. A modulus 2, the result will be remainder. So 1 will be the remainder that will be assigned to the variable A, and when when you print A, it will print 1, guys. So let me do the same thing. A modulus is equal to 2. This is internally A is equal to A modulus 2. So when you divide this 9 by 2, the remainder will be 1. 1 will be assigned to the variable A. So when you print this variable A, that 1 will be printed. So let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see the 1 got printed. So this is how we can work with the compound assignment operators, guys. There are different compound assignment operators that I practically demonstrated to you. Okay. So guys, one more thing here is like before I wrap up, okay, before I wrap this session or end this session, let me give you few other possibilities with this compound assignment operators. That is, if I say int a is equal to some 10, b is equal to 5, okay. If I say a plus equal to b, this also works, guys. Okay, you don't have to give the literal this side every time. A plus is equal to 5 is something that I already practically demonstrated to you as part of demonstrating all these assignment compound assignment operators. Now, apart from using this literal value, you can also use the variables here, guys. This actually internally becomes a is equal to a plus b. Okay, a is equal to a plus b. That is current value of a is 10, b is 5. So 10 plus 5 is 15 will be assigned to the variable a when you print it. System.out.println. If you print a, the value that is 15 will be printed. Right click, run as Java application. The value 15 got printed. Similarly, we can apply the same thing with all the other compound assignment operators, guys. Okay, if you give a minus b, here it becomes a minus b. Okay, so that means 10 minus 5. The value of a will be 5. Right click, run as Java application. 5 will be printed. Okay, like this you can apply this kind of thing with all the other compound assignment operators. And also, you don't have to use this compound assignment operator only with this integer literals, guys, but you can also use that with the double literals or character literals also. Okay, let me show you that. Let's say int instead of int I will use double, guys. Double a is equal to some, I will say 3.56. If I say here a plus is equal to, I will give 5.29. Okay, a plus is equal to 5.29. The result here is a is equal to a plus 4.29. So these two will be added. Current value of a is 3.56. That will be added with 4.29. The result will be assigned to this variable a. So 3 plus 4, 7, and almost it should be 7.7 or 7.86 or something it should be there. Okay, 85 or something should be there. Let's run this. You see 7.85. That's the result. Okay, you can even use this compound assignment operators with the other literals like double literals. Also, you can use that with the character literals. Char a is equal to s, if I say. And here if I say a plus is equal to 1. Okay, this will become a is equal to a plus 1. So here a is having the literal s, and that should be added with 1. So Java will internally convert this character literal into the numerical or integer literal using the ASCII table. So Java will internally use this ASCII table, guys, to convert the. Let's search for the ASCII table here. In the search results, you'll get different links. Let's go with the second link, that is CMU edu ASCII. This link, it will give you a table. It will show you an ASCII table, guys. Java internally uses this ASCII table, guys. So here current value of and the character literal has s has a numerical value as 115. So this s will be converted to 115 here and then added with 1. So it will become 116. So 116 will be assigned to the variable a. And when you print the variable a, which is of cat data type, that 116 will be again converted back to the character t. character literal T, and when you print this A, T will be printed, guys. Right click, run as Java application. You see T got printed. This is how you can use this compound assignment operator with different literal types. It's not restricted only to the integer literals or something. It can be applied to other literal types also. So this is all about the compound assignment operator and how to use it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the other operator type, that is conditional operator. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 53 of Java for Tester series, that is conditional operator. There are different operators in Java, and we can categorize all these operators into different types at a high level. So one of the operator types is arithmetic operators. Then we have relational operators. Then we have logical operators. Then we have assignment operators. And finally, we have the last and other operator, that is conditional operator. So as part of the previous videos, I already covered all these different types of operators like arithmetic, relational, logical, and assignment operator. In the current video session, I am going to cover this operator known as conditional operator, which is also known as ternary operator. Okay, this conditional operator is also known as ternary operator, guys. And what is the symbol for using this conditional operator or ternary operator in Java? Symbol for using this ternary operator or conditional operator in Java is question mark followed by colon. Okay, this is a symbol, guys. Question mark colon. Okay, so if I give an example, it will be something like this. Int a is equal to, let's say one example, guys. Int a is equal to, it will be like this. A is equal to, so here let's say b greater than c, question mark d colon e. It can be like this. Okay, here question mark, here symbol. Just compare this one of the example with this symbol, guys. Here we have question mark. That question mark is this one, and here we have a colon, and this colon is this one. How this particular conditional operator or ternary operator will work, I am going to explain in detail for you guys. Okay, so but the symbol here is question mark and colon. So how it works, let me explain. Let's take an example, guys. Int okay, so let's take an example like int a, some b is equal to say 5, comma c is equal to 6, d is equal to 7, and e is equal to 8. Let's take this example. And if I write, I have not assigned anything to the variable a, guys. I have only assigned the 4 variables. That is, I have assigned the variable b with 5 and c with 6, d with 7 and e with 8, but a is not assigned with anything. Now if I say a is equal to, okay, b, if b greater than c, then question mark, okay, d colon e. I am giving like this. So what actually happens here is, I will explain how this conditional operator, that's question mark colon, will work. I will explain. Okay, in this conditional operator, there before this question mark symbol, there will be an expression, guys, Boolean expression. So if you actually operate this, b is greater than c, 5 greater than 6, it will either result in true or false, right? B greater than c will either result in a Boolean expression or Boolean value, that is true or false. In this case, b is 5 and c is 6. Is 5 greater than 6? No, false. It will result in false case. Okay, if this is false, okay, if this particular condition Boolean expression before this question mark is false, it will take, okay, e, guys. Okay, if it is true, it will take this. If it is false, it will take this. For example, if I say b less than c, okay, here 5 is less than 6 is true. If it is true, it will take d. Okay, it will consider d. But if it is false, if it is false, this conditional expression will consider E, guys. Okay, only either D or E will be considered, guys. When D is considered, the value stored in the D will be assigned to the variable A. If E is considered, the value stored in the E will be assigned to variable A. One of the D and E will be considered and assigned to the variable A. So based on this expression, okay, based on this expression. Now, if I say B greater than C, 5 greater than 6 is false. Since it is false, it will consider E, guys. The value stored in E is 8, so 8 will be assigned to the variable A. And when I print the variable A, you will get the result as 8. Right click run as Java application. You see 8 got displayed. What if I make this B less than C? 5 is less than 6 is true, so it will consider the first one, that is D. The value stored in D is 7. 7 will be assigned to the variable A, and when you print A, 7 will be printed this time. Right click run as Java application. Okay, 7. So I can give one more example, guys. Let's say int A is equal to 8, comma B is equal to some 10. Okay. Here if I say string S is equal to, if A less than B, okay, conditional operator or ternary operator, then here I will say, double quotes I will say A is less than B. Okay, if this particular Boolean expression is resulting in true, this should be printed. Otherwise, A is not less than B should be printed. Let's say. Okay. Now if I say system.out.println, if I print S, what will be printed, guys? Here A is 8, 8 less than B is true. If it is true, A is less than B will be considered and assigned to this variable S as of string non-primitive data type. When you print this S, what will be printed? This literal string literal will be printed. A is less than B will be printed. Right? Let's run this. Right click run as Java application. A is less than B. What if I make this 18? What if I make the value as 18? 18 less than 10. False. That means A is not less than B should be printed. So right click run as Java application. A is not less than B will be printed. Okay. So this is how the conditional operator or ternary operator will work. Let's take some more examples, guys. Okay, to make you understand this conditional operator more. Let's say int A is equal to 10. Okay. If, not if. Here I will say, I will directly give a conditional expression, something like this. A is, if A is less than, A is less than 20. Okay. Give a question mark here and give something like, if A is less than 20, say minus A. Okay. Minus A. Here I will say A is equal to again. Okay. Minus A colon A semicolon. So you see this is working. So what happens with this conditional expression, conditional operator here is, it will verify this Boolean expression, that is A less than 10. 10 is less than 20. That is true, right? So when 10 is less than 20, this will be considered. This part will be considered. When it is true, when this Boolean expression is resulting in true, this first value will be considered out of these two values separated by colon symbol. So minus A will be considered. So current value of A is 10. So it becomes minus 10. Okay. Minus of 10 is minus 10. So minus 10 will be assigned to the variable A. If you say system.out.println A, right click run as Java application, you see minus 10 will be printed. So what if I say A greater than 20? Okay. Reverse. Here A is 10. 10 is greater than 20 is false. Okay. So it will consider the second value of A, that is 10. So it will be 10 only. 10 will be assigned to the variable A. When you print A, 10 will be printed. Right click run as Java application. You see 10 will be printed. Like this, guys, you can use conditional operator. Okay, with different literals. It may not be only integer literal every time. It can be string literal. It can be, okay. It can be anything, guys. Okay, the literals can be anything. So it should be a Boolean expression, and this is like conditional operator symbols, and this value 1 or value 2 will be considered based on this result. If it is true, this will be considered. If it is false, this will be considered, and the result will be assigned to the variable, any variable. Okay, and printed. So this is how we have to use conditional operator or ternary operator, also known as ternary operator in Java, guys. In the next video session, I will explain the other topic on operators in Java, that is operator precedence. Okay, the operator precedence topic I am going to explain as part of the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 54 of Java for Tester series, that is operator precedence. Java has good number of operators. There are different and good number of operators available in Java. And in this current video session, I am going to explain a topic known as operators precedence. Okay, operators precedence. What does this operator precedence mean? Okay, what exactly is meant by this operators precedence, operator precedence or operators precedence? The thing here is, as there are good number of or many operators available in Java, each and every operator has a priority. Okay, let me take some two examples. We have a multiplication operator in Java and we have some addition operator in Java. Okay, and these are the two different operators that are available in Java. So if I use these two operators in a single, okay, single example, if I use the two operators, which one has highest priority, guys? Okay, do I have to use this multiplication operator or addition operator first? Okay, let me give you more clarity. Let's say if I give something like 5 into 6 plus 4, if I take this example, guys, okay, which has this multiplication operator and addition operator also. So which operator should be performed first? Do you have to do addition first, or if I do addition, I have to add these two numbers 6 and 4? And there's other thing known as multiplication, guys. Do I have to give the priority for multiplication or not? Okay, we don't know. So if I consider the multiplication as a higher priority, I will use 5 and 6. So let's take these two cases, guys. So in one of the cases, what I will do is I will multiply. Okay, I will give the first priority for the multiplication operator over the addition operator. So in that case, 5 6 are 30. Then 30 plus 4 is equal to 34. 34 will be the result. What if I give the highest priority to the addition operator? In that case, we have to first add these two numbers, then only multiply. 6 plus 4 is 10. 10 into 5 is 50. So we are getting different results, guys. If you give the highest priority to the multiplication, I am getting the result as 34. If I give the highest priority to the addition operator, I am getting the result as 50. So how to solve this problem, guys? Which operator has highest priority over the other operator? How to find it out? So we can find it out using this concept known as operators precedence. Okay, this concept known as operators precedence, which actually states the priorities of different operators. As part of this operator precedence, okay, we can find out which operator has the highest priority over the other operators. So let me show you. Okay, let me show you which operator has the highest priority over the other operators. For that, I will draw this box. Okay, I'll just put some lines so that I will differentiate. Okay, different operators using these lines. 3, 4. I mean, let me write whatever. Okay, number of boxes doesn't matter for me here, but I'm just drawing for separation purpose. Okay, okay. I mostly divided this single box into multiple boxes. Let's say this side has the highest priority. Okay, so that means the box 1 has highest priority over box 2, box 2 has highest priority over box 3, like that. This has the highest of all the other boxes, whereas this one has the lowest side. This side is the lowest. Okay, we will move from highest to the lowest priority of the operators, guys. Okay, first come will have the highest priority of all the other operators, second will have the second highest priority, like that. Last one you have the lowest of all the other operators in this box. Okay, and second lowest, third lowest, like that. Okay, so to get started, I'm going to use this concept of operators precedence. Okay, in this, as part of this concept of operators precedence in Java, different operators have different priorities. Okay, and I'm going to list down all these operators, and you can understand the priorities now. Okay, the first one is opening and closing circular brackets. Okay, opening and closing circular brackets has the highest priority of all the other operators. And the second highest we have is a multiplication, this one, logical not operator as highest priority, second highest. Then we have multiplication operator as the next priority, then division operator as the next priority, then Percentile operator as the next priority. Then comes the turn of the addition operator in terms of the priority, and then minus subtraction operator. Then we have something like greater than symbol, and now we have greater than or equal to, then less than or equal to, okay, less than or equal to. Then we have logical AND operator, logical OR operator. Then we have conditional operator as the next priority, and then finally we have something like equal to, okay, simple assignment operator as the lowest priority. So out of all these operators, this opening and closing circular brackets have the highest priority, and simple assignment operator has the lowest priority, and in between, so this has the second highest, third highest, like that guys. Okay, we have to use this operator precedence table, okay, here to solve the problems. So let me explain few examples practically. These are the different practical examples guys, where we are going to apply these priorities of these operators. Okay, so for that, in this project, what I will do first is I will first explain this one. Okay, a into b plus 6 plus c. Let's say I have three variables. Int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6, comma c is equal to 7. Let's say. Okay, system dot out dot println a into b plus 6. If I say something like this, okay, so here operation should be done. So there are two operators here, that is multiplication and addition operators. Which operator has highest priority? Multiplication has highest priority over the addition operator, guys. You can see that here. You see, multiplication has highest priority over the addition operator. That means what will happen here? Highest priority operator will be executed first. That means this multiplication operator will multiply this a and b. So a has value 5 and b has value 6. 5 6 are 30. Then comes the turn of the addition, guys. So 30 plus 7, 37 will be the result. Okay, 37 will be the result. Let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see, 37 is the result. What if, as part of the next example, what if I provide the circular brackets here? Okay, a into, inside the circular brackets I said b plus c. So how this operator will be executed? Okay, so as we already know, the circular brackets has the highest priority of all the other operators in Java. As you can see here, the circular opening and closing brackets has the highest priority of all the operators in Java. That means even though multiplication has the highest priority over plus, but since this circular bracket has highest priority, this will be executed first, guys. Okay, circular brackets will be executed first. So inside the circular brackets we have b plus c, that is 6 plus 7 is 13. 13 into 5, 13 5 are, okay, 13 5 are 65. That 65 result will be coming here. You can see now. Okay. Earlier we got 37, guys. When the circular brackets are not there, we got 35. Now after adding this circular brackets, we got different result 65 because the priorities got changed here. The circular brackets has highest priority over multiplication. That means this will be executed first. B plus C will happen first, and then A into B plus C will be, okay, will be resulted. So this is how the operators can change the priorities, and you will get a different results. Okay. Next one is this one. Okay, let me copy paste this thing. Okay, I don't want to remember that. So let me copy paste complete thing into this print statement. 5 into 6 plus 10 by 2 minus 8 percentile 3. Okay, how you will solve this problem? So we have to consider the priorities, guys. So there are different operators in this single statement, that is multiplication, addition, division, subtraction, and percentile. So out of all these all these five operators, multiplication has the highest priority. So this 5 into 6 will happen first. So 30. 5 6 are 30. Then what is the next priority, guys? After multiplication, we have the next priority as division, guys. Okay. So 30, 10 by 2. 2 5s are 10. So 5 will be the result. Okay. Division result will be 5. So this is executed. Then this got executed. Okay. 10 by 2, 5 got executed. Then the third priority goes for the percentile, guys. Okay. Modulus operator. So 8 by 3. Dividing 8 by 3. 3 2 is 6. Remainder is 2, guys. The result will be remainder, guys. Okay. 2. Now, next priority goes for addition. Okay. This result and this result need to be added next. So 3 plus 30 plus 5, 35. This will be the result. Then finally we have to subtract. 35 minus 2 we have to do. That is 33. So the result is 33. This is how, if you have multiple operators, then you have to follow this concept known as operator precedence, which actually has its priorities for different operators. Okay. If I run this, you will get the result as 33. Let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. Is it 33 is the result. Now let's go with the other example. That is A is equal to 5 into 6 plus 10 by 2 minus 8 percentile 3. Okay. So what I will do here is I will say int A. Okay. Then I will say A is equal to, I will give this value. So as it is, same thing, but a small addition is there. Here I will try to print A. Okay. So here in the statement, how many operators are there? So everyone thinks that multiplication, addition, division, subtraction, and modulus are the 5 operators. But there is one more operator in this statement, guys. That is simple assignment operator. This equal symbol. That is a simple assignment operator. So there are 6 operators. As we already know, the simple assignment operator has the lowest priority over all the other operators. Okay. So what will happen is the same thing will happen, guys. So first all this operation will be done and then the assignment will be considered. Okay. Simple assignment will happen. So first this, since this has the lowest priority, this will be executed at the last, guys. Okay. So for now, the highest priority is 5 into 6, that is 30. Then 10 by 2, that is 5. Then 8 by 3, that is 2. Remainder is 2. So 30 plus 5, next one is plus. So 30 plus 5, 35. 35 minus 2, that is 33. After all these operations are done, then only this 33 will be assigned to the variable A, because simple assignment has the last priority. It will be considered the last. Okay, after all these operations are done, then only 33 will be assigned to the variable A. When you print A, what will be printed in the output? 33 will be printed in the output. Right click, run as Java application. You see 33 got printed in the output. So next example, guys, this is the next, okay, last and final example. Okay, so let me show you here. The same print statement, I will take it. Okay, I copy pasted that in the print statement. So here, guys, in this particular expression, how many operators are there? So here, as you can see, there is opening and closing circular bracket. That is one operator. Then we have greater than 2 operators. Logical not operator. Okay, that is third operator, fourth operator, and fifth operator. 5 operators are there here, guys. Which one has highest priority of out of all these things? These brackets, opening and closing circular brackets, has highest priority of all other operators. So 5 greater than 6 is true or false? 5 greater than 6 is false. 5 is not greater than 6. It's false. So it will result a boolean. Boolean literal will be returned by this 5 greater than 6 symbol. 5 greater than 6 operator. That is, it will result in false. But here, the next thing we have is next priority. Generally, we have for the logical not. So logical not of false is true. This will become true. Okay, this will become true. One side it has become true, guys. Then what is the next priority? Greater than symbol has highest priority over the logical AND operator. So this will be executed first. 10 greater than 5. True or false? True. This side we have true and this side we have true, and the last operator is the logical AND operator. True and true will result in true. So guys, if you get such kind of problems, what you have to do? You have to apply the operator priority. Okay, that is operator precedence. You have to apply. Then only you can solve this kind of problems, guys. Right click, run as Java application. You'll get some result that is true. Okay. So I have completed all the practical demonstrations and all the examples I wanted to demonstrate. Hope you understood the operator precedence or the priority of operators as per this operator precedence concept. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I will explain flow control statements in Java. Okay, I will explain the flow control statements in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 55 of Java for Testers series, that is flow control statements. So what are flow control statements in Java? So what are flow control statements in Java and what is their purpose? To understand this, let me explain. Let's say there is a block of code, okay? Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. This is a code, guys. Just assume that this is a piece of code, okay? There are like several lines of code. As you can see, there are several lines of code here, okay? For example, there is some several lines of code, okay? So in this case, when you apply the flow control statements during the execution of this flow control, okay, during the execution of this code, during the execution of the sequence of code, using this flow control statements, we can change, okay, we can change the order in which the statements will be executed, guys. These are the different code statements. When you run this code will be executed, right? When you execute this code will be executed. But using this flow control statements, we can change the order in which these statements, okay, code statements will be executed. Okay, we can change the order in which this these code statements will be executed. So there are different type of flow control statements, guys. Okay, few flow control statements will skip a block of code. Okay, by using some flow control statements, the first three steps will be executed. Let's say, for example, after executing the third step, these three steps will not be executed. The control will go to the seventh step. Okay, so in between steps, that is in between three steps will be skipped. Okay, they will be skipped. This is possible with the help of flow control statements, guys. They change the order in which the code will be executed. Without this flow control statements, after statement 1, statement 2 will be executed. After statement 2, statement 3 will be executed. Like that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like that the statement will be executed sequentially. But after applying this flow control statements, the different flow control statements, the order in which the statements will be executed will be changed. That means one of the example here is a block of code will not be executed, or the same block of code will be executed multiple times. Let's say after executing the three steps, these 4, 5, 6 steps will be executed multiple times. We can execute the same three steps 10 times, 20 times. It's up to our wish. Okay, and we can jump from one line to the another line. Suddenly we can jump from step 2 to step 10. That's possible with the help of these flow control statements. So, so guys, without flow control statements, all the statements will be executed in a sequential order, one after the another one, without missing anything. But after applying the flow control statements, there are different things possible, guys. The order in which these statements will be executed will be changed. Okay, the order in which the statements will be executed will be changed. It will not be executed sequentially no more. Okay, no more sequentially executed, guys. A lot of things may happen, like skipping of the code, or executing the same lines of code multiple times, or jumping from one line to the another line. A lot of things are possible with the help of flow control statements. Now, based on the behavior in which this flow control statements, okay, will change the order in which the statements will executed. Okay, will execute. These flow control statements can be categorized into different types. The way they change the order of the execution of the statements, guys, these flow control statements can be categorized into different types. What are they? Let me explain. So these flow control statements can be categorized into three types, guys. One is selection statements. Okay, selection statements. Other is iterative statements. Third one is transfer statements. Based on the behavior in which these flow control statements change the order of the execution, the flow control statements at a high level can be categorized into three types. One is selection statements, other is iterative statements, other is transfer statements. Okay, three ways of execution. Okay, so coming to the selection statements, there are different types of selection statements in Java, guys. Examples or whatever the selection statements we have are if else, if else if else, and finally we have switch block. Okay, these are the four switch selection statements available. And coming to the iterative statements, we have In iterative statements, we have while, do while, for, and for each. These are the four iterative statements we have. And finally, under transfer statements, we have break, continue, return, try, catch, and finally. Okay, these are the different transfer statements. These are the different iterative statements, and these are the different selection statements, which all fall under the flow control statements, guys. Okay. So what actually the flow control statements are? They can change the order in which the statements will be executed. Instead of executing them sequentially, the order of the execution will change. Either the sequence of steps will be excluded or will not be executed or skipped, or the same step of codes will be executed multiple times. Okay, multiple times, or we can jump from one line of code to the other line of the code directly without actually following any order of the execution. Sequential order may not be there. So after applying this flow control statements, the execution will control will change. The flow control will change. That's why we call these statements are flow control statements. And based on the different behaviors of controlling this flow of the execution, these flow control statements are categorized into selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements as explained here. So guys, this is all about the flow control statements in Java. And in this video, I'm only explaining what exactly the flow control statements are, but I'm not going to explain each and every flow control statement like if else, and all those stuff. Okay, which I will be covering as part of the future videos, guys. Okay, in the upcoming videos, I will cover all each and every flow control statement separately because I have to explain everything in detail. I have to explain this if selection statement in detail, if else selection statement in detail, if else selection statement in detail, and go on. Okay. So that's it, guys. That's all about the flow control statements. In the next video session, I'll explain the first flow control statement, which falls under the selection statements category, that is if selection statement. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 56 of Java for Tester series, that is if selection statements. In Java, we have something known as flow control statements. And these flow control statements at a high level can be categorized into three different types, that is selection statements, then we have iterative statements, and then we have transfer statements. These flow control statements at a high level can be categorized into selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. So under the selection statements, we have different selection statements like if else, then we have if else if else, and then we have switch statements. So there are four selection statements under the selection statements of flow control statements. In the current video session, I am going to explain about this first selection statement, that is if selection statement. Okay, I'm going to explain the first selection statement under this flow control statement, that is if selection statement. So let's get started, guys. So what is this if selection statement? What is its purpose? Okay, let's find it out. So in order to understand the if selection statement, you have to understand this line. Code inside the if decision making statement, that is code inside the if selection statement, will be executed only when the condition provided inside the if decision making statement returns true. Okay, what does this mean? So here, let me explain this line with the help of this flow diagram, guys. Let me click on this. It will open a flow diagram for me. So if you understand this flow diagram, then you will understand the if selection statement clearly. Okay. So guys, as you can see here, assume that this is the execution flow. Okay. Assume that this is the execution flow of your code, and when your execution code flow reaches this if condition. Okay. This if selection statement has some if condition, guys. If condition. Okay. This condition is a Boolean expression, guys, or it may be a Boolean value also. If this condition results in true, okay, the code inside this if block will be executed. If the condition results in false, then it will not execute this code, guys. Okay, you see there is a if statement here, if selection statement, which has a condition. If this condition is true, then something inside this if statement will be executed. Okay, if the code inside this if statement will be executed, otherwise this code will be skipped, guys. You see, you are going from outside. Okay, false, 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 outside. If it is true only, this code inside this if condition will be executed. Let me explain you more practically. So the code will look like this, guys. The Java code will look like this. If some condition, okay, open the curly brackets and close the curly brackets, and here code will be there. Okay, code 1, let's say code 2. It can be any lines of code, 1 line or 2 lines of code, or many lines of code will be there. Okay, so from here to here, this is the code block of the if condition, right? When the execution starts and comes to this if condition, based on this condition, this code will be executed. That means if this condition results in true, this condition results in true, if this if condition results in true, then the execution will go inside this if block and this code will be executed. What if the condition will result in false? If this particular if condition is resulting in false, okay, then this code will be skipped, guys. Okay, this code will not be executed. This code will be only executed when the condition is true. When the condition is false, this code will be skipped. That means our execution comes here like this, and if the condition is true, then this code will be executed and the execution will follow like this. Okay, but what if the when the execution comes here, if the condition becomes, let's say if the condition results in false, in that case this code will be skipped, guys. It will not be executed. Okay, this code will be skipped, it will not be executed, so it will be skipped like this. Okay, so the execution will go like this. It will take another route. If it is true only, it will be straight route, otherwise it will go in a different route. If it is false, the condition results in false, this code will not be executed. Code inside this if block. If block is starting from this starting curly brace and ending here in the ending curly brace, guys. Okay, so this is how the if statement works in Java. Fine. So let me practically demonstrate so that you can easily understand what exactly this if selection statement and how to use it in Java. Okay. Let me first demonstrate execution of the statement inside the if block when the condition is true. For example, if this is a condition, guys. Okay. This is a condition. If I give something like true here and then say system dot out dot println inside if block. Okay. Then here I will say system dot out dot println. Okay. We can say outside if block. Okay, otherwise be after if block. I will say after if block here, and then the same thing I will say here before if block. Before if selection statement and after if selection statement, then if the condition is true, then it will be executed, right? So what will happen if I run this? This is the syntax, guys. Okay, this is the syntax. So if selection statement has this if command, and then in the brackets we have the Boolean value that is either true or false, or you can even have a condition, guys. I will explain that later. Okay, the if block is starting here and it is ending here. This if block is starting here and it is ending here, and in between this starting and ending of the if block we have the system.out.println statement. So assume that this is a code, guys. In real time we may have the real code inside the if block, but here just for our demonstration I'm just putting the print statement. Okay, so if you are going inside this if block, then this particular statement will be executed. Okay, if you go inside this if block, this particular statement will be executed. So let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. So main method started executing, guys. You see before if block executed, then if true. Okay, the condition is true. That means when this if condition is true, it will go in, the execution will go inside the if block, and whatever the code that is there inside this if block will be executed. So there is a print statement here inside if block. You see inside if block got printed. Then after this is done, after if block will be printed. This is how it works, guys. Okay. What if the condition is false? So what if the condition is false? If the condition is false, this if block will not be executed. This will be skipped, guys. This selection part will be skipped. Once this is printed, the execution comes here, and as it sees the if condition as false, it will skip this part and directly it will go to this after if block. Okay, so let's do that. Right click, run as Java application. You see, before if block, after if block, and this code, this line of code in Java didn't get executed. You see, inside if block is not printed here. That means this if block didn't get executed because the condition is false. And guys, here in this place, we can use some Boolean expressions. Okay, we can create some Boolean expressions. For example, I will say int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6. If I say a is less than b, okay. If I say here in this if condition area, if I say a less than b, 5 is less than 6. Is it true or false? 5 is a is less than b is 5 is less than 6 is true. So this is resulting, this Boolean expression is resulting in a Boolean value true. So if it is true, then system.out.println inside if block will be printed. You can see that. Run as Java application. You see, inside if block. Before and after anyhow will be printed, but this one will be printed only when this condition a less than b is true. So it is true, so it got printed. What if I say a greater than b? 5 greater than 6 is false. So if condition is false, this will be skipped, guys. This if block will be skipped from execution. So let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. We'll get the only before after, but not this is not getting printed because this if block got skipped from execution because of this condition became false. Fine. So, and one more thing, guys. One more thing here. If you here inside this if block, if you have multiple statements like this, okay, if you have multiple lines of code inside this if block, okay, then you have to put the starting and ending curly braces. Okay, this starting and curly braces are mandatory for this if block when you have more than one lines of code inside this if block. What if you have only one line of code? Is this curly brackets mandatory? No, guys, they're optional. You can either keep them. You can either keep this starting and ending curly braces for this if block if you have one single statement inside this if block, and it's optional, guys. You don't have to provide. It's not mandatory. Okay. Now, if after this if statement, if you have only one statement inside this if block, okay, there it's this opening and ending curly braces are not mandatory. They are optional, guys. You see, this will work. So if I say a less than b here, the condition will result in true, and this will be printed. You see, right click, run as Java application. Okay, inside if block got printed. What if the condition is false? A greater than b, it will not be printed. The same way, right click, run as Java application. You see, inside if block is skipped. So if you have only one statement inside the if block, this opening and ending curly braces are optional. Okay, you don't have to provide, or you can provide also. It's up to you. Fine. So that is one more thing. And in place of this condition, guys, okay, you can give Boolean expressions using. You can create the Boolean expressions using the relational and logical operators. That is, here greater than symbol is a relational operator, guys. And other side I can say or, okay, if I say a greater than b, or a or b less than a. If I give something like this, both are same. So, but I'm just trying to create something. Okay, or I can say some 2 less than 3. Okay, I can create something like this: a greater than b or 2 less than 3. Here, greater than symbol, less than symbol fall into the relational operators category, whereas this double pipe symbol, which falls under the logical or operator, is a logical operator, whereas these are relational operators and this is a logical operator. You can use them together. A greater than b, 5 greater than 6. 5 greater than 6 is false, right? 5 is not greater than 6, so it will result in false. False, or 2 less than 3 is true. So out of this, one of them is false and one of them is true. False or true will result in what, guys? False, or as explained in the previous videos, false or true will return in true. So if the final Boolean value result will be true, guys. If true, this statement will be executed. So you can run this and see true. This statement inside the if block will be executed. That is, inside if block will be executed. Okay. So this is how, guys, in the if selection statements, you can use relational and logical operators in place of the condition to result the Boolean value as a result. So this is how we have to use if selection statements in Java, guys. I have explained the if selection statements in detail and how to use it, and all the details that are required for understanding the if selection statements are explained in this video session. And in the next video session, I will explain the next selection statement, that is if else selection statement, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 56 of Java for Tester series, that is if else selection statements. In Java, we have something known as flow control statements. And these flow control statements can be categorized into different types like selection statements. Then we have something known as iterative statements and transfer statements. So these are the three types of flow control statements. Flow control statements, when categorized at a high level, can be divided or categorized into these three types of statements, that is selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. And coming to the selection statements, we have different selection statements like if else, if, else if, else, and switch. These are the different four selection statements we have in under the flow control statements. So in this current video session, I am going to explain this second selection statement, that is if else. Already covered this if selection statement in the previous video, guys. The current video session, I'm going to explain the second selection statement, that is if else selection statement. So let's get started. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose of using this if else selection statement in Java? If you are using this if else selection statement in Java, code inside the if block get executed when the if condition is true. Okay, when the if condition is true, the code inside the if block will get executed, and if the if condition is false, the code in the else block will get executed. So to understand this particular statement in a detailed way, you need to understand this flow diagram. Okay, let me show you a flow diagram using which you can understand how this if else selection statement works. So this is the flow diagram, guys. Let's say the execution is going on, and when it reaches this if condition, okay, if selection statement or if else selection statement, then there will be a condition, guys. As you can see, if has some condition here. If else selection statement, guys, while getting executed, this if statement has this condition. If this condition is true, then if block will be executed. Code inside the if block will be executed. But what if the condition is false? The condition is false, the code inside the else block will be executed. Okay, either code inside the if block or code inside the else block. If the condition is true, then the code inside the if block. If the condition is false, the code inside the else block will be executed. So this is the flow of the execution for this if else selection statement in Java, guys. Let me show you in a detailed way in a code, using some code. For example, in the Java we have this if condition, and this is the starting of the if block, and this is the ending of the if block, and we have this else block also available this time. And here we have the code inside if block. Some Java code is there here, and here also in the else block also we have some Java code, let's say. Okay, here we have some Java code, and here also we have some Java code, and this code is inside this if block, and this code is inside this else block. So there are two possibilities, guys. So when the execution is going on, if this particular condition results in true, okay, if this particular condition results in true, the code inside the if block will be executed, guys. Okay, so when the condition is true, the code inside the if block will be executed, and the code inside the else block will not be executed. This code else block code will be skipped, guys. When the condition is true, okay, When this condition is true, the code inside the if block will be executed, and the code inside the it will skip else block. Code inside the else block will be skipped. Okay, else block will not be executed when the condition is true. Or when the condition is true, only the if block will be executed and else block will be skipped. What if the condition is false? The second case is when this particular condition is false. When the condition is false, it will skip if block. If block will be skipped, guys, when the condition is false, and else block will be executed. Okay, it will execute the else block. This is how this if else selection statement works, guys. The condition is true, then if block will be executed and else block will be skipped. And if the condition is false, the if condition is false, then if block will be skipped and else block will be executed. The code inside the else block will be executed. So this is how the if else selection statement works in Java, guys. The syntax also I explained. You can have multiple steps of code here inside the if block and else block. If this condition is true, the code inside the if block will be executed and this else block will be skipped. The condition is false. The condition is false. The code inside the if block will be skipped. It will not be executed. Whereas the code inside the else block will be executed if the condition is false. Now, to make your understanding of this if else selection statements more better, let me demonstrate some practical examples for you so that you can understand this if else selection statements in a better way. First thing is that I am going to demonstrate the execution of statements inside the if block when the condition is true, guys. Okay. So let me write something. Int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 6. Let's write something like this. If I write something like if a is less than b, okay, inside the if block, I'll write a statement like some code. Assume that this is some code inside the if block, guys. System.out.println. I'll say a is less than b. Okay, or I can write something like inside if block. Else system.out.println inside else block. Okay. So guys, this is how this if else selection statement looks like. The syntax for this if else selection statement will be like this, guys. This is how we have to use the if else selection statement in real time. So when here the variable a has 5 stored, okay, the value 5 stored into the variable a and the value 6 is stored into the variable b. Okay, now if you say a is less than b, that is 5 is less than 6, that is true. So what happens is if condition results in true, guys. If the if condition is true, only this if block will be executed. Okay, only this if block will be executed and this else block will be skipped from execution, guys. It will not be executed. Else block will not be executed. Only the if block will be executed when the condition is true. Since the condition is true now, that is 5 is less than 6 is true. So this statement should be executed. That is inside if block should be executed. Right click run as Java application. It will print inside if block. Okay. What if I say a greater than b? Okay, the next one is demonstrate the execution of statements inside else block when the condition is false. So what happens when the condition is false? When the condition is false, okay, this block will not be executed. The if block will not be executed. It will be skipped, guys. Instead, else block will be executed. So a greater than b, that is 5 greater than 6 is false. If the condition is if condition is false, guys, so this will be skipped. This part will be skipped, and else block will be executed. That means inside else block should be printed here. Let's run this. Right click run as Java application. You see inside else block got printed. That means else block got executed and if block got skipped in case of the failure. In case of the false, this condition is false, then else block will be executed. If the condition is true, then if block will be executed. This is how it works, guys. And one more thing here is braces are optional when the if else block has only one statement. Okay, so here we have only one statement. If you have multiple statements like this, then this starting brace and ending braces are required for this if block. It also applies for the same thing as for else block also. If you have multiple statements, then the starting and ending brace for this else block are must. But if you have only one statement inside the if block, or if you have only one statement inside the else block, okay, these are optional, guys. You don't have to provide this. Okay, so you can remove this. It's optional. You can keep it or you can remove. It's up to you, but it is optional. Okay, it's not mandatory. When you have only single statement inside the if block or else block, okay, you don't have to surround this if blocks or else blocks with this opening and closing circular brackets. Okay, they're only required when you have multiple statements inside the if block, or if you have multiple statements inside the else block, then only you have to use that opening and closing circular brackets. Okay, if you have only single statement inside the if block or else block, then they are optional, guys. You can either keep it or remove it. This also will work. Okay, you see the same thing will happen here. 5 is greater than 6 is false, so else block will be executed. That inside else block will be executed. So right click run as Java application. Inside else block will be printed. Now if you say a less than b and print it, right click run as Java application. Inside if block will be printed. Okay, so it's working fine. Even after removing the opening and closing circular brackets, this thing is working fine, because this if block is having only single statement. Else block is also having single statement, and hence you don't require to provide the, hence it is optional to provide the opening and closing circular brackets around this if blocks and else blocks. So that's about the braces which are optional when there are only single statements inside the if blocks or else blocks. Now the next thing is nesting if else statements. Okay, so that means that, let's say you have this if block and you have some statement inside the code inside the if block, let's say, and again we have some else block, and there is some code inside the else block also. Okay, so we can provide if else statement under another if else statement. That is nothing but nesting. Okay, so let's say this is a if else statement, and inside this if else statement I want to provide another if else statement. This process is known as nesting, guys. Okay, nested if else. Nested if else statements we can use in Java, guys. Okay, nested. One if else statement inside another if else statement is known as nested if else statements, guys. That is possible in Java. So let me show you how it is possible. Here I will say a greater than or equal to b. Okay, here I'll give 6 and here 5 for now. Okay, a greater than or equal to b. If a greater than or equal to b, here I will say, okay, if a is greater than or equal to b, inside this if block, okay, I will create another if else block. So inside this if else statement, if else selection statement, and inside this if block, I am going to create another if else selection statement, is okay. Here I am going to say inside this if block I am going to create another if block. Okay, if a is equal to b, then I will explain how it works. Okay, for now understand that inside one of the if else block we have another if else block. Okay, if else selection statement. So here I will print system.out.println. Here I am saying a is either greater than or equal to b. There are two possibilities possible. Okay, if such is happening, then inside that if block I am saying if a is equal to b. Okay, if a is really equal to b, then here I am printing a is equal to b text. Else what is the possibility, guys? If a is not equal to b, there is only one possibility, that is either it should be greater than b, because it has passed a is greater than or equal to b. Since if a is not equal to b here, if this condition fails, else block will be executed. So in that case, I will be printing inside the else block, I will be printing a is greater than b. But what if this original condition is failing? Okay, if it is failing, the else block will have, there are only one possibility, that is less than. Okay, greater than, it's a, if a is not greater than b, or if a is not equal to b, then only possibility is a is less than b, right? That else block I will write here, a is less than b. This is the program, guys. Okay, so here as you can see, this is the main if block having the else statement. Okay, this is the main if block having the else block associated, and inside this one of the if block we have another if else selection statement. So this process is called nesting, guys. As per the program, if a is greater than or equal to b, if it is passed, okay, if it results in pass, either a should be greater than b or a should be equal to b. So if a is equal to b, then we will print a is equal to b. Otherwise, we will print a is greater than b. Okay. Else, if this is not happening, okay, if this particular condition is resulting in false, then else block will be executed. Here I will be printing a is less than b. Only option is either it should be equal, either it should be greater than, or it should be less than. Okay? Three possibilities are covered. So like this, we can use nested if else selection statements in Java, guys. Let's run this. Right click run as Java application. So you see a is greater than b got printed. Why? Because here this condition is verified. So 6 is greater than or equal to 5. 6 is greater than or equal to 5. It's not equal, but 6 is greater than 5. So it became pass. The condition is pass. The if block will be executed. This block will be executed. So the control went inside this if block, guys, and else block will be skipped anyhow. So this if block will be executed now. So inside the if block again we have another if else. So again it has some condition. So this condition is being verified. 6 equal to 5. Is it same? No. This is resulting in false. So this if block inside the another if block will be skipped, and else block will be executed because this has resulted in false. So when else block is executed, it prints a is greater than b. Okay, if a is not equal to b and this condition is true, then only possibility is a is greater than b. That's why it got printed. So this is how we can provide the if else selection statement inside another if else. So here in this example, I provided this if else selection statement inside the if block of this if else selection statement. Now in the next example, I am going to nest another if else block inside else block, guys. Okay, till now I nested the if else block inside if block. You see this if else selection statement is nested inside the if block. Now I am going to nest this particular thing inside the else block only. Okay, I'll remove from here, Control X, and I'll provide it here directly. Okay, so here I will say a less than b. Okay, and here I will print system.out.print. I'll just modify the program, guys. I will say a is less than b. Okay, if I say a less than b, I have to print a is less than b. If it is not less than, if it is not, if the a is not less than b, then if block will be skipped and else block will be executed. And when the else block is getting executed, okay, when the else block is getting executed, so there are two possibilities. Either since a is not less than b, either it should be greater than b or okay equal to b. So I will try this. If a is equal to b, then I will print a is equal to b. Else I have to say a is greater than b. Okay, either it should be equal to b or greater than b. Two possibilities. So here I am using the nested if else. Here I am using the if else selection statement inside the else block. So this I am nesting something like this. Okay, let's run this and see what will happen. Right click, run as Java application. You see a is greater than b got printed. How it got printed? So when you start from here, here a is 6 and b is 5. 6 is less than 5 is false. So this if block will be skipped and else block will be executed. When else block is getting executed, okay, this else block has another if else selection statement inside. So it has another condition. A is equal to b. Is a equal to b? 6 is equal to 5? False. Again, this if block will be if block inside the else block will be skipped, and this else block will be considered, right? Because this is fail, so it will skip this if block and execute this else block. Here a is greater than b will be printed. Simple. Okay. So guys, this is how we can nest if else statements inside another if else selection statements. Either we can nest if else statements inside the if block or else block. Okay. This is one of the example I provided to make you understand. And the last one here we have is conditional operator. In one of the previous videos, I explained as part of the operators, I explained conditional operator in Java, guys. Okay, so you can actually replace this if else statement with this conditional operator to make it save more space. I'll explain you how. Okay, first let me write down something like this. I'll say if, okay, else, something like this. So int a is equal to 6, b is equal to 5. Here a less than b. I will print a is less than b. Else I will say system.out.println. I will say a is, if it's not less than b, I will say a greater than b. Okay, two things I am providing here. Either if a is less than b, it will print a is less than b. If this is false, then it will print a is greater than b. Okay, so here if you take this example, if a less than b, 6 less than 5, true or false? 6 less than 5 is false. So if block will be skipped and else block will be executed. So it will print a is greater than b in the output. Let's run this and see whether it's happening or not. You see a is greater than b got printed. So the same thing I'm going to replace, guys, with conditional operator. So this entire code I'm going to replace with the conditional operator to make it simple. Okay, instead of writing how many lines of code, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of code are there, guys. Okay, instead of writing this 5 lines of code, I will make it simple. How can I make it simple? Let me write down here. Okay, I'll say system.out.println. Inside this print statement, guys. Okay, inside this print statement, I will write this conditional operator. Okay, so the condition, I will copy the condition from here, that is a less than b. I just putting the condition as it is, and then I will put a question mark. Okay, after the question mark, I will copy this part, a is less than b. Okay, then put a colon in between. Then I'll copy this part, a is greater than b, and put it here. That's it. You don't need this thing, guys. Okay, you can remove this now. Okay, so from here to here is a conditional operator, guys. Okay, so in conditional operator, as you know, there will be Boolean expression, which will result in either true or false, and it will have a question mark symbol and a colon symbol, as I already explained in the one of the previous videos, conditional operator. So here, this expression will be evaluated. So a less than b, 6 is less than 5, true or false? False. False means this will consider the second one. Okay. If this is true, it will consider this part. If it is false, it will consider the second part. So within a single line, instead of 5 lines of code, in if else selection statement, I can simply use this conditional operator here. Okay, conditional operator here, which is of single line. So if I run this, I'll get the same result, guys. A is greater than B will be printed. Okay. So this may not be, you cannot actually optimize every if and else block with this kind of conditional operator every time. Okay, if possible, you can actually reduce the size of this program with the help of this conditional operator like this. Okay. So guys, this is all about the if else selection statements and its practical demonstration in Java, guys. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll explain the next selection statement in Java, that is if else selection statement. Okay, if else selection statement in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 58 of Java for Tester series, that is if else selection statements. So in Java, we have some statements like flow control statements, and we can categorize this flow control statements into 3 different types. One of the type is selection statements. Then we have iterative statements and transfer statements. So flow control statements in Java can be categorized into 3 different types, that is selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. And coming to the first type, that is selection statements, we have 4 different selection statements available. That is if selection statement, then we have if else selection statement, then we have if else selection statement, and finally we have switch selection statement. So there are 4 different selection statements which fall under this flow control statements in Java. And out of this, the current video session, I'm going to explain if else selection statement. We already covered if and if else selection statements in the previous videos. And in the current video session, I'm going to explain or practically demonstrate if else selection statements in detail. So guys, let's get started. So what is the purpose of using this if else selection statement, and how to use this if else selection statements in Java? Let's find it out. So to understand this if else selection statements, okay, let me explain a step-by-step manner. Okay, the first step, let me explain this. This if else selection statements contain more than one conditions. Okay, these selection statements will contain more than one condition, can contain. So far, guys, the previous videos when I explained this if and if else selection statements, they used to contain only one single condition, that too with the if condition. If condition used to be there. But coming to this, if else selection statements, they contain more than one conditions, guys. You see here, as per the syntax of this particular selection statement, we have if condition, and then we have else if condition and another else if condition. Like that, we can have more than one conditions in the if else if else selection statements, guys. So no matter, okay, how many else if conditions you can add, guys. Okay, so there can be more than one conditions in the if else if else selection statements. So if you want to increase the count of these conditions, you can actually increase this else if blocks. Okay, you can add as many number of else if blocks as you want, guys, and along with the else if blocks, you'll get this extra conditions. So this is compulsory. If condition should be there. After that, else if condition can be there. Then immediately you can get the else block also, or you can add as many number of else if blocks before this else block comes up at the end. So here in this current syntax, as you can see, there are two else if blocks having the two extra conditions apart from the if condition. But if you want to have some 5 to 10 also, you can get it. Okay, you can actually get as many number of else if blocks as you want, and the number of else if blocks that will be there, that many number of conditions will get. Okay, so if else if else statements contain more than one conditions, that's the first thing that you understood. And how this particular scenario works. Okay, how this particular scenario works, or the selection statement works. That is, first this particular condition will be verified, guys. In this if else selection statements, the if condition will be verified first. If it returns true, that means this if block will be executed, and all the other remaining else if and else blocks will be ignored. Okay, if this particular condition becomes true, only this if block will be executed and all the remaining else if conditions will be ignored. Else if conditions and else blocks will be ignored. They will be skipped. They will be skipped from execution, guys. Okay. And what if this condition is false? If this condition is true, only this if block will be executed and remaining things will not be executed. They will be skipped. Okay. Either it be else if blocks or else blocks, they will be skipped if this condition is true. But if this condition is false, then this will be skipped, this if block will be skipped, and the control will go to the next else if block. If this condition becomes true, if this condition becomes true, only this first else if block will be executed, and remaining things like this if block and remaining else if and else blocks will be skipped. Okay. And in third case, let's say this condition is false, so this got skipped, and even else if condition is also, first else if condition is also got false, so this also will be skipped. Now if this second else if condition is kind of became true, that means only this else if block will be executed, remaining all these things, it may be if, else if, or else blocks will be skipped, guys. Only this block will be, wherever the condition becomes true, that will be executed, guys. That block only will be executed and remaining sections will be skipped. Okay. And what if all these conditions, no matter how many conditions are there, either if conditions or else if conditions, if all these conditions became false or false, let's say, in that case, finally only this else block will be executed, all the remaining things will be skipped because they are in false state. So this is how, guys, if else selection statement works. Okay, if one of the condition becomes true, only that particular block will be executed. If none of the conditions are true, then else, finally else block will be executed. Okay, this is how the if else selection statement works in Java. So let me also take up a, hope you understood so far, guys, but let me also take a flow diagram so that you can understand in more detail. Let's open this flow diagram. So as you can, so it's getting loaded. Let's wait. So this is the flow diagram for this if else selection statements, guys. So during the execution, first, let's say the control will go to this, in this if else selection statement, the control will first go to this if condition. If this particular condition becomes true, okay, if this condition is true, then the if block, the initial if block will be executed and the complete statement will be ended, right? But what if this condition is not true, it is false? In that case, the control will go to the next else if condition. Okay, if this first if condition is false, then the control will go to the else if condition. if this else if condition is true, okay, if this else if condition is true, in that case, the code inside the else if block will be executed. Okay, if this first else if condition is true, the code inside the else if block will be executed, and all the remaining things will be skipped, guys. Okay, so it will end. And even if similar to the if condition, if the else if condition also become false, then the control will go to the next else if condition, guys. Okay, the next else if condition, and if this else if second else if condition becomes true, the code inside the second else if block will be executed and the statement will be ended. Otherwise, if the condition is false, the control will go to the next else if condition. Okay, no matter how many else if conditions are there, it will keep on going if the condition is false. Now, if this condition, last else if condition in this particular flow diagram is becomes true, then the code inside this last else if condition will be, else if condition block will be executed and the statement will end. Okay. Otherwise, if this condition is also false, if all these conditions starting from the if condition, else if, everything, each and every condition is returning in false, in that case, finally, the code inside the else block will be executed. The code inside the else block will be executed and the statement will end here. So this is how the if else selection statements will work in Java, guys. Hope you understood the purpose of if else selection statements in Java, guys. Its syntax and its the flow of execution and all. Okay, how it works and all, and how it has multiple conditions and what will happen if all the conditions fails. Okay. So now, guys, the time has come for the practical demonstrations. So based on your understanding, okay, to increase your understanding level of using this if else selection statements in Java, let me take up some examples and let me practically demonstrate them so that you can understand this if else selection statements in more clarity and more detail. Okay, so let's start with a program, guys. Let me write down a program here. So if you understand this program, you will be able to understand this if else selection statements in Java. So int, let me create some variables, guys. Int a is equal to 6, b is equal to 5, c is equal to 4, d is equal to 3, e is equal to 2. Okay. Here in this statement, I declared 5 variables as in data type, and each and every variable I assigned some value also. Initialization is also done for each and every variable that is declared here as in data type. Okay. Now what I will do is I will say if a is less than b. Okay. The first example what I'm going to demonstrate here is I will demonstrate that all the if and else if conditions in the next, in this particular if else if statements, okay, have written false. Okay, I'll demonstrate that all the conditions. You see, this is a if condition and these are the else if conditions. All these if and else if conditions, if they written false, okay, that thing I'm going to demonstrate. I am going to demonstrate the program where all the if conditions and else if conditions are written in the false. And finally, if all these conditions are returning false, then finally what will happen, guys? The code inside the else block will only be executed. If all these statements, all these if blocks and else if blocks having the conditions are returning false, then these blocks will not be executed, guys. Finally, the last block which doesn't have any condition will be executed. To demonstrate that, I am going to take up this example, guys. Okay. To demonstrate that, I am going to take up this example. Let me show you. So I'll say system.out.println inside if block. Okay, inside if block I will say. So if this condition is true, this statement will be executed. Otherwise, the control will go to the next else if condition. Okay, so here I will say b less than c. Here I will say system.out.println inside first else if block. Okay, this is first else if block, guys, having the second condition. Now the third condition will come with the again another else if block, that is c less than d, I will say here. And here I will say system.out.println inside second else if block. Now again another else if block I will say, here I will say d less than e, the condition is d less than e, and here I will print if this condition becomes true, it will print. inside third else if block. Like this, you can create as many number of else if blocks as you want, guys. Up to you. Okay. If you want more conditions, you can keep on adding this. That's fine. And finally, once all the conditions are done, we are going to have an else block here. Okay. Normal else block. And here I will print system.out.println inside else block. Okay. So guys, in this example, all these conditions I am intentionally making them false, guys. Okay. All these Boolean expressions I am intentionally making them to return false. You see, a less than b, 6 less than 5 is false. B less than c, 5 less than 4 is false, not correct. C less than d, 4 is less than 3 is not correct. So it will return false. D less than e, 3 is less than 2 is also false. It will return false. Okay, not correct. So finally, all the conditions that I am having in this Boolean expressions or conditions I am having in this if else selection statement example, okay, they are going to return false. So that means if all these conditions are going to return false, all these blocks will be skipped from execution, guys. Okay, they will not be executed because their conditions are returning false. Now finally, if all these blocks are returning false, they will not be executed and they will be skipped. And finally, this else block will be executed. Okay, to show that, let's run this program. So now when I run this program, only this statement inside this else block should be printed, guys. Inside else block should be printed here in the output console. So let's run this and see that happening. You see, inside else block, only the last block got executed. Since all the conditions of this if and else if conditions are failing or returning false, finally the last block, that is else block, will get executed. Now what if the second example, guys? What if I intentionally make the first condition, that is of the if statement, okay, if block, condition of the if block, if I make it return true, then what will happen? Will these things will be executed or only this block will be executed? Only this block should be executed, guys. Okay, the condition of this if block is returning true, then only the code inside this if block should be executed and remaining will be skipped, guys. Okay, so that means when I run this program, here A is greater than B, that is true. 6 greater than 5 is true. So that means it will return true, the condition is true, and only the if block will be executed. All the remaining things will be skipped from execution, guys. As you can see, right click run as Java application. Inside if block will be printed. You see, inside if block got printed. Remaining things didn't get executed. Now, what I will do is, again, I will intentionally make it false to return false. So somewhere here, I will make this one. C greater than D, I will make it. So this is only true condition and remaining are false, let's say. Okay, what will happen here? Let's find it out. One of the else if condition is true and remaining are false. So here A less than B, 6 less than 5 is not correct. 6 is not less than 5. So this condition has written false and this if block will be skipped. Now the control will go to the next condition, that is B less than C. So 5 less than 4. 5 is not less than 4. That's not correct. So this also written false. And this first else if block will also be skipped. Now the control will go to the third condition. C greater than D. C is greater than D. That is 4 greater than 3. That's correct. Right? 4 is really greater than 3. So since it is returning true, this second else if block will be executed, guys. So in the output inside second else if block will be printed and all the remaining things will be skipped. Okay. Only this block will be executed and all the remaining things will be skipped, guys. Let's run this and see that. Right click run as Java application. Inside second else if block, all the remaining things got skipped. Okay. This is how, guys, if else selection statements work in Java. Okay. They have more than one conditions. If one of the condition passes, that block will be executed. If the conditions are failing, finally the else block will be executed. So this is how it works. Okay. If all the conditions are failing, then else block will be executed. If one of the conditions are passing, then that particular block will be executed. Maybe if condition block or else if condition block. Okay. Based on the result, they will be executed and remaining blocks will be skipped. So guys, that's it about this if else selection statements in Java. And in the next video, I'm going to explain, the next video session, I'm going to explain switch selection statements. Okay, switch selection statements. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 59 of Java for Tester series, that is switch selection statements. In Java, we have statements like flow control statements, and these flow control statements can be categorized at a high level into different types like selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. So this flow control statements at a high level can be categorized into these three types, that is selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. And coming to the selection statements, there are different types of selection statements available. That is if selection statement, if else selection statement, if else if else selection statement, and switch selection statement. So these are the four different selection statements which fall under this flow control statements category, guys. Okay. And in this current video session, I am going to explain this fourth type of selection statement, that is switch selection statement. The previous videos I already covered if selection statement, if else selection statement, and if else if else selection statements already. And in the current video session, I am going to cover the switch selection statement. So let's get started, guys. So what is the purpose of this switch selection statement in Java? So it's not about the purpose, guys. If we understand how it works, then we can understand the purpose. So it works something like this. The switch selection statements work something like this. Based on the result of a condition expression, switch case chooses one of many possibilities. What does this mean? Let me explain. So the syntax of switch selection statement looks something like this, guys. Okay. Based on the condition expression, okay, based on the result of this condition expression, this condition expression can be like a plus b, a into b, a divided b. It can be anything, guys. Okay, that is nothing but the condition expression here. So based on the condition expression of this switch selection statement, okay, based on the result of this condition expression, one of these cases will be executed. As you can see here, switch selection statement start here, opening curly brackets, and ends here. Okay, this is the body of the switch selection statement, and based on the condition expression result, there are different cases here. As you can see, under this switch selection statement, there are different cases. Some case, another case, another case, and finally we have the default. So based on the result of this condition expression, any of these cases will be executed. Okay, any of the cases inside this switch selection statement will be executed, guys. This is how the switch selection statement works. Okay, based on the condition expression result, any of these cases will be executed. This is how the switch selection statement works. So there is a flow diagram here, guys. Even if you understood to some extent using the syntax and all, okay, this flow diagram makes it very clear on how the switch selection statement works. So this is how, guys, the switch selection statement is going to work. Okay, this is a flow diagram here, which will help you in understand the working of the switch selection statement in detail. So when this switch selection statement is executed, the condition expression will be first solved. So based on the result of this condition expression, the condition expression can be, few examples for the condition expressions are like a plus b, a into b, a divided b, a modulus b. It can be anything, guys. Okay. So that is a condition expression. Based on the result of that condition expression, this switch selection statement, okay, will execute any of these cases. You see in this flow diagram, there are different cases. Based on the result of this condition expression, either this case will be executed or the second case will be executed or the nth case will be executed. We don't know. Okay. Based on the result, any of these cases will be executed. If none of these cases are executed, then default case will be executed. Okay. If none of these cases that are mentioned here are executed, then default case will be executed. For example, guys, based on the result, let's say some case 2 is getting executed. Okay. Second case is getting executed. In that case, in the second case, there will be some block of code inside the second case, guys. Okay. based on this condition expression, let's say, okay, based on the result of this condition expression, let's say the case 2 is getting executed. Let's assume, okay, in that case, the code inside this block of code inside this case 2 will be executed, guys, and finally it will end. And if the condition expression result is matching this, let's say, nth case, okay, the block of code inside the nth case will be executed and the switch selection statement will end. What if none of these cases will be executed, either case 1, case 2, or nth case? None of these cases are getting matching with the result of this condition expression. In that case, if none of these cases are matching this result of this condition expression, then the default case will be executed. Okay, so the default default block will be executed. Default block having the default block of code will be executed, and the switch selection statement will end here. Okay, either one of the cases should be executed, or the default block should be executed. If none of the cases matches, then default block will be executed. Fine. This is how the switch selection statement works in Java. Fine. Now we understood. Like how this switch selection statement looks like and how it works. Okay, and all. So there is one more thing to understand here, guys. There is one more rule you can say, okay, about this condition expression. So this condition expression will result in a result, guys. Okay, this when executed, this condition expression will give a result. That result should be, there is a rule like that result which comes out as an outcome of this condition expression need to be a integer literal or character literal or string literal. Okay, it can be only of these three literal types, guys. That is, either it should be the result of this condition expression should and must be of these three literal types. That is, one is integer literal type or character literal type or string literal type. Okay, if you provide any other literal types other than this integer literal or character literal or string literals as a result of this condition expression, if another literal is coming other than apart from these three literal types, then you are going to get a compiler error, guys. Okay, so the result of this condition expression should and must be of these three literal types, that is integer literal, character literal, or string literal. Apart from this, if any other literal is getting resulted out of this as an outcome of this condition expression, you are going to get a compiler error. Okay, so now we are done with the working nature of the switch selection statement, the flow of the switch selection statement, and the rules, okay, of the condition expression that should be there for working of the switch selection statement. Now let's go to the practical demonstration, guys. So whatever I explained so far in a at a high level or in a diagrammatical way, okay, now let's see that practical so that your understanding of the switch selection statement will complete, okay, will increase. So let me start practically demonstrating the normal switch case first. Okay, so open Eclipse IDE. In this program, let's start writing the switch selection statement. Let me create a variable a, guys. Okay, sample example, guys. Let me take something as 2. Int a is equal to 2. Okay, now I'll start the switch selection statement. Okay, and inside the switch selection statement, I will give the condition expression as a. Okay, I'll give the condition expression as a, guys. Simple, direct, straightforward variable a I am giving here. Okay. Now inside this switch selection statement, I will give some cases. Okay. Case, I will say case 0, guys. Okay. Since I am passing the integer literal here, variable a is storing the integer literal, so I will also take the literals as integer literals here. So case 0, 0 is an integer literal. Colon you have to say, and in this case 0, under this case 0 section, I'll write some print statement. I'll say inside case 0, I'll say, okay. And then I have to say break, guys. Okay, I have to end this with break. Then I'll go with the case, other case, guys, that is case 1. And here I will say system.out.println inside case 1. Then I have to break this case. Okay, I have to break this case. Once this can be single line of code or multiple lines of code, guys. Okay, you can write any number of lines of code here. Okay, block of code you can write. So let's say we have multiple lines of code like this, you can write, but at the end you have to say break. Okay, so that's the thing. Now coming to the other case, I'll give multiple cases, guys. Here, case 2, I will say system.out.println, and I will say inside case 2. And once this block of code is executed, I will say break. Okay. Now I'll add another case, case 3. I'll say system.out.println inside case 3. Then I will break it. Okay. Now I'll go with the default one. Once all the cases are done, then I will have a default block of code. Okay. So the keyword here is default colon. Okay. So system.out.println inside default block. Okay. So you don't have to put any break here. Okay. That's done. That's fine. Okay. So this is the last block and you don't have to put any break here. That's fine. Now guys, when I run this code, what will happen? Okay. What will happen? So when I run this code, so this value integer literal 2 will be assigned to the variable a, and since this condition expression of the switch case, okay, switch selection statement is nothing but normal variable a. So the result of this a is nothing but 2, guys. Okay, what is the result of the variable a here? The a is storing the value 2. So the result of this condition expression in the switch selection statement is 2. Switch of 2. Okay, switch of 2. So how this switch of 2 will be executed? So this 2 should match with some 2. Okay, there are 0, 1, 2, 3 integer literals here. Since we have said switch of 2 here, okay, this 2 is not matching with 0. This 2 is not matching with case 1. This 2 is not matching with 2 is actually matching with case 2. All right. So it will stop here. Okay, it will select this case 2, and then whatever the code that is there inside this case 2 will be executed. So currently we have this normal print statement here. So this inside case 2 will be printed in the output console. Once the print statement is printed, then break statement will be executed. Okay. So this break statement will break the switch selection statement and take you out of this switch selection statement. Okay. This break statement will break the switch case and then will take you out of this switch selection statement. Okay. After this line of code got executed, that is inside case 2 got printed here, then the break statement will be executed and you will come out of the switch case. This is how it works, guys. Okay. What if I give something like 1 here? Okay. If I give 1, the value of the variable a is storing 1. So here switch of 1 it will become. So here case 1. This 1 will match only with this case 1. So system.out.println inside case 1 will be printed and then break statement will be executed where it will take you out of the switch case. This break statement will take you out of the switch case. At present, I will give 2 here, guys, and let's see whether this case 2 is getting executed and the switch selection statement got break and we came out of the switch selection statement or not. Okay, let's run this. Right click run as Java application. You see inside case 2 got printed here, guys. Okay. So since the value that is stored in the variable a is 2, it will match the case 2. Okay, it will match with the case 2, and this statement got executed. That's the reason we got inside case 2 got printed here. And once that got printed, the break statement got executed, and we have our control has been come out of this switch selection statement. Okay. Okay. Now the other thing here is the other thing we have here is the result of this condition expression should be a integer literal or character literal or string literal, right? So let's take other examples. So this time let's take character. Char a is equal to, I will give, okay, r. Okay, char a is equal to r. Character literal I give. Here a is a character literal. So the result of this a is a character literal. Okay. So if I give something here like a case character literal a case r, okay, case u case n, okay, default inside default block will be printed. Okay, so here I will say case a case b case r case u case n. Okay, so how it works, the result of this condition expression is a character literal, so it works. Okay, there are 3 possibilities, guys. Okay, Either the result of this condition expression should be a integer literal, or the result of this condition expression should be a character literal, or the result of this condition expression should be a string literal. Since this result of this variable a is a character literal, it is fine. Okay, it actually works fine. So now when I run this code, the variable a of cat data type is storing the character literal r. So character literal r is not matching with the character literal a. So this will not work. This will not be executed. This case will not be executed. Then character literal r is matching with the character literal r here. So this case will be executed. This case will be executed, and the code inside this case having the character literal r will be executed. So inside case r will be executed and printed here. Then the break statement will be executed so that you will come out of the switch case. So let's run this and see whether the same thing is happening or not. Inside case r is printed and we came out of the switch case. That's work. That's fine. Now let's take the last character literal that is possible. String a is equal to, okay, string a is equal to, I'll say Arun. Okay, here a is storing the string literal Arun. Okay, so here I will give the string literal, guys. I will give something like qafox. Okay, .com. This is the first string literal I gave. Inside case qafox.com I will say. Okay, then the next one I will give as my name Arun. I will give inside case Arun I will say, and here I'll give my last name. Okay, here I'll give Java. Okay, I'll give Java. So there are 4 literals here. Okay, each and every case has its own literal here. Okay, so here in the variable a, what is stored? Arun is stored. Okay, Arun string literal is stored. The result of this variable a is the string literal. So it is out of these 3 possibilities, that is integer literal, character literal, and string literal are results are possible of this condition expression. So since we are getting the result of this condition expression of the string literal, it works fine. It will not give any error. Now this Arun string literal, that is a variable a holding this Arun string literal, is not matching qafox, so it will not be executed. But the character literal, string literal Arun is now matching the second case, that is case Arun. So it will execute this print statement inside case Arun and then break. This break statement when executed will take you out of the switch case. Let's see whether the same thing is happening or not. You see inside case Arun got printed. So it works fine. What if I give something like Boolean? Boolean a is equal to something true if I give. Okay. You see immediately got an error, guys. Okay. Other than the integer literal, character literal, string literal, if you try to provide any other literal type, let's say Boolean literal here, it gives a compiler error saying that cannot switch on a variable of type Boolean. Okay, only convertible int values or string values or okay or character literals are permitted. Other than that, if you try to give anything like Boolean literals or anything, these things will not work, guys. Okay, the things will not work. Fine. Let me go back to the string literal. A is equal to, I will say Arun for now. Okay, this will work. Okay, and one more thing, guys. If I give something like int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6. Okay, here. Okay, and here I will say a plus b. I can give this expressions, guys, condition expression. Okay, a plus b. So here I will say case 10. Okay, case 11, case 12, case 13. Let's give some different literal values here. Okay, inside case 10 I will say, here I will say inside case 11 for our understanding, 12 and 13. So here this is not a single variable size. Okay, we have to, the condition expression is that some operation need to be performed here, that is a plus b operation. It can be more complex also. Okay, I gave the simple expression here. Okay, a plus b. So a plus b is nothing but 5 plus 6, that is 11. So 11 is not matching 10, but 11 is matching 11. So this case will be executed and it will come out after execution. Okay, so it works like this. Right click run as Java application. It works something like this. Okay, what if I give something like this? Okay, I'll give something 15 here. Okay, a is 59, b is 6, a is 59, b is 6. So it is like 21. So what happens, guys? Here there is no case having the 21 literal, right? Here case 10 is there. This 21 is not matching 10. this 21 a plus b, that is 15 plus 6 21 is not matching 11, and this a plus b, that is 21 is not matching 12. This a plus b, that is 21 is not matching 13 also. So if none of these cases match, what will happen is this default block will be executed. Okay, the default block will be executed. So here 21 is not matching any of these cases. Okay, this 21 literally is not matching to 10 or 11 or 12 or 13. Since none of the cases are matching, it will actually choose the default case. Okay, default block. So when you run this code, what happens is inside default block will be executed. See, right click run as Java application. Inside default block will be printed. This is one of the scenario, guys. If none of the cases in the switch case match, so it will choose the default block. Okay, for execution. And what else we have for demonstration? So what if I'll give the valid value only, that is I will give 5. Here also I will give 5. 5 plus 5. What will happen, guys? 5 plus 5, 10. So 5 plus 5 is 10. So this is matching the first case 10. So inside case 10 will be printed. After that break statement will be executed and will come out of the switch case. Okay, let's run this. Right click run as Java application. You see inside case 10, then we came out of the switch case. But what if I remove this break? From everywhere I am going to remove the break, guys. Okay. From each and every case, I am going to remove the break statement. Will we get any error? No, we will not get any error, guys. Okay, it is acceptable still, but there is a loophole. Okay, but there is a loophole. What happens here is, here a plus b is 5 plus 5. A plus b is 5 plus 5, that is 10. Case 10 will be executed. That is inside case 10 will be printed here. After that, there is no break statement. Since there is no break statement, the execution will continue, guys. It will directly go to the case 11. Okay, without coming out of the switch case. Since there is no break statement here, case 11 will be executed next. That is inside case 11 will be printed. Again, there is no break statement here. It will go to the case 12. Okay, since there is no break statement, it will not come out of the switch case. So it will continue, keep on continue until all the things are done. Okay, so it will print inside case 10, then inside case 11, inside case 12, inside case 13. Then inside default block, then it will come out of the switch case. You see, every case will be printed along with the default block. Everything will be printed here like this, guys. If you have the break here, then only the execution will stop and will come out of the switch case. But if you don't have the break here, the execution will continue like this. Okay. So there is one more modification. Maybe if I give 7 plus 5 here, what will happen? Okay. 7 plus 5 is 12. 7 plus 5 is 12. So it's not matching the case 10. So this case will not be executed. Case 11 also will not be executed because this is 12. Now case 12 is matching. 12 is matching with this 12. So inside case 12 will be printed here, guys. Then there is no break statement. So inside case 13 will be printed. Then inside default, only these two cases and one default block will be printed, guys. Okay, will be executed. Right click run as Java application. Right click run as Java application. You see inside case 12, case 13, and then default block. Okay, like this it will be executed, guys. So guys, this is how the switch selection statement works in Java. Okay, this is how the switch selection statement works in Java, and I have provided all the different examples, okay, that are required for you to understand the working of the switch selection statements. Okay, the next video session, I'll explain the next set of flow control statements, guys, that is iterative statements. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 60 of Java for Tester series, that is iterative statements. Before I explain what exactly are these iterative statements, let me explain that in Java, there are flow control statements. In Java, there are something known as flow control statements. There are different flow control statements in Java, guys, and all these flow control statements can be categorized at a high level into three types. One is selection. Okay, one is selection statements. Then we have iterative statements. Then we have transfer statements. Okay, like this we have different flow control statements in Java that can be categorized into selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. And in the current video session, I am going to explain about these iterative statements, guys. Before I explain what exactly these iterative statements are, let me list down the different iterative statements we have in Java as part of this flow control statements. Okay, so that is, so in iterative statements we have while, do while, for, and for each. Okay, like this we have different iterative statements, 4 different iterative statements under the flow control statements in Java, guys. Before I explain all these different types of iterative statements in a practical way or any other way, okay, in this current video session, I will explain what exactly are these iterative statements. Okay, what exactly are these iterative statements, and in the upcoming videos, I am going to explain in detail how to use this while iterative statement, do while, and for each iterative statements. The current video session, I am going to focus more on the what exactly are these iterative statements. So what exactly are these iterative statements? Okay, let's say, let me open Eclipse IDE and let's write some code here, guys. Okay, int a is equal to 5, b is equal to some 6. Okay, int a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 6. Now I want to print. Okay, now I want to do something like I want to int c is equal to a plus b. Okay, now I have some statement here. The sum of a and b is plus c. Like this is some sample code I have written, guys. You don't have to understand this. But guys, if I get a requirement where I want to, okay, I want to print this print statement multiple times. Okay, if I run this code, if I run the sample code, right click run as Java application. If I run the sample code, this print statement will be printed only one time. The sum of a and b is 11. Only one time it got printed. But I want this print statement to be executed multiple times. Okay. So in order to execute the multiple times, what I can do, I can copy paste. Okay. If I have to execute this same statement, let's say 10 times. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I have to execute this single same statement, print statement 10 times, I have to copy paste it 10 times, right? I can copy paste it 10 times. If I run this, you see 10 times it will be printing. The same statement got executed 10 times because I copy pasted it. But this is not the recommended approach, guys. Okay, this is not the recommended approach. Without duplicating this statement, if you want to this particular statement to be executed multiple times, okay, or this is a single statement, guys, you can also have the block of code also. Okay, block of code can also be executed multiple times. In such cases, guys, we have to use something known as iterative statements. Okay, iterative statements need to be used for executing the same line of code multiple times without repeating it. Okay, without actually copy pasting it. If you want to execute the same set of code multiple times, we have to use something known as iterative statements in Java. So coming to the iterative statements, it is possible with the help of while, do while, for, and for each case. Okay, these are the different iterative statements using which we can execute the same set of code. Okay, single line or multiple lines of code, same set of code multiple times. Multiple times. How we can do, I will not explain now. Okay, that I will cover in the next video session. But for now, understand that the purpose of the iterative statements. What are iterative statements and what exactly is their purpose? So iterative statements help us in executing the same block of code multiple times. Okay, so let's say you have some lines of code are there here. Okay, like this. Some lines of code are there here, and you have some other lines in between. Let's say assume that these are the different lines of code, guys. Line 1 of code, line 2 of code, line 3, line 4, line 5, line 6, line 7, line 8. So whatever I marked in red color, if I want to execute this set of code, okay, this is a set of code, right? Set or block of code, this is, okay. If you want to execute this same set or same block of code multiple times. Okay, if you run this only one time, it will be executed, guys. But if you want these 3 lines of out of this available lines, if you want to run these 3 lines of code multiple times, okay, so you want to repeatedly execute the same block of code or same set of code multiple times. For example, if you want to execute the same block of code 10 times, okay, then we have to use something known as iterative statements in Java. Using these iterative statements, we can execute this same set of code or same block of code multiple times. That can be 5 times, 10 times, 15 times, up to you, okay, without actually duplicating the code. You don't have to copy paste this 3 lines every like 10 times for executing it 10 times. Instead, using this iterative statements, we can execute the same set of or same block of code multiple times without copy pasting it, okay. So this is how the iterative statements are going to work, guys. And to make your understanding more better, let me show you a flow diagram, okay. So I will using this flow diagram, I'm going to explain how this iterative statements are going to work internally, okay. This is the flow diagram that will represent this iterative statements, guys, the working of the iterative statements. Assume that the execution is going on with this arrow, and when the control comes to this, when the execution comes to this loop condition, every iterative statement has a loop condition, guys, okay. There will be some condition given in the iterative statements. So in the iterative statements, all the iterative statements will have this loop condition, okay. There is a kind of some kind of condition like if condition, whatever the conditions I explained as part of the selection statements, like if selection statement or if else selection statements as part of the previous videos. Similar kind of condition will be there, okay. That is known as loop condition. So before going inside the loop, that repetition loop, okay, condition will come. If the condition is satisfied, that is, if the condition is true, then the block of code inside this loop will be executed. The block of code inside this loop will be executed, and once this block of code inside this loop is executed, then control again comes back to the loop condition. Okay. After this block of code is executed, the control will again come back to the loop condition. And if this loop condition again is resulting in true, guys, again the same block of code will be executed, and this loop will keep on continuing, okay. Until and unless this condition becomes false. Until this condition becomes false, okay, the same loop will be continued. The same block of code will be executed multiple times. The block of code which is inside this loop, okay, whatever the iterative statement loop is there, the block of code inside that iterative statement loop will be executed multiple times until this condition turns false. Once the condition turns false, then it will come out of the loop, guys, okay. So till the condition is true, the same block of code is going to be executed multiple times. And if the condition, at some point of time when the condition becomes false, then the control will come out of this loop. Whatever the iterative statement loop is there, that loop it will come out of. Okay, this is how, guys, internally, this is how the internally this iterative statement works. Each and every iterative statement have some condition, okay, mentioned, which we call as a loop condition. If the when the loop condition is verified and if it is resulting in true, the block of code inside that loop will be executed. And again, the control will come back to the same loop condition. And if it is again true, then the same block of code will be executed for the second time. Like that, the same block of code will be executed multiple times until this loop condition becomes false. When the loop conditions become false, it will come out of the loop. Okay, will come out of this loop. So this is how, guys, iterative statements work in Java. Okay, and as already mentioned, there are different types of iterative statements in Java. You see, there are 4 types of iterative statements. One is while loop iterative statements, do while loop iterative statements, for loop iterative statements, and for each loop iterative statements, as I mentioned here. While, do while, for, and for each loops iterative statements are there in Java. And all these different iterative statements I'm going to practically demonstrate as part of the next or upcoming video sessions, guys. So that's it, guys. This is all about the iterative statements in Java. The next video sessions, I will explain, in the next video session, I will explain the first iterative statement, that is while loop iterative statement or while iterative statement in Java. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 61 of Java for Testers series. That is while iterative statement. In Java, we have some statements known as flow control statements. And these flow control statements at a high level can be categorized into three types. One is selection statements. Then we have iterative statements and transfer statements. Flow control statements in Java can be categorized into three types, that is selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. So out of these three different types of flow control statements, under the iterative statements, we have some iterative statements like while loop iterative statements. Then we have do while loop iterative statements. Then for loop iterative statements and for each loop iterative statements. And a current video session, I am going to explain about this. The first iterative statement of this flow control statements, that is while loop. While loop iterative statements, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate as part of the current video session, guys. So guys, let's get started with this while iterative statements. So while statement is one of the iterative statements. While statement, while loop statement is one of the iterative statements which fall under the flow control statements, So these iterative statements fall under the flow control statements. While is one of the iterative statements which fall under the flow control statements. Now the second line, while loop executes the same block of code multiple times until the Boolean condition turns false. What does this line mean? So let me explain this particular line with the help of this while loop syntax. If you have to use this while iterative statement in Java, guys, you have to use this syntax. Okay, the while loop statement, guys, and this while iterative statement has a condition. As you can see, there is a condition here, and this condition will return either true or false. Okay, this condition will return either true or false. If this condition returns true, the statements inside this, okay, the statements inside this while block will be executed, and again the control will come back to the same condition, guys. Okay, the condition is true, the statements inside this while block will be executed, and once the statements inside the while block got executed for once, the control will come back to the again while condition only. For the second time, the condition will be checked. Okay, second time the condition will be checked, and if the condition is still true, again the same set of code will be executed for the second time, and again the control will come back to the third time it will come back to the condition, while condition. Again, if this condition results in true, again the same block of code, okay, the same block of code will be executed like that, guys, until this condition becomes false. The same block of code inside this while block will be executed multiple times. So while loop executes the same block of code. This is nothing but the same block of code. Okay, this while loop execute the same block of code, this selected code multiple times. Okay, it will execute the same block of code multiple times until this condition becomes false. Okay, till this condition becomes false, guys, the same block of code in the while loop will be executed multiple times. Once this condition becomes false, it will come out of the while loop. So hope you understood what exactly the while loop does, how it executes the same block of code multiple times. Okay, as I already explained about the iterative statements in the previous video, so the purpose and all. So while iterative statement also falls into the iterative statement category, where it executes the same block of code multiple times until this particular condition becomes false. Okay, till this condition is true, the same block of code will be keep on executing multiple times. Once this condition becomes false, it will come out of this while loop. Okay, this is how the while iterative statements works in Java, guys. And the next line, while loop tests the condition before executing the code in the loop body. What does this mean? Before we execute this block of code, the condition will be checked. Okay, so while we start executing this while loop, okay, the first thing that will be checked here is the condition, guys. Based on this condition only, this block of code will be executed. Either it will be executed 0 times or 1 time or 2 times. We don't know. Based on this condition, it will happen, guys. Okay. The condition plays a vital role in this while loop iterative statement to execute this block of code either 0 times or multiple times. It's up to this condition, guys. Based on this condition, that will happen. Either multiple times or 0 times is also possible, guys. Based on this condition. If the condition is initially false, then this block will not be executed at a single time also. Okay. It will not be executed even single time if this condition is initially false only. Okay. But if this condition is true, okay, for multiple times, the same block of code will be executed multiple times until this condition is true. But by the time this condition becomes false, we'll come out of this while loop iterative statement. Okay, let me explain more about this line using this flow diagram so that you can understand it better. So this is the flow diagram, guys, using which I'm going to explain how this while iterative statement is going to work. So guys, the execution will start here, and by the time it reaches this while loop, okay, while loop iterative statement, the first thing that will happen is that this condition will be checked. Okay, the condition of this while loop iterative statement will be checked. It will be verified. If it results true, this condition is resulting in a Boolean value true. In that case, the block of code which is inside this while loop iterative statement will be executed. The code inside this while loop will be executed. In this case, this is the code, guys. Okay, the code inside the while loop means this one will be executed, and once the block of code got executed, again the control will go back to the same while condition. Okay, so once this block of code is executed once, it will not continue, guys. Instead, it will go back again to the while condition itself. Here again it will go back to the same while condition. Again it will check whether the condition is resulting in true or false. Again, if it is resulting in true, again the same block of code will be executed for the second time, and this will keep on repeating until this condition is okay. Till this condition is true, the same block of code will be keep on executing multiple times. Once this condition becomes false, then it will come out of this while loop iterative statement. Till this condition is true, it will keep on executing the same block of code multiple times, and when the condition becomes false, finally it will come out of this while loop iterative statement. Okay, this is how okay the while loop iterative statement works. And also, as you can see in this diagram, guys, as you can see, when this while loop iterative statements start executing, if the condition is initially false, okay, if the condition is in the initial itself the condition is false, okay, then it will directly come out of this while loop, guys. Okay, it will not even execute this block of code even one time also. Okay, the first go itself the condition is false, then this code will be skipped. This block of code will be skipped if the condition is in the first go itself the condition is false. It will come out of this while loop without even executing this block of code. Okay, this code will only be executed when the condition is true. So the condition will be checked first, guys. If it is true, then only this block of code will be executed till the condition is true. Otherwise, it will come out of this. So in the initial go itself, if this condition is false, then it will directly come out of this while loop without even executing this block of code even a single time. So this is how, guys, the while iterative statement works. Okay, hope you understood how this while iterative statement works, and what is the purpose of this while loop iterative statement in Java, and how it works and all based on the condition, initial condition. Okay, so to make your understanding more clear, guys, and more better, I'm going to give you or practically demonstrate some examples on this while loop iterative statement. Okay, I have collected few examples on the while loop iterative statements. So after you go through all these examples and my practical demonstration of all these examples, you will get more clarity on this while iterative statements, guys. Okay, so let's get started with the practical demonstrations for this while loop iterative statement in Java. So let's start with the first one, that is demonstrate the while loop when the condition is always true. Okay, so when the condition is always true, then the loop will be iterated infinite number of times. For example, here, guys, in this diagram, okay, if this condition is not going to become false at any point of time, what will happen, guys? The condition is true, so the block of code will be executed. Again the condition is true, it will keep on executing, guys. Okay, because the condition is not going to turn false, so it will turn into an infinite loop. Okay, it will keep on executing like this, while condition, block of code, then while condition, again block of code. So there is no chance that condition will become false. So the program will be stuck here itself, and it will stuck in the infinite loop like this. Okay, it will keep on executing the same block of code infinite number of times. So that will happen. That I'm going to demonstrate, guys. Okay, if the condition is always going to be true, what is going to happen? The loop will be iterated infinite number of times, and the condition is always true. Let me demonstrate it. Okay, so here I will say int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6. Okay, int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6. Let's say. Now if I say, if a is less than b, if a is not if, guys, here in place of if I will say while. Okay, while a is less than b, I'm demonstrating the while loop iterative statement, guys. So I have to say while. While will have this condition. The syntax for the while will be like this: while and some condition, Boolean expression, which will result in either true or false. Should be there here. And this is a block of code, right? Here also same thing is there. While is there. While loop iterative statement is there, and it has some condition. It is nothing. This condition is nothing but Boolean expression, which will result in either true or false. Okay. This expression will return in true or false, and this is a block of code, guys. Here I will print something. Okay, I can write any lines of code here, guys. Okay, 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, your wish. You can write any block of code. System.out.println, and I will say, I'll give anything. I can say anything here. qfox.com, let's say. Okay, run this. So when I run this, what will happen? Let me show you. Before running, I will explain that. Okay, so here a is 5 and b is 6. So 5 less than 6 is true. This Boolean expression is resulting in true. So this block of code will be executed. The block of code inside this while loop iterative statement will be executed. That is this system.out.println qfox. So qfox.com will be printed in the output console. Okay, it will be printed when you execute it. But after that, after executing this block of code for one time, so now the control will again come back to this while condition. Again the condition will be verified for the second time. A less than b. Here 5 less than 6. True or false? Again true only, guys. So again it will enter into this loop, and again it will print qfox.com in the output console. Then again the control will come back to this while a less than b. Again this condition again will become true because 5 is again less than 6. That is always true. So again it will print qfox. So it's not going to end, guys. It's keep on repeating because this condition is not going to be false at any point of time because a less than b. 5 is always less than 6 only. Okay, this is not going to change. So this loop will be iterated how many times? Infinite times, guys. Okay, it's not going to stop. Let me show you practically the same. Okay, let me practically demonstrate and show you the same, guys. So right click on this demo.java and say run as Java application. Observe that. You see my cursor, the sidebar is blinking because it's keeping on printing. Okay, it's not going to stop. The programming is still executing. Okay, the program is still executing, and you see qfox.com is getting printed like anything infinite times, guys. It's not going to stop. Even though you wait for this to stop for entire day, it is not going to stop because it is an infinite loop, guys. This program is not going to stop. Okay, so how to stop it then? What is the solution now? Okay, since this program went into the infinite loop here, as you can see, it's keeping on printing qfox.com. Okay, it's not stopping. It's never ending. So how to stop this process? Okay, how to stop this program? There's we have to do it very forcibly, guys. Okay, we have to forcibly stop this program. You can see some red button here. You have to forcibly terminate this program. Okay, we have to switch off this program, guys. Otherwise, it will keep on running like this. Okay, so when you click on this terminate option, you see it stopped finally. Okay, the program has been switched off. Then only that infinite loop will stop. Otherwise, it will keep on printing, guys. So if the condition is always true, what will happen, guys? This loop will be executed infinite times. Okay, until you forcibly terminate the or turn off the program. Okay, so this is one example of the while loop. Okay, while loop iterative statement. What will happen when a condition is always true? You have understood it now. Now I'm going to demonstrate the second example where demonstrate the while loop when the condition is false. Okay, what if the condition is false? Let's say if I say a greater than b. Okay, so what will happen here, guys? The condition, this Boolean expression or condition is resulting in false. This loop will not be executed even one time also. Okay, by default, if the condition is false in the initial code itself, the condition is false. This loop, this block of code is not going to be executed even one time also. Okay, you see what will happen? Let me show you. Here 5, A is 5, 5 greater than 6. True or false? Is 5 greater than 6? Wrong. That's not correct. So it will result in false. While false, the condition is false, we'll come out of this while loop, guys. So this block will not be executed, it will be skipped. This block will be skipped because this condition has resulted in false. So nothing will be printed, guys. When you run this, right click run as Java application. You see, in the output console, nothing got printed. Nothing will be printed, guys, because the condition is by default false. There's nothing going to be printed here. Okay, A greater than B is by default false. So this while loop iterative statement will not be executed. The block of code of this while loop iterative statement will not be executed even single time also. Okay. So this is what you have to understand as part of the second example. The condition is in the initial code itself, it is false. Then nothing, the loop will not be executed even one time also. Okay. But if the condition is always true, but if the condition is always true, then infinite times. The condition is in the initial code itself false, the loop will be skipped. The block of code inside the while iterative loop statement will be skipped. It will not be executed even one time. Okay. So that is as part of the second example. Now the third example, guys, demonstrate the while loop where the condition is initially true and after few iteration is turned false. Okay. So initially the condition is going to be true, and after a while, after a few iterations of after few multiple loop iterations, the condition is going to become false. So how this is going to work? Let me demonstrate. So for this, I will take a different example, guys. That is, I will say int I is equal to 0. Okay. While I will give a condition, guys. While I is less than 3. Okay. The current value of I is 0, guys. Okay. The integer literal 0 got stored into this variable I, and here in the while condition I said if I when I is less than 3, then only go inside this while loop. Okay. So here I will say system.out.println. I will print the same thing like qfox.com. Okay. So before initially the condition is true, guys. Okay. If the condition is true here, initially the condition is true. That is 0 less than 3 is true. While true, it will go inside. So if I run this, guys, this will go into infinite loop because this condition is going to be always true. Let me show you what will happen. 0 is assigned to the I. So here 0 less than 3. True or false? 0 is less than 3 is correct. So true. While the condition is true, we will go inside this while block. Okay, while loop. And this system.out.println will be executed. So qfox.com will be printed in the output console. Okay. Once this block is executed, again the control will go back to this condition. Okay. Once this block of code is executed, the control will go back to the condition. Then again, what is the value of I? Again, the value of I is again 0 only. 0 less than 3. Again true. Again, this qfox.com will be printed. Now again, condition will be checked. I is all again 0 only. 0 less than 3. So it will keep on repeating and it will enter into the infinite loop. Okay. Sorry. So right click on this demo.java and say run as Java application. As you can see, infinite loop. Okay, it will keep on printing. It will never stop, guys. We have to forcibly terminate this or turn off this program. Okay. Now, how to overcome this problem of this infinite loop? So this value of I should not be 0 every time. Okay. If it is always 0, this condition will result in true always. So instead, I will have to change the value of I. Okay. If I change the value of I, at some point of time, this condition will fail. Okay. If I is always 0, 0 less than 3 will always be true, guys, and this while loop will be into the, what will happen? Infinite loop. While loop will enter into the infinite loop. Instead, if I change the value of I, okay, so that this condition is going to fail, or it is not going to, it results in false. Okay. Let's say if I say plus plus I here. Okay. You remember, right, in one of the previous video, I explained this operator, increment operator. Okay. I'm using it here with the variable I. Okay. Now let me demonstrate what is going to happen. Okay. So when you execute this program, the execution will start from the main method, and inside the main method we have int I is equal to 0. 0 will be assigned to the variable I. So here while the condition will be checked initially, guys. So here I is 0, guys. 0 less than 3 is true or false. 0 less than 3 is true, guys. If this is going to be true, this while block is going to be executed. So qfox.com will be printed here. That's fine. After this qfox.com got printed here, then immediately this statement will be executed. That is plus plus I. What is plus plus I, guys? The value of I will be incremented by 1. Okay. So here I value is currently 0. Now plus I, what will be the value of I after this statement? It will be 1, guys. The value of I will be incremented by 1. So 0, I will become 1, guys. I will become 1. So after this loop block got executed, again the control will go here. What is the current value of I, guys? After incrementation, the current value of I got promoted from 0 to 1. So 1 less than 3 is again true. 1 less than 3 is again true. So this block will be again executed. So qfox.com will be printed for the second time. Now plus I will be promoted from 1 to 2 now. Okay. The current value of I is 1. So it will be incremented by 1. So it will become 2. Okay. Now the control will come back here. Now current value of I is 2. 2 less than 3 is true or false? True again. Again qfox.com will be printed. Now after printing that, again the value of I will be promoted by 1. That is, it will I value will change from 2 to 3. Okay. Now control will come here. So 3 less than 3, true or false? 3 is not less than 3. 3 is equal to 3, but 3 is not less than 3. So this condition is going to become false, guys. Okay. It will return false now because it's not correct. 3 is less than 3 is not correct. So it will come out of the while loop. So this qfox.com will be printed how many times? 3 times. Until this value of I becomes 3, this loop will keep on executing, guys. Okay. Until this condition becomes false, when I value of I became 3, okay, this came out of this while loop. This how, guys, we can, okay, we can play with the while loop. So initially the while condition was true, and after a while the while condition became false. Okay. So you see qfox.com got printed 3 times. 3 times. Until this I became 3. Till this I became 3, the condition was always true. Okay. Once this value of I got promoted to 3, this condition failed and we came out of the while loop. So this is the third example, guys. Demonstrate the while loop where the condition is initially true. Condition is initially true, and after few iterations is turned false. Okay. After few iterations, it is turned false, which I showed you. Okay. The loop will be executed. The loop, this while loop will be executed until this condition is true. Once it becomes false, we'll come out of the while loop. So this loop body got executed how many times? 3 times. That's the reason we got this qfox.com printed 3 times. It got printed 3 times, guys. Okay. So we have executed the same set of code multiple times until this condition became false. We have executed the same code set of code multiple times using this while loop iterative statement. This is how, guys, this is actually purpose of this while iterative statement in Java. Okay. So these examples will be enough, guys, but out of curiosity, I would like to demonstrate more examples. Okay. So if you understand these 3 statements, that will be enough. Okay. If you understand these 3 statements, that will be enough. You can play with the while loop, while iterative statement already. Okay. You can play with it. You can change the stuff. Like for example, I will say I is equal to 3. Okay. I is equal to 3. And I will say I less than 0. I am making it reverse, guys. Okay. I'm just making this program a reverse kind of thing. Like currently I'm giving I value as 3. Now I less than 0. Okay. So sorry, I greater than 0. Okay. I have to give I greater than 0. So 3 is greater than 0. Fine. System.out.println qfox.com. Here I will say minus 1. Okay. Decrement operator I am giving. Instead of increment, I am giving decrement. How this program works, guys? Here the current value of I is 3. 3 greater than 0 is true or false? True. So it will be printed for the first time. Okay. After that, minus I. So the current value of I is 3. It will be decremented by 1. So 3 minus 1 is 2. I current value of I is 2 now. 2 greater than 0. Again true. So qfox.com will be printed. Now minus I. Current value of I is 2. 2 minus 1 is 1. So here I will become 1. 1 greater than 0 is again 2. So qfox.com will be printed. Again when it comes here, so the current value of I is 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0. Now the value of I is 0, guys. 0 greater than 0 is false. Not correct. 0 is equal to 0, but 0 is not greater than 0. So it will come out of the while loop. So like this, guys, you can play with the while loop. Okay. You see, it got printed 3 times. So like this, I'm going to give more examples, guys, now. Okay. What I'm going to do is instead of printing this qfox.com every time, okay, let's say here I is equal to 0 and I less than 10, I will say. Okay. I less than 10. System.out.println, the value of I is, I will say plus I. Okay. This variable I am printing here. The value of I is plus I. This variable I am printing here. The value stored in the variable I will be printed. Okay. Along with the string literal, the value stored into the variable I will be printed. So here I will say plus plus I. Okay. Or I plus. I can give anything, guys. I plus plus or I plus plus I. Anything will work here. Okay. So what will happen when I run this program, guys? Initially the value of I is 0. 0 less than 10. True or false? True. So the value of I is, current value of I is 0, guys. So the value of I is 0 will be printed in the output. Then I will be incremented by 1. So now I became 1. 1 less than 10 is true again. The value of I is 1 will be printed. Then I will be promoted from 1 to 2. 2 less than 10. Okay. The value of I is 2 will be printed like that. Okay. Like that. When the value of I becomes 10, 10 less than 10 is false. It will come out of the while loop, guys. Okay. Let's run this. And run is, you see the value of I is in the initial iteration when you executed the initial first run, the value of I was 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 till 9, 0 to 9. Okay. When I value became 10, guys, when the I value became 10, 10 less than 10 is false, so it came out of the while loop. Okay. So this is how, guys, you can practice while loop. Okay. Don't just listen to these videos, guys. You have to practice at the end. You have to practice. Okay. You have to practice all these examples by your own. You should get the same results, and you should get the confidence of using the while loop iterative statement on your own. Okay. If you are a beginner and all, then you should not actually watch and just go through the other things. Okay. So you have to practically practice each and every example that I am demonstrating here on your own, guys. Okay. Then only things will work out and your confidence will rise. Otherwise, it will not be of no use. Okay. It will be of no use. So the next another curious example that I would like to give is finding the mid value of 1 and 11. Okay. Finding the mid value of 1 and 11. Okay. So let me show you. So int I is equal to 0. How to find the mid value of 1 and 11? Finding the mid value of 1 and 11. Okay. So what I will do is I will assign this value 1 to one variable and 11 to another variable. Let's say int I is equal to 1, comma j is equal to 11. Okay. How to find the mid value, guys? So what exactly is the mid value? Let's find it out. So here we have 1, 2, 3, or else I will give some different way. 1, 2, 3, 4 till 11 I have to write, guys. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Let's say this has the different values and we have to, in this range of 1 and 11, I have to find the middle value. Okay. So if I complete this one, this I have to mark this 11 as complete. Then 2, then other side we have 10. So we are actually reaching the mid value. Okay. By doing so, 3, then 9 on the, if I have to select one value, here also I have to select another value. Okay. So 4, then here 8, then 5, here 7. So what is the mid value, guys? So what is the mid value? The mid value is nothing but the 6, guys. Okay. If you give these numbers 1 and 11, and if you have to find the mid value 6, how to find this mid value 6 using this while loop iterative statement in Java? So for that, guys, I am going to give you an example. Okay. I am going to practically demonstrate that. So to find the mid value of I and j, that is 1 and 11, okay, which are stored in the I and j variables. Okay. I have to use a while loop like this. While, okay, while I have to say while plus I have to increase the value of I by 1, right? Here I am going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm increasing. But here 11 minus 1, 10. 10 minus 1, 9. 9 minus 1, 8. 8 minus 7, 6. 7. 7 minus 1, 6. Here, but on this right side, we have 1 plus 1, 2. 2 plus 1, 3. Here increment is happening. Here decrement is happening. So I have to implement the same logic, guys. I have to first increment, okay, while I plus plus, okay, while I plus plus, is less than minus minus j. Okay. Here, as I mentioned, guys, I am incrementing the 1 by 1. Okay. Every time I will be incrementing the I value by 1. Here 1. Initially, the value of I is 1. I will be incrementing this value by 1. 1 plus 1 will become 2. 2 plus 1 will become 3, like that. Okay. The value of I need to be variable I need to be incremented because it has a value 1. But coming to the j, the variable j is holding the value 11. So it has to be decremented every time. 11 minus 1, 10, 10 minus 1, 9, 9 minus 1, 8, 8 minus 1, 7, 7 minus 1, 6. Okay, like that. So this has to be decremented. So till this value of I is less than, okay, j. That means, for example, here, as you can see, 1 is less than 11. Okay, in the initial, 1 is less than 11. That is true. So it will go inside the while loop. So here, guys, I will not provide anything here. Okay, I will make it blank. There is no statement inside this while block, guys. So after this while block, I will simply say system.out.println. The mid value of 1 and 11 is plus I. You can give either plus I or plus j. You can give anything. Okay. So what's happening? How this program will work? Okay. So you have to understand this logic, guys. The current value of I is 1. The current value of j is 11. Plus I means the value of I will be incremented by 1. That is, I will become 2. And here minus minus j, decrement operator j. So 11 will become 10 here. Okay. So 2 less than 10. True or false? True, right? 2 is less than 10 is true. So it will go inside the while loop where nothing is there. Again, the condition will come here. Again, the control will come here. Now the current value of I is 2. So it will be incremented by 1. So it will become 3. The current value of j is 10. So it will be decremented by 1. It will become 9. Okay. 3 less than 9. True or false? It's still true. Again, nothing will be there and it will come back again here. Okay. 4 less than 8. True or false? True again. Then I will become 5. 5 less than 7. 5 less than 7. True or false? True again. Now I will become 6. 6 less than 6. Okay. 7 minus 1 is 6. Okay. 6 less than 6. True or false? Is 6 less than 6? No. 6 is equal to 6. Now it will come out. The current value of I is 6 and current value of j is also 6. When the current value of I and j is 6, it came out of this while loop, and you can either print the value of mid value of 1 and 11 is I or j. Anything you can print, guys. If you print I also, the same result you will get. If you print the value of variable j also, you will get the same result. That is, the mid value 6 will be printed. Okay. So right click, run as job application. The mid value of 1 and 11 is 6. Whatever the result we are expecting, that happened. So this is how, guys, we have to use while loop. Okay. So this is one of the example of logic example where it solves a problem like it will find the mid value of 1 and 11. Okay. If you have to find the mid value of 1 and 11 using the while loop iterative statement, you have to use this logic, guys. And one more addition to this, guys, since there is nothing inside this while block. Okay. This while statement is there, the condition is there, but inside this while block, do you see anything, guys? There is no statement inside this. So in such kind of cases, guys, you can remove the starting and ending curly braces and directly put a semicolon here. While plus I less than minus minus j, put a semicolon. This is same as this one. Okay. If you have an empty while block, okay, if you have an empty while block, instead of this, you can put like this. This is also same. Okay. The while block is empty, you can directly put this shortcut, guys. Instead of providing the starting and ending brace and don't write, I'm not writing anything, you can simply put a semicolon here. So this is nothing but that empty while block having this condition verified. Okay. Only the value of I and j will keep on changing until they find the mid value. So when they reach the mid value, when you print either I or j, it will print 6, guys. So let me print the j also. If I print j, the same result you will get. Right click, run as job application, you'll get the value 6. Okay. So guys, this is all about the while loop, while loop iterative statement in Java. So that's it. In the next video session, I'll explain the next iterative statement, that is do while iterative statement. Okay. The next video, I'll explain the next iterative statement in Java. That is do while iterative statement. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 62 of Java for Testers series. That is do while iterative statement. So there are some statements in Java, guys, known as flow control statements, and these flow control statements can be categorized into three types, like selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. And under these iterative statements, we have different iterative statements like while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop. Okay, these are the four different iterative statements we have under this flow control statements in Java. In the current video session, I am going to explain this second iterative statement of this flow control statement, that is do while statement. So guys, let's get started. So do while statement is one of the iterative statements. This do while statement is one of the iterative statement which falls under this flow control statements. Okay, which fall under this flow control statements. And how and what is the purpose and how to use this do while iterative statement? Let's find it out. Okay, so do while loop works similar to the while loop, guys. In the previous video, I already covered this while statement, while iterative statement, or while loop iterative statement. This do while also works similar to this while loop iterative statement. Okay, do while also works similar to this earlier previous video explained while loop iterative statement. Okay, so but guys, the block of code will be executed at least once, even after the condition is false. So what does that mean? Okay, let me take you to the differences between the while iterative statement and do while loop iterative statement. Okay, what is the difference? So in the while iterative statement, if the condition, okay, the condition will be something like this, guys, while condition. Okay, if the condition in the first execution itself, okay, in the first execution of this while loop itself, if the condition fails, in this case, guys, this block of code will not be executed. That means the while loop will be executed 0 times. The condition fails initially, this block of code in the while loop will not be executed, guys. So 0 times of execution is possible here. Coming to the do while loop, okay, the do while loop syntax will be something like this. Okay, let me write down here do, and there will not be any condition initially, guys. You see the condition is there at the beginning, guys. Here in the while loop the condition is there at the beginning, but in the do while loop the condition will be there at the end like this. Okay, this is do while, guys. We have to put a semicolon also here. Okay, so here as you can see, what is the difference between the while and do while? Here the first difference you can see is the condition is there at the beginning. Okay, here in the while loop the condition is there at the beginning, but in the do while loop the condition is there at the end. Okay, the beginning and at the end. So since the condition is there at the beginning in the while loop, if the condition fails in the first go itself, this block of code, okay, if there is some block of code inside this while loop, that will not be executed, guys. Okay, this block of code will be inside this while loop will be skipped. That is 0 times of execution is possible. But here, guys, there is no condition. You see this do while loop, this body of this do while loop doesn't have the condition at the beginning. That means without any condition is being verified, we will enter into the loop. Okay, we'll enter into the loop, and whatever the code that is there in this do while loop will be executed first. Then only the condition will be checked. If the condition is false, we'll come out of the do while loop. That means here, even after this condition is failing, the execution count will be 1 time. Okay, at least 1 time the do while loop will be executed even after this condition is false. Okay, but here if the condition is false in the beginning, the loop will not be executed. That is 0 times of execution is possible. But here, even after the condition is failing in the beginning, the loop will be executed at least 1 time. So this is how the do while loop is different from the while loop, guys. The while loop, the condition will be there at the beginning, whereas in the do while loop, the condition will be there at the end of the do while loop. Okay, since the condition is there at the beginning of this while loop, okay, if this condition fails, this block of code inside this while loop will not be executed. That is 0 times of execution will happen. But here in the do while loop, if the condition is failing in the beginning, since the condition is there at the end of the do while loop, first we will enter into the do do while loop without verifying this condition, which is at the end. And once the loop execution is done, then condition will be verified. If it is false, will come out of the do while loop. So here one time execution is minimum. Minimum do while loop will be executed one time, guys. Okay, do while loops will be executed at least one time, but here 0 times is possible. So this is the main difference between the while loop and do while loop, guys. Okay, so do while loop works similar to the while loop, but the block of code will be executed at least once even after the condition is false. Okay, even after the condition is false here. Okay, the block of code inside this do while loop will be executed at least once. At least once the block of code in the do while loop will be executed, guys. Okay, that's how the do while loop and while loop are different. And unlike while loop, do while loop tests the condition after executing the code in the loop body. Here, guys, in the while loop, first the condition will be verified, then only this block of code will be executed. But here in the do while loop, first the block of code will be executed, then condition will be verified. Reverse will happen, guys. Here condition, then the block of code. But here block of code, then condition. Okay, first block of code will be executed in the do while loop, then condition will be verified. Okay, let me show you a flow diagram here to understand this do while loop. Okay, in detail, in more detail. So this is how the do while loop looks like, guys. As you can see, the execution starts from here, and you see the condition is not verified here. In the while loop, the condition will be verified first, but in the do while loop, here directly we got the block of code inside this while loop. Okay, do while loop. So here block of code will be executed in the do while loop, and then once the block of code in the do while loop is executed, then we'll go to the while condition. The condition is true, again we'll go to the same block of code, and again we'll come to the condition. Again it is true, it will go again. So the same block of code will be executed multiple times, and finally when the condition is false, then we'll come out of this do while loop. But here, guys, since there is no condition at the beginning of this do while loop, the block of code will be executed at least once, guys. Okay, so let's say your execution has started here and your block of code in the do while loop has been executed here. Now if this condition becomes false, it will come out of this do while loop immediately. But here at least once the block of code got executed. But what if the condition is true? Then the same block of code will be executed multiple times until this condition becomes false. Okay, till this condition is true, the same block of code in the do while loop will be executed multiple times, similar to the while loop. Okay, so these are the differences between the while loop and do while loop in Java, guys. Okay, hope you understood. And one more few more things to understand about this do while loop or while loop is that, okay, do while loop condition should be of Boolean type. This is same, guys. Okay, in while loop also the condition should be of Boolean expression. Okay, should result in the Boolean result, either true or false should be resulted out of this condition in the while loop. The do while loop also same thing should happen, guys. The result of this condition or this Boolean expression should be of true or false should be the result of this condition. Here and here are the same things. Okay, either the condition should result in true or it should result in false. Here also the condition should result in either true or it should result in false. Okay, Boolean expression, Boolean value should be resulted as part of that result of that condition. Okay, same thing applies for while and do while loops. And coming to another difference between the while loop and do while loop, guys. In the while loop, okay, in the while loop, you see there is no semicolon here. Okay, you didn't put any semicolon anywhere here. While condition, starting brace and ending brace. This is the body of the while loop, and there is no semicolon here. Okay, but coming to the do while loop, it starts with the do statement and then open curly brackets and closing curly brackets, and you will have some condition here, while condition, and as you can see there is a semicolon here. Okay, let me show you clearly. There is a semicolon at the end of the while condition. Okay, here there is no semicolon here, guys, but in the do while loop we have a semicolon. Okay, this is mandatory, guys. Okay, you have to put the semicolon here for sure, but here you don't have to put the semicolon. You don't have to put the semicolon in the while condition, but here putting the semicolon is mandatory in the do while loop. So hope, guys, you understood what exactly is do while loop and how it is different from the while loop and the differences between the while loop and do while loop. Okay, in while loop the condition will come first, where in the do while loop the condition will come at the end of the do while loop. And here in the while loop there will not be any semicolon provided, should not be providing any semicolon with the while iterative statement. Where coming to the do while iterative statement, you have to provide the semicolon at the end of the do while loop. Okay, and here Third difference here in the while and do while is, in the while loop, as the condition comes first, if the condition is true, if the condition is false in the first iteration itself, then this block of code will not be executed even one time also. Okay, so 0 times execution is possible here. And here in the do while loop, as the condition is at the end, first the block of code will be executed, and then the condition will be executed. So at least one time the block of code will be executed, even after the condition is false in the first go. By that time, the block of code will be already executed. So one time execution is minimum in do while loop. Here, okay, here condition comes first, then only the block of code. Since the condition will fail, if the condition fails in the beginning itself, this block of code will not be executed. So these are all the different differences between the while and do while loop, guys. And as you can see here, we also have a syntax provided here, which I have already did here. I have written here the same syntax, guys. So do while loop will look like this. We'll start with the do statement, and then open curly braces, closing curly braces, and in between the statements code will be there, and while condition will be there, and it will end with a semicolon. Okay, the semicolon is also mandatory. Okay, if you remove this, you are going to get compiler error in Java. I'll show you that soon. Okay, so now guys, these are the theoretical explanation or at high level explanation of how the do while iterative statement works in Java, and the difference between the do while and while loop in Java. Now, to make your understanding more better on this do while iterative statements, let me take up some examples which I will be practically demonstrating. After that practical demonstrations, you will be able to understand do while iterative statements in a better way. So let's get started with the practical demonstrations of this do while examples in Java. So first, as part of the first example, what happens if this do while loop condition is always true? That I'm going to demonstrate. So the answer here is, our do while loop will be iterated infinite times, guys. Okay, if the condition is always true, if the do while condition, this particular condition, guys, this condition in the do while loop is, if it is always true, then this block of code will be executed infinite times. It will not stop, guys. It's never ending. Okay, let me show you that. So for that, I'll create two variables, guys. Int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6. Now I'll start writing the do while loop. Okay, so this is the syntax, guys. Do starts from here, do block starts from here and end here, and here while. Okay, and you can remove the space also, it's not a problem. Okay, do while, and in this I have to provide the condition, guys, which should result in either true or false. So for that I will say 5 less than 6. So a less than b I will give. Okay, a less than b, variable a is less than b. So here a variable a is 5 and variable b is 6. 5 less than 6, true or false? 5 is less than 6 is correct, so it will result in true Boolean value. And as I already said, this do while iterative statement should end with the semicolon symbol, right? Should end with the semicolon symbol. You see, the semicolon symbol is mandatory, guys. If you don't provide the semicolon symbol, you see, you are already getting a compiler error here, guys. It says that when you hover this on this compiler error, it says that since syntax error on token, this place there is some syntax error, it's saying. And what is that error? Semicolon is expected after this token, it is saying. You have to provide a semicolon, it is saying. When you provide the semicolon, as you can see, the compiler error has been disappeared. Okay. So this is the syntax of Java, guys, on how to use the do while iterative statement. Okay. The condition will come at the end of this loop, and there should be a semicolon also. And it will start with the do statement and it will end with the while, with a condition and with a semicolon. And in between this starting brace and ending brace, you can have your block of while loop. Okay, you can write anything. You can write some Java code like system.out.println. I'll try to print some qfox.com text. Okay, so this is one of the line of the code that is there in this do while loop. Okay, when you run this, what will happen? Before executing, I will explain you what is going to happen. Okay, so here this statement will be executed. So value 5 will be assigned to the variable a, and value 6 will be assigned to the variable b. Okay, now do loop will start here, and since there is no condition at the beginning of the do loop, okay, it will directly go into this block of code. Okay, and first it will print this qfox.com into the output console. Once this qfox.com got printed in this, then it will check the condition, guys. Okay, once the block of code is executed, then it will check the condition. So a less than b, 5 is less than 6, that's correct. So it will be true, guys. Since it is true, again it will, the same block will be executed for the second time, qfox.com. Okay, again it will come to the same condition, that is a less than b. Again 5 is less than 6, again true. Since the condition is true, again this do while loop will be executed again. So qfox.com will be printed for the third time. Like that, guys, since the condition will not turn false, okay, A is not going to be greater than B at any point of time. So 5 is always be 6. 5 is always less than 6. So it is always true. So this do while loop will be continuously executed like anything, and it will not stop. It's never ending, guys. It will go in go into the infinite loop. Okay, it will go into the infinite loop where it will not stop the execution, guys. Okay, if I run this, you see the qfox.com will keep on printing. Okay, the statement will be keep on executing, and you can see the qfox.com text in this println statement will be keeping on printing. Okay, it will not stop, guys. The program will not stop. Okay, our program has entered into the infinite loop now. So to overcome this problem, to stop this from being printed, only way is to turn off this program, guys. We have to shut down this program by forcibly or forcibly clicking on this terminate button. Okay, when you click on that, the program will shut down or turn off. Okay, otherwise this program will run day and night, guys. Okay, it will be in infinite loop. It will not end. It's never ending, guys. Even though you sit for 10 days, 20 days, it will keep on printing. Okay, so that kind of loop it has entered into. Okay, fine. So if the condition is always true, then this do while loop will go into the infinite loop. So in the second example, I'll explain what happens if this do while loop will be executed when the condition is false. Okay. So if this condition is false by default, okay, then this will be executed at least once, guys. Okay. Even after this condition is false in the beginning itself, this do while loop will be executed at least once. One time it will be executed. You can see that. So here I intentionally made a greater than b. That is 5 greater than 6 is false. So it will result in false. So anyhow, so when I run this program, when I execute this program, so the value 5 will be assigned to the variable a and value 6 will be assigned to the variable b. And after this is done, then it will go to the do loop. And since the do while loop block is coming first, content is coming first, okay, block of code is coming first, it will print the qfox.com first. Without any verification of this condition, qfox.com will be printed. Then it will go to the while condition and verify the while condition. Here a greater than b, 5 is greater than 6. That's not correct. So it will result in false. So it will come out of this do while loop. Okay, only one time this do while loop will be executed. Right click run as Java application. You see, qfox.com got printed one time, despite of being this condition being false, despite of being this while condition being false, this block of code got executed one time, guys. Okay. So this will not happen in the while loop, guys. This will not happen in the while loop. If this is the case of the while loop, it will be like this: a greater than b if I give, and if I say system.out.println, and if I say qfox.com, okay, here before the block of code, the condition is coming first. So here 5 greater than 6, false. So this block of code will not be executed even one time also. But coming to the do while loop, okay, coming to the do while loop, since the block of code comes first and the condition comes next, okay, this particular block of code will be executed at least once. Okay, at least once it will be executed, guys, despite of being this condition being resulting in false in the initial step itself. Okay, so that's the difference between the while loop and do while loop, as I already explained. Okay, at least once the do while loop will be executed despite of being the condition resulting in false, guys. Okay, that I demonstrated. Now I'm going to demonstrate the third example where initially the do while loop condition will result in true. After a few iterations, it will turn false. So such kind of example I'm going to take. So I'll take int I is equal to some 5. Okay, or I will say int I is equal to 0. Now I'll say do system.out.println qfox.com. In this condition, I will say I less than 5. Okay, I less than 5. So int I is equal to 0, do while and while I is less than 5. Okay, if I run this, this loop also will be iterated into the infinite loop, guys. Okay, it will not stop because I is always less than 5. The value that is assigned to the variable I is 0. 0 is always less than 5. Okay, the value of I is not changing here. In this code, whatever I provided here, initially the value of I got assigned as 0. Now after printing this qfox.com, when the condition is verified, I value will be 0. 0 less than 5 is again true. Again it will go here. It will print qfox. Again the value of I is not changing here, guys. It is still 0. 0 less than 5 is again true. So this will go into the infinite loop in the same way that I showed you. So let me show you. keep on printing. It will not stop, guys. It will keep on printing. It has gone into the infinite loop. I have to forcibly terminate here. Okay. Now, guys, how to overcome this problem? I have to say I plus plus here. Okay. After printing this qfox.com, I have to say I plus plus. I am using this increment operator here, guys, which will increment the value of I by 1. Okay. So in every loop, this I value will be incremented by 1, guys. So that's this particular incrementation will change the picture. So let me explain this particular code to you for now. The value 0 will be assigned to the variable I first. So the current value that is that I is holding is 0. Since there is no condition here, first this print statement will be executed. That is qfox.com will be printed first. Then the value of I will be incremented by 1. Okay. So the current value of I is 1 now. So this condition will be verified. That is 1 less than 5. True or false? True. So again this qfox.com will be printed. Now I value will become 2. 2 less than 5. Again true. So again qfox.com. Then now I will become 3. 3 less than 5. Still true. Again qfox.com. I will become 4. 4 less than 5. Again true. It will print qfox.com again. Then I became 5. 5 less than 5. It is false. Now it will come out of this do while loop. Okay. 5 is not less than 5. 5 is equal to 5. So it will become false. Return false and will come out of this do while loop. So initially the I value was like when the I value was like 0 to 4, the condition has resulted in true. But at later point of time when I value finally became 5, the condition became false and we came out of the do while loop. Okay. If I run this, you can see that qfox.com printed 5 times. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times it got printed, guys. Okay. Fine. Now let's say I want to print the value of the I also along with this qfox.com. I want to print the value of I. Okay, this value, current value of I want to print when this do while loop is going on. So I will say plus I. Okay, so I will make it colon so that it will not resemble wrong. So when I run this, right click run as Java application, you can see now the value of I is also get printing. Okay, so initially I is equal to 0. So when qfox.com, the value of I, that is 0, got printed here. Then I value got incremented by 1. I will become 2. So 2 less than 5 is true. So now qfox.com, the current value of I is what? Here I is 0, guys. Here I became 1. 1 less than 5. Okay. So the current value of I is 1. So in the next statement, 1 will be printed. Now 1 became 2. 2 less than 5 is true. So here current value of I is 2. So qfox.com 2 will be printed. Then I will become 3. 3 less than 5. qfox.com 3 will be printed. Okay. Then I'll 3 will become 4. 4 less than 5. So here 4 will be printed. And once 4 is printed, then I became 5. 5 less than 5 is false. So we came out of the do while loop. Okay. So this is how, guys, we have to use do while iterative statements in Java, and whatever the differences I explained with the while do while. Okay. Those are the differences, guys. And this is all about the do while iterative statement and how to use it in Java. That's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the next iterative statement in Java, that is for iterative statement. Okay, I'm going to explain the other iterative statement in Java, that is a for iterative statement. So under this iterative statements, we have while, do while, and for each. And now in the next video session, I'm going to explain the next iterative statement in Java, that is for iterative statement. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 63 of Java for Tester series, that is for iterative statement. In Java, we have different flow control statements, guys, and all these flow control statements can be further classified at a high level into 3 types, that is selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. And out of all these 3 different flow control statements, under the iterative statements, we have different iterative statements like while loop iterative statement, do while loop iterative statements, for loop iterative statements, and for each loop iterative statements. So these are the 4 different iterative statements we have under the flow control statements in Java, guys. And in the current video session, I am going to explain about this for loop iterative statement. So in the previous videos, I already covered how to work with or use the while loop iterative statement and do while loop iterative statements. The current video session, I am going to explain about this for loop iterative statements. So guys, let's get started. So what is the purpose? So what is the purpose of this for loop iterative statements? The same purpose, guys. The same purpose that I explained for this while and do while. For executing the block of code. For example, there is some code here. Okay, like this, there is some code, and let's say there is some code like this. Now I want to execute a block of code. Out of all this code that is there in the program, okay, I want to execute this particular block of code multiple times. I want to execute this block of code multiple times. So the execution of this block of code multiple times is possible with the help of for loop iterative statement also. The purpose of this for loop is to execute the same block of code multiple times. So till when this block of code need to be executed multiple times? Until a Boolean condition, okay, until a Boolean condition results in this Boolean condition either will return in true or false, guys. If it is true, it will keep on executing the same block of code. When this Boolean condition will return false, okay, when the Boolean condition of this for loop return false, then the execution will stop. Okay, till the execution is till the condition is true, the same block of code will be executed multiple times, guys. And when the condition becomes false, we'll come out of this for loop. Okay, this is how the for loop iterative statement works. The purpose is to execute the same block of code multiple times until the Boolean condition returns false. I'll explain you practically more about this statement soon, guys. Okay. So for loop is the most commonly used in Java, guys. Okay, is the most commonly by default people prefer to use for loop in Java. Okay, by default, if you have different possibilities like using the while loop, do while loop, or for loop, guys. Okay, out of all these loops, people prefer using the for loop most. Most of the cases, people prefer for loop. If there is specific requirement where for loop is not able to solve the problem, then only people will go for the while or do while loop, guys. Okay, most of the people by default will consider using the for loop. Why they most commonly why the for loop is most commonly used in Java, guys? As part of the iterative statements, for loop is the most commonly used. And why? What exactly is making the people use this for loop? Okay, to use it in most common way in Java. So it simplifies the things, guys. Okay, the answer is it simplifies the things. So if you go to this while loop, let me write down some while loop. While here I have to say int I is equal to some 0. Okay, if I say I less than 3, then I will say system.out.println. Okay, the value of I is plus I. All this code I have to write, guys, but it will become different when you come into the for loop. It will simplify this code. Okay, whatever I'm trying to explain now using the while loop, okay, this process will be simplified. This process will be simplified. So that is if I say I plus plus, okay, okay, when I run this will iterate, right? So this will work. But here, guys, as you can see, this initialization is done here. When you go with the while loop, the initialization is done separately. Okay, the initialization is done in a separate step. Now the condition I less than 3 is a condition, guys. This condition is there at a separate step, and this incrementation or decrementation, okay, is at a separate step. So like this, for initialization, for condition, for incrementation, we have to write multiple steps, right? Separate steps for each and everything. But when coming to the for loop, guys, this process will be simplified. Let me show you here. So before that, let me show you the syntax of the for loop. For loop will look like this, guys. Okay. For initialization is there inside the for loop itself. Here condition is there, separated by semicolon here. Okay, separated by semicolon. First one is the initialization. Second one is the condition. Third one is the increment or decrement section. Like that, all the sections are there in the same for loop itself. But coming to the while loop, initialization is done here, condition is there at here, and incrementation is there at here. Like the separate steps are there for each and everything, like initialization, condition, incrementation. But coming to the for loop, all the initialization, condition, and incrementation are at the same line. Okay, it's for loop simplifies the process, guys. Okay, it simplifies the process. That's the reason, guys, people prefer using the for loop in Java. Out of all other loops, people prefer writing the for loop in Java because it has the initialization, condition, and incrementation simplified because all are done at the same level, same step. Anyhow, I'm going to demonstrate for loop soon. Okay, till then, let's wait, guys. This is just for your understanding purpose. I just wrote the while loop syntax and all those stuff, okay, code and all those stuff. So before actually going to the practical demonstrations here, let's find out more details about this for loop, okay. So hope you understood for loop so far in at a good level. Now to make your understanding go to the next level, let me explain the for loop with the help of this flow diagram, okay, how for loop internally works. So with the flow diagram that is going to display here, I am going to explain the internal working of the for loop. So guys, for loop is going to work like this, okay. During the execution, when the execution come across this for loop, okay, this for loop will have some condition, okay. In the initial moment itself, you have a condition here. So if there is a condition, if the condition returns true, what will happen, guys? The same thing will happen. The same thing that used to happen with the while or do while, the same thing will happen with the for condition also. So firstly, the condition will be verified. If the condition results true, the block of code inside the for loop will be executed. And again, if the condition returns true, again the same block of code will be executed for the second time. Again, if the condition will return true, for the third time, the same block of code will be executed. Like this, guys, until this condition is true, till the condition is true, the same block of code will be executed multiple times. But okay, when the condition becomes false, we'll come out of this for loop. Okay, till the condition is true, we'll keep on executing the same block of code, and until the condition becomes false. When the condition becomes false, we'll come out of the for loop. So this is how, guys, the for loop works internally. Okay, first the condition will be verified, and in the same for loop, right, initialization will happen, incrementation will happen along with this condition. That is kind of different when compared to other loops. For loop has a initialization, condition, and incrementation, decrementation at the same level. So, but here, in order to proceed execution of this loop, the condition will be verified first. That is whether it is true or false. If it is true, it will keep on executing the same block of code, and once it becomes false, we'll come out of this for loop. Okay. So hope you understood for loop now. And this is the syntax, guys. For here, not only the condition will be there, along with this condition that is there in between. Okay, along with the condition that is there in between. On the left side we have initialization section, and the right side we have incrementation or decrementation section. So all the three things like initialization, condition, and increment or decrementation will happen in the same line. That's where for loop simplifies the programming way of initialization, condition, and incrementation as per the loops, iterative statements or loops. Okay, these are the block of code. Fine. Now, as you have now understood at a high level what exactly is a for loop and how it functions, now let me take you through few practical demonstration, okay, using which you will understand the for loop in a better way. Okay, how to use a for loop in a better way, you will understand after I practically demonstrate all the examples on this for loop, one after the another one. Okay, so guys, let's get started with the practical demonstrations on the for loop now. First thing, demonstrate the for loop when the condition is always true. So let me practically demonstrate what will happen, guys, when the condition is always true. For example, here in the flow diagram, if you can take this flow diagram, let's say if the condition is always true, if this condition of this for loop is always true, what will happen? The same block of code will be executed infinite times. The execution will not stop, guys. This keeps on executing. The execution will not stop. It will keep on executing as the condition will be always true. Since the condition will always be true, the execution of the same block of code will be happening non-stop way. That is infinite loop it will go into. Okay, it will not stop even 1 day, 2 days, 100 days, 1000 days. Okay, the execution will keep on continuing the same way. So that thing I'm going to practically demonstrate now. So for that I will say for int I is equal to 0. Okay, or I will say I will do a basic thing, guys. Okay, here in for loop I will put this 2 semicolons. So here initialization should be there, and here condition should be there, and here incrementation or decrementation should be there. Okay, and this is a for loop. And here I will say int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6. First I will write the condition, guys, that is a less than b. Okay. First I have written the condition, guys, a less than b, and since this initialization and decrementation or incrementation is optional, either you can write or you can ignore, guys. It's up to you. Okay. For I have not given the initialization, I have not given the incrementation or decrementation section, but guys, I have given the condition here as a less than b, a less than b. So what will happen now? What will happen now? So only condition is there, no initialization section, no increment, decrement and sections are there, guys. So here, if I say system.out.println, some text I will give qfox.com. Now, so if I give this text, let me give some more text here. The software testing tutorials. Let's give full string literal text. Now, how this execution will happen here? Okay, let's find it out. Let me explain before I practically execute here. Okay, so literal value, integer literal value 5 got stored into the variable a, and integer literal value 6 got stored into the variable b now. And here in the for loop, we don't have any initialization, so it will go to the condition now. In the condition we have a less than b, 5 is less than 6. It's true, guys. Okay, so it will go inside the for loop, and then it will print this thing, the output. Again, it will come back to the incrementation part, and this incrementation part is not there. It will go to the condition part now. After incrementation, it will go to the condition. So the flow will be something like this, guys. Initially, after assigning this value 5 to the a and 6 to the variable b, first thing that will be checked here in the for loop is this initialization part. Since there is no initialization here, initialization is empty in this example, so it will ignore now. And the second step is that it will come to this condition. So a less than b, 5 less than 6, true. Once the condition is true, it will go inside this for loop. It will print this text. Once this text got printed, the control will go to this increment decrement section, guys. Okay, last section in this for loop, that is increment decrement section it code. Since there is nothing inside this increment decrement section, then the control will go to this condition. Okay, it starts from here, goes to here, enters a loop, then goes to increment decrement section, then comes to this condition again. Okay, again a less than b, 5 less than 6, true. Again it will print. Again it will go to the increment decrement section. Then as there is nothing here, it will go to the condition section, 5 less than c, again it will print. Like this, guys, since the condition is going to be always true, okay, since the values of a and b is not going to change and this condition is going to be always true, this statement will be printed infinite times. Let me show you. Right click, run as Java application. You see, qfox.com, the software testing tutorials is keeping on printing, guys. Okay, it's never ending. So it's an infinite loop, guys. This program is never going to stop. So we have to forcibly stop this program. We have to turn off this program entirely, forcibly. For that, I have to terminate it. Okay, click on this button. It will terminate. Okay. So if the condition is always true, it will go into the infinite loop, which is also common with other loops like while loop or do while loop. If the condition is always true, they also go into the infinite loops. Right. The same thing applies with the for loop also. But in the second example, as part of the second example, what if the for loop, what will happen to the for loop when the condition is first in the beginning itself, the condition is false. Okay, if I give a greater than b here, what will happen? Here the value of 5 will be assigned to a and 6 will be assigned to b, and the for loop execution will start, and in that it will first verify the initialization section. As there is nothing inside the initialization section, it will go to the condition section. In the condition, it will verify the condition a greater than b, 5 greater than 6 is true or false. It's not correct, so it will return in false. Since it is false in the first instance itself, it will skip this for loop and it will come out of the for loop entirely. Okay, so nothing will be printed, guys. When I run this, you see nothing will be printed. Open this, you see nothing got printed here. So the for loop didn't get executed even one time also. The for loop didn't get executed even one time also when the condition is false in the first code itself. Now let's go to the third example, guys. Demonstrate the for loop when the condition is initially true and after few iterations has turned false. Okay. So for that, let me take another example, guys. I'll say something like this. I'll take the for loop for int I is equal to 0, I less than 5, semicolon, I plus plus. I'll give this statement. Okay. And this is starting of the for loop and this is ending of the for loop. In this for loop, I'm going to write a statement here. System.out.println qfox.com. Okay, the software testing tutorials. Like this, I will write. So how this program is going to be executed? Okay, initially the condition has to result in true. After a while, after few iterations or after few times of execution of this same block of code multiple times, then the condition should result in false. That's what is the requirement. So if you write some for loop statement like this, where initialization is done here, okay, you see the value 0 got assigned to the variable I in the for loop itself. Okay, and next thing is condition. Condition is also there here. This is initialization section where initialization of the I variable is being done, and this is a condition section where the condition is being checked whether to execute this block of code or not. That condition is being checked, and after the another semicolon in the last section we have the incrementation is being done here, guys. Okay, incrementation of the variable I is being done. So how this program will work? So when you run this code, okay, the control will go to the main method, and it will go inside the main method, and because the program execution in the Java will start from the main method, so the control will go start with the main method, and in the main method we have this for loop. So it will start here in the for loop, it will start here, and the first thing that it will do is it will initialize this variable I. The current value of variable I will be 0, guys. Okay, the first to go, when this program starts executing, the for loop starts executing, the first thing that will be done by Java is that initialization of this variable I. Okay, the variable I will be initialized with the value 0. Once this variable I got initialized with the value 0, the next thing that for loop will do is it will verify this condition. The current value of I is this 0. 0 less than 5, true or false? 0 less than 5 is true, guys. Okay, 0 less than 5 is true. So it is resulting in true. Since this condition is resulting in true, it will go inside this for loop. Okay, based on this condition, we will go inside the for loop. Execution will go into the for loop. And since we have only one print statement here, which says qfox.com, the software testing tutorials, this particular text will be printed into the output console using this print statement in Java. Once the block of code in the for loop got executed, the control will go from here to the last section of the for loop. Okay, that is incrementation section. So the value of I will be incremented by 1 here. So the value of I will become 1 here. Now after incrementation of this I variable is done here, the control will go to this condition next. Okay, so I is 1, 1 less than 5, true again. So again true, guys. Since it is true again, we'll go into the for loop again, the block of code of the for loop, and the same statement will be executed for second time. Then the control will come here, and from here, after this block of code got executed, the control will again go to the incrementation or decrementation section, like here. I plus plus is there. The value of I will become 2. Then 2 less than 5, true again. Okay. Then again the block of code will be executed. That this particular text will be printed. After this got printed, then I plus plus will happen. I will become 3. Then the control will go to this condition, 3 less than 5, again true. So again this block of code will be executed. After this block of code got executed, again control will come to the I plus plus. Now I will become 4. 4 less than 5 is again true. So since the condition is again true, the block of code will be executed. The statement will be printed. After that, the control will again come to the I plus plus. I will become 5. 5 less than 5. 5 less than 5 is false. 5 less than 5 is false. Finally, when the I value became 5, okay, this condition became false, and this block of code will not be executed and will come out of the for loop. So the starting point is here, guys. In the for loop, the starting point is initialization. The second step is condition, and after going to the for loop, then incrementation condition for loop, incrementation condition for loop. Like this, the for loop will be executed in real time, guys. Okay, when you run this code, you will see that the value, this particular text will be printed 5 times. Qfox.com software testing tutorial will be printed 5 times. Okay, starting from the I is 0 to I is 4, that is 5 times. This text will be printed. Okay, so along with this, guys, along with this text, I want to also print the value of I. In every iteration, I want to print the value of I. Okay, for that, I will say plus I. Okay, plus I, simply I will say plus I, guys. What will happen is, along with this text, the value, the current value of this I, that is either 0 or 1 or whatever it is in the as per the iteration, will be printed along with this text. So right click, run as Java application. qfox.com, the software testing tutorial 0. The first iteration, the value of I was 0. The second iteration, the value of I was 1. Then third, 2, fourth, 3. Fifth iteration, fifth time of execution, the value of I was 4. Okay, 0 to 4. Once the I value became 5, 5 less than 5 became false, and it became out of this for loop. Okay, fine. Now let me demonstrate the decrementation also. Okay, so I'll change this something different, guys. I will initialize this variable value, that is variable I with the value 5 itself. Instead of 0, I'm giving 5 here, and here I will give I greater than 0. Okay, I is equal to 0, I greater than 0. Here I will say I minus minus. Okay, I minus minus. I is equal to 5, I greater than 0, I minus minus. I'm just giving like this. and here I will print the value of I again. So let me explain how this program is going to work. Okay. So when you execute this, the control will, when the for loop is getting executed, the control will first come to this initialization section where the value for 5 integer literal 5 will be assigned to the variable I. Okay, this will happen first. Once the I is assigned with the value 5 here, then it will then it will go immediately to the condition. So here it will say I is current value of I is 5, 5 greater than 0 is true. So it will go inside this for loop and it will print qfox.com this text along with the I value, that is 5. Okay. After that, after this block of code got executed, the control will come to this incrementation or decrementation section. This is decrementation at the moment. Okay. I value will be reduced by 1, that is I will become 4. So now it will go to the condition now. So 4 is greater than 0, true or false. It is still true, guys. Okay. So since this condition is true, again it will go inside the for loop and it will print the statement kfox.com, the software testing tutorials, with the value, current value of I, that is 4 will be printed. First 5 got printed, in the second iteration 4 got printed. After this is done, again the control will go to this decrementation. I value will become 3. 3 greater than 0 is true. Again it will print this, the software testing tutorials kfox.com, the value 3 will be printed of I. Then again it will come here and it will go to this I minus minus. I will become 2. 2 greater than 0 is still true. Again it will print pfox.com software testing tutorials, the variable I value, that is 2 will be printed. Then after this is done, again it will come here I minus minus, it will become 1. 1 greater than 0 is true. So qfox.com software testing tutorials 1 will be printed. After that again it will come here I minus minus, I will become 0 now. 0 is greater than 0 is false, guys. So it will come out of the for loop. So this statement will be printed 5 times, and each time the value of I starting from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 will be printed. Right click run as Java application. Observe that same thing will happen. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 times this statement got printed. The same block of code got executed 5 times, guys. Okay. Okay, that is decrementation, guys. Here you see, instead of incrementation, I did the decrementation part. Okay. Okay. So next thing is that all the sections in the for loop are optional, guys. Okay, all the sections in the for loop are optional. If you don't give anything here, I have removed this initialization. I have removed this condition. I have also removed this incrementation or decrementation section also. Now in the for loop, guys, let me also clear out this I value because there is no I now. Okay, let me remove this. Okay. So guys, here you see there is no initialization, no condition, no incrementation or decrementation. Nothing is there here. When I run this code, guys, okay. So when I run this code, what will happen? Will this for loop will be executed? Yes, it will be executed, guys, for sure. Because these three sections are optional. It's not mandatory to give. Okay. If needed only, we'll write this initialization, condition and incrementation or decrementation section. Otherwise, we can ignore it. Okay. They're optional here. When the things are optional, by default, this condition is going to be true, guys. Okay. Just assume that when the things are optional, nothing will be there here, nothing will happen here, but this condition is going to be true by default. Even though you don't mention anything, by optional, you don't have to mention anything, guys. The condition is going to be true always. What will happen when the condition is true always? This block of code will be executed infinite times, guys. Okay, infinite times, because the condition is going to be true always. You see, infinite loop. It already went into the infinite loop, guys. This statement is getting printed infinite times. It's not going to stop. You have to forcibly stop the program, turn off the program. Then only it will stop. Okay. I have demonstrated this to explain you that these things are optional in for loop. Okay. If you don't give any initialization, condition, and incrementation, decrementation, nothing will happen, guys. Java will consider it. Okay. It's optional. Whether to give that sections or not is an optional thing in Java. And so let me demonstrate the declaration and initialization separately. One way of doing the for loop here is that I will declare this variable here, okay, int I. Then I will initialize the variable here, I is equal to 0, okay, I less than 3, I plus plus, okay. So here declaration is done here, guys. And in this for loop, initialization is done here. Okay, initialization of this variable I, that is value 0 got assigned to the variable I at this point, whereas the variable I got declared with the int data type at this point. Okay, when I run this, it will work, guys. It will work. Right click run as Java application. You see, the same block of code got executed 3 times. Okay, 3 times. So what if I don't want to declare this separately, guys? I don't want to declare this int I separately. Rather, I want to declare and initialize here itself. Declare and initialize here itself. Okay. So for that, I will simply say int I is equal to 0. So this initialization section will allow you to declare the variable here itself. You don't have to declare it here separately, guys. You can declare the variable and at the same time you can initialize also in the same for loop itself. Okay. So it's generally we prefer this method because okay, if you want to make this I globally, okay, then you have to declare here. But if you don't, if there is no such requirement, you can actually declare this variable I here itself. Okay. So let me show you what will happen. Okay. So here, if I say after, if I give some print statement here, system.out.println, and if I try to print the variable I, what will happen, guys? What is happening? In this case, what's happening? If I declare the variable I and initialize it inside the for loop, okay? Inside the for loop itself, if I declare the variable and initialize this variable I with some value, so if I try to print this variable I outside of this for loop, okay? If I try to print this variable I outside of this for loop, I'm getting a compiler error saying that I cannot be resolved a variable. The scope of the variable of I is up to here only, guys, okay? If I do the same thing inside, if I copy paste the statement inside this for loop, it will work. You see, the variable I is not giving any compiler error. When I run this, the value of I also will be printed here. You see, 0, 1, 2 got printed, 0, 1, 2. Okay. But if I move this statement outside of the for loop, I'm getting a compiler error because the scope of this variable I, which is declared in the for loop, is inside the for loop itself. Till the for loop also it's access. So if I have to resolve this error, guys, I have to declare it here like this. Okay, you can remove this declaration here since we already declared here. No need to declare again here. Okay, int I is equal to 0. You see I. Fine. So like this, it depends on you guys. When you want to print the variable I after this loop, if you want to print the variable I, then you have to declare this I outside. But if you don't need the value of I after the for loop, then you can declare the variable I here itself. Okay, it depends on your requirement, guys, in Java. Okay, you see. So after this for loop got iterated 3 times. The last value of I was 3. So here I got printed as 3, guys. Okay, I got printed as 3. So practice all this program, guys. Don't just listen to the videos. Okay, if you don't practice, you're not going to understand this for loop at all. Okay, so whatever the examples I'm giving, just practice each and every program on your own and get some results. Okay, then okay. So one more thing, guys. As you can see here, whatever it may be in int I is equal to 0. I will say here for now. I will clear this out and I will clear this out. So just focus on this for loop for now. Okay, as you can see, how many statements are there in the for loop, guys? Only one statement for now. You can write any number of statements here. Okay, if you have multiple statements, that's fine also. Okay, you can write as many number of statements inside the for loop. That's up to you. Okay, but guys, what if you only have only single statement inside this for loop? Is it mandatory to provide this opening and curly brackets? It's not required, guys. Okay, you can remove this. Okay, so just move this system.out.println in the second line. If this is in first line, it has to be in the next line itself. Okay, don't give any space here. Don't give space like this. Okay, just put it here like this. So if there is nothing, okay, if there is only one statement inside the for loop, this opening curly brackets and closing curly brackets are optional. Okay, you can either provide or not provide. The things, the for loop will work in the same way. If only one statement, no need of opening and closing curly brackets. Run this, right click run as Java application. Now you see this particular block of code, even though there is no opening and closing curly brackets, this statement got printed 3 times, got executed and printed 3 times. Okay, so this is all about the for loop, guys. Okay, this is all about the for loop iterative statement in Java. And as you can see, for our plan, I have to explain for each loop. In the next video, I have to explain for each loop, guys. But I'm not going to do that. Okay. In the current video session, I explained for loop. But in the next video session, I have to explain the for each loop, which I am not going to do. I'm not going to explain this for each loop in the next video session because for each loops works with other things like arrays and list. Okay. For each loop need to be used with arrays and lists in Java. If I have to explain this for each loop, I have to explain this with along with the arrays and lists, but have not already covered any arrays and list concepts for you so far. So far in the current video series, I didn't cover the arrays and lists so far. So what I'm going to do is, first in the upcoming videos, after covering this arrays and lists, I will explain you how to use the for each loop. Okay. While explaining the arrays, I will explain how to use for each loop with arrays, and while explaining the lists in Java, I'll explain how to use the for each loop with the lists. Okay. Till then, I'm not going to explain for each loop, guys. So coming to the iterative statements, I already covered while, do, while, for. But coming to the for each loop, I'm not going to explain immediately. I have to wait until this arrays and lists concepts come in this video series. Once these concepts come, during that time, I will explain the for each loop along with this arrays and lists. Okay. So what will be the next topic, guys? So the next topic is this one, transfer statements. So in the next video session, I will explain about the transfer statements, guys, by skipping the for each loop for now, as that need to be explained along with arrays and lists that are going to be covered in future. Okay, the future videos, upcoming videos. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 64 of Java for tester series, that is transfer statements. In Java, we have something known as statements known as flow control statements. Flow control statements. There are different flow control statements in Java, guys, and based on their behavior, different flow control statements at a high level can be categorized into 3 types. So one of the type is selection statements. Selection statements. Then we have something known as iterative statements. And the other one is transfer statements. So there are 3 different types of flow control statements in Java. Based on their behavior, we can categorize the flow control statements into 3 different types. One is selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. Okay. So what exactly are these transfer statements? What exactly are these transfer statements and how they are going to work? Let's say we have a sequence of code like this. Okay. Some programming code is there, and these are the different lines. These are the different lines, that is different lines of code here. Okay, multiple lines of code is there here, as you can see. Okay, now guys, while executing this programming code, when this particular third step, okay, during the execution of this third step, if the programming control directly takes from here to another step like this. Okay, so while you are executing this code, the program execution has started here, guys. Let's say the program execution has started here, and the first line of code got executed, and then the second line got executed, and while the third line is getting executed, okay, directly the program control went to this last but one line. Okay, now this line is getting executed directly. After this third line, directly the last but one line is getting executed, because this statement has transferred the programming control to another statement here. Okay, this programming code statement has transferred the control of the program to the last but one line statement. So such kind of behavior, okay, such kind of controlling of the statements, flow control of the statements will be done by the behavior of the transfer statements, guys. Okay, if you use the transfer statements, the programming control will jump from one line of the code to another line which is at the different position. Okay, so transfer statements are used to transfer the flow of execution from one block of code to a different block of code. So here the flow of execution has transferred from here to here, guys. Okay, so otherwise, if this without this transfer statements, after step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, like that, the program used to be executed. But because of this transfer statement in the third line, okay, the flow of execution has transferred directly from third step to last but one line. Okay, so that is the behavior of the transfer statements in Java, guys. Okay, what is the behavior? They will transfer the flow of execution of the program from one block of the code to another block of the code, which is at a different location. You see, this is at a different location of the program, and this is at a different location of the program, and suddenly the program flow of execution has transferred from this part of the code to this part of the code using this transfer statements. Using this transfer statements, this happened, guys. Okay, so then what are the different transfer statements we have in Java? What are the different transfer statements we have in Java which help us in transferring the flow of control from one block of the code to another block of the code? There are different transfer statements in Java, guys. One is break. Okay, break transfer statement. Then we have continue transfer statement. Then we have try. Then we have return, guys. Return transfer statement, and try, catch, and finally try, catch, and finally. These are the different transfer statements we have in Java, guys, using which we can transfer the flow of execution of the program from one block of the code to other block of the code. Okay. So break, continue, return, try, catch, finally. These are the different transfer statements we have in Java, using which we can transfer the flow of execution from one block of the code to another block of the code in the program. All these different transfer statements behave differently, guys. Okay. Break works in a different way, continue works in a different way, return works in a different way, try works in a different way, catch and finally works in a different way. And in the coming videos, I will explain how break will transfer the flow of execution from one block of the code to another block of the code. Okay, and continue like that, one after the another transfer statements I will explain as part of the upcoming videos. Okay, I already covered selection statements and iterative statements as part of the previous videos. They behave differently. Coming to the selection statements, based on the condition is true, a block of code will be executed, otherwise it will be skipped. Such kind of things are the selection statements. Coming to the iterative statements, the same block of code will be executed multiple times. With the help of these iterative statements, we can make the same block of code to be executed multiple times. Coming to the transfer statements, they transfer the flow of execution of the program from one block of the code to another block of code. So here program will jump from here to here. Okay, by skipping all these things, we are jumping in the program from here to here. Okay, one section of the program to another section of the program. If you want to travel, if you want to change the flow of the execution control, then we have to use transfer statements like break, continue, return, try, catch, and finally. All the statements which belong to the transfer, which are nothing but transfer statements, will be explained individually in the upcoming videos, guys. Okay. So that's all about the transfer statements, guys. Okay. There are different transfer statements in Java: break, continue, return, try, catch, finally. All these things I'm going to cover in the upcoming videos. Fine. The next video session, I will start explaining the first transfer statement, guys, that is break transfer statement. Okay. The next video, I'm going to explain this first transfer statement in Java, that is break transfer statement. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 65 of Java for Tester series, that is break transfer statement. In Java, we have different flow control statements, and based on the behavior of these different flow control statements, they can be categorized into three different types at a high level. And one of the type is selection statements, and then we have transfer statements, and here we can say iterative statements, and then we have transfer statements. So under this transfer statements, we have different statements under the transfer statements, that is break statement, continue statement, return statement, try, catch, and finally statements. So break, continue, return, try, catch, and finally. These are the different transfer statements we have in under the flow control statements in Java, guys. And in the current video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate this break transfer statement. So what is this break statement? What is this break statement? Break statement is one of the transfer statements. As you can see here, out of these different statements, okay, there are different transfer statements in Java, guys, like break, continue, return, try, catch, finally. So break is one of the transfer statements in Java, which falls under this flow control statements category, which fall under the flow control statements category. Okay. Break statement is one of the transfer statements which fall under the flow control statements. So what is the purpose of this break transfer statement? Okay. The purpose of the break statement is to come out of the statements, guys. So break statement actually works with three different statements. So you can use this break statement with either switch statements, loop statements, and labeled blocks. In Java, you can use this break transfer statement with switch statements, loop statements, and labeled blocks. Okay. So when this break statement will get executed, it will take you out of this switch statements, loop statements, and labeled blocks, guys. Okay. Let me take a small example. Okay. Let me take a small example. Let's say if I say int I is equal to 0. Okay. Int I is equal to 0 while I is less than 5. Here I will say system.out.println qfox.com. Then I say plus I. So if I run this program, what will happen, guys? This code, okay. So I have to increase the I also here plus I will say, or I plus anything I can say here. Okay. So how this loop statement will work? Initially, the value 0 will be assigned to the variable I. 0 is less than 5, true. Since it is true, guys, it will go into this while loop and qfox.com I will be printed. That is 0 will be printed. Then 1 will, and then I value will be incremented by 1. So 1 less than 5 is again true. So qfox.com 1 will be printed. Then I will become 2. Like that, guys, the loop will be keeping on iterated and multiple times it will be executed until I becomes 5. When I becomes 5, 5 less than 5 will be false and will come out of the while loop, right? So once you understand this program, I'll explain how the break statement will change this flow. Okay. You see, this same block of code got executed how many times, guys? 5 times. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3. When the value of I was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it got iterated 5 times. Now, what if I add a break statement here? Okay. What if I add a break statement here? Okay. Unreachable code it is saying. That's fine. Okay. So when the break statement is added here, it will come out of the while loop, guys. For example, if I put this break statement here, let's say, okay, or maybe at the bottom, let me put, otherwise it's giving some error. Okay. So let me put the break statement here. So what will happen, I will explain you here. Initially, the value of 0 will be assigned to the variable I. 0 less than 5 is true. So it will go inside this while block. First, qfox.com, the value of I, the current value of I is 0 will be printed. qfox.com, current value of I will be printed. Okay, this first line will be printed. After that, the value of I got incremented by 1. So I will become 1 from 0 to 1. Okay. After that, we got this, we have encountered with this break statement. So what this break statement will do? Break statement will break this while loop and will take you out of this while loop, guys. Okay. You see, once the I became 1, it will not be iterated again because there came a break statement at the end of the loop, guys. It will take you out of the loop. It will break the while loop and take you out of this while loop. Okay. When you run this, right click run as Java application. You see, qfox.com 0 is getting printed. We came out of this while loop, guys. So guys, we are able to come out of this while loop using this break statement. When the break statement got executed, it took us out of this while loop. Even though there are several other iterations left, still we got out of this while loop. Okay, you can even put out some print statement like this. Okay, you can even write some print statement out of this while loop so that you can understand what's happening here. Okay, so here I will say outside while loop. Okay, loop, and at the end of the program you can write anything, guys. So when I run this, you can see that, so here 0 will be assigned to the variable I. 0 less than 5 is true. First, this print statement will be printed. qfox.com 0, this kind of statement will be printed. Then the value of I will be incremented by 1. So I will become 1. From 0 to 1 it will become. Then immediately you got a break statement here. When this break statement gets executed, it will take you out of this while loop. Once you come out of this while loop, okay, this statement will be there. So it will be printed outside while loop and at the end of the program. Okay, when you run this program, you can see the same thing happening. You see qfox.com got printed. After this got printed, the break statement got executed and we came out of this while loop. Okay, so we can improvise this program a bit, guys. So instead of this normal break statement, by instead of breaking it directly, okay, instead of coming out of this while loop directly, I'll write something here. If the value of I is equal to 4, okay, when the value of I becomes 4, then break it. Okay, what will happen here? Let me show you. Okay, let me put some curly brackets here. Okay, so what happens here is, first initially the value of I is 0. 0 less than 5 is true. 0 less than 5 is true, so it will come inside the while loop. And first it will print qfox.come. The value of I, that is 0, will be printed. Okay. After that, the value of I will be incremented by 1. The current value of I is 0, so it will become 1 here. Now here it will verify whether the value of current value of I is 4 or not. Here 1 is equal to 4, will result in false. So this break statement will not be executed. Now it will go to the here, and again it will go to the condition. It will verify the condition now. The current value of I is 1. 1 less than 5 is again true. So qfox.come 1 will be printed. Then I value will be incremented by 1. So I will become 2 now. 2 is equal to 4 is again false. So this break statement will not be executed. Then again the condition will be verified. 2 less than 5 is again true. qfox.come 2 will be printed. Then I will be incremented by 1. I becomes 3. 3 is equal to 4 is again false. So this break statement will not be executed. Again 3 less than 5. Okay, 3 less than 5 is true. So qfox.come 3 will be printed. So here the value of I will be incremented by 1. So this 3 becomes 4 here. Now 4 equal to 4 is true. Since it is true, it will go inside this if block and break statement will be executed, guys. When the break statement gets executed, it will break the while loop. Entire while loop will be breaked. We'll come out of this while loop, guys. Okay. Once we come out of this while loop, the statement outside the while loop will be printed. So qfox.come 0, qfox.come 1, qfox.come 2, qfox.come 3 will be printed. Okay. So before this condition becomes false, we came out of this while loop using the break statement, guys. Okay. Right click run as Java application. You see up to 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Outside while loop. So like this, guys, break statement will break the while loop. The syntax of this break statement is break followed by the semicolon you have to keep. Okay. Fine. So here in this example, I took while loop, guys. So break statement not only works with the while loop, but also with the switch statements and loop statements. Okay. Break statement works with the switch statements, loop statements, and labeled blocks. I will practically demonstrate how break statement is going to work with switch statements, how break statement is going to work in the loop statements, and how break statement is going to work with the labeled blocks. Okay, fine. So break statement can only be used with 3 types of statements, that is switch statements, loop statements, and label blocks. So let me practically demonstrate it, guys. What are loop statements? We have different loop statements, while loop statement, do while loop statement, for each loop statements, right? Break statement can work with any of the loop statements, and that is iterative statement. And coming to the switch statements, it works. And coming to the labeled blocks, it will work. Okay. Let me practically demonstrate how the break transfer statement is going to work with the switch statements. In one of the previous videos, guys, where I explained how to work with the switch statements, switch selection statements in Java, I already used the break statement. Okay, this is not the first time I'm explaining the break statement, guys. In one of the previous videos where I explained the switch selection statement in detail, there I already explained about this break. Okay, but anyhow, as the context is demanding, what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain this break statement along with the switch statement again, guys. Okay. Break statement can be used to stop fall through inside switch statements, guys. Okay. So the switch selection statement will display something like this. Okay. The switch selection statement actually looks like this. Switch case, some value will be there. Okay. Case 1, case 2, case 3, and default. Okay. In each and every case, we have used break statement, guys. You see what happens if you don't use a break statement? I'll explain anyhow. Okay. In switch selection statement, we generally use the break statements. Okay. It is a common practice to use the break statements inside the switch selection statements, guys. So let's say in this example, guys, here value 2 is there. So here case 1, 2 is not matching with 1. So this case will not be selected. Here 2 is matching with this 2 of this case 2. So since this 2 is matching with this case 2, the statements inside this case 2 will be executed. So the statement will be executed, and then once this code inside this case 2 got executed, there came a break statement. This break statement will break this switch case and will come out of the switch case, guys. Okay. This is how the break statement works in the switch case. and is generally used in the switch case to make the switch case execute the required case only. If this break is not there, then all the cases will be executed, guys. Okay, all the cases that come after this case 2 will be executed. That is case 3, case default, and everything will be executed. Let me practically demonstrate so that you can understand how this works. Okay, outside switch case I will say here and at the end of the program, and before that I will write this switch case. Here I will say int a is equal to some 3 or 2 I will say otherwise. Okay, switch of a. Inside the switch case, I'll write different cases. Case 0 colon, okay, system dot out dot println, and I will write inside case 0, and here I'll use a break statement. This is a break transfer statement, guys. I'm using the switch inside the switch case. I'm using this, okay, break transfer statement. Now the next one is case 1. Here I'll write a sample print statement saying system dot out dot println inside case 1, and again I will break. Then case 2 colon system dot out dot println, okay, inside case 2. Okay, here I'll put a break statement here. Case 3 system dot out dot println, sorry, okay, inside case 3, and again I will break. You see, for each and every case I am putting a break statement here. There is a purpose why we have to put a break statement here, guys. Okay, so here I will give the value as 0 here. Better I will give the value as 0. Okay, so here I will give the default case system dot out dot println inside default block. Okay, inside default block. Now what will happen when I run this program? What will happen when I run this program? So 0 value will be assigned to the variable a will be 0, guys. This 0 is matching with this case 0. This 0 is matching with this case 0. So this statement inside this case 0 will be executed. That is, inside case 0 will be printed in the output. After that, immediately we got a break statement, and the break statement will be executed and will come out of the switch case. Okay, here whatever the value you put, that case should be executed. You put 0 here in the, if you store 0 into this variable a, case 0 should be executed. Okay, so let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. The case 0 should be inside case 1, case 0 got printed here. That means case 0 got executed and we came out of the switch case. What if I put 1 here? The case only 1, guys, not 1 0. If I store 1 into this variable a, here a will be 1, so it will match with the case 1, and only this case 1 code should be executed. So right click, run as Java application. You see, inside case 1, only case 1 got executed, guys, and we came out of the switch case. What if I put case 2? Here if I store value 2 into the variable a, so this a will be matching with this case 2, and only the code inside this case 2 should be executed, right? This is how the switch case should work. This is working as expected. But what if I store value 0 and I remove all these breaks? I'll remove the break statements, break transfer statements from the switch case. So if I remove all the break transfer statements from the switch case, and when I run this program, here we are storing the value 0 into this variable a. So 0 is matching with this case 0, and this statement will be executed. That is, inside case 0 will be printed. After that, after this statement got executed, there is no break statement here. As you can see, there is no break statement. So it will go to the case 1. Okay, even though you want the case 0 to be executed, after case 0 got executed, as there is no statement, fall through will happen, guys. Okay, fall through inside switch statement will happen here. That is a problem. Without break statement, after case 0, case 1 will also be executed. Even though your requirement is only case 0, after case 0 got executed, instead of coming out of the switch case 1 will also be executed, because there is no break statement of in case 0. And since there is no break statement in case 1 also, case 2 will also be executed, guys. So inside case 2 will be printed, case 1 will be printed, case 3 will be printed, and inside default block, everything will be printed, guys. Okay. Fall through will happen in the switch case, guys, without the break statements. If you run this, you see all the print statements will be printed. Okay, starting from case 0, case 1, case 2, case 3, everything will be printed because there is no break statement here. If you put the break statement here, appropriate case will be executed, and after that, the break statement will take you out of the switch case. So that actually makes the switch case work properly. Otherwise, fall through will happen in the switch case, and all the cases will be printed, executed. Okay, all the cases will be executed. So if you run this time, you see appropriate case only will be executed. Inside case 0 got executed and it came out. This break statement has taken you out of the switch case. So break statement plays a major role in the switch selection statements in Java. So guys, this is how the break statement, okay, stop the fall through inside the switch selection statement. And I already demonstrated how to use break statements inside the switch selection statements. Now I'm going to demonstrate this break statement with the loop statements. There are different loop iterative statements, you can say. There are different loop statements like while loop, do while loop, for each loop, right? So we can use the break statement to come out of all these different loop statements. So here, let's say I will write something here. Right, I will start with the while loop, guys. Int I is equal to 0, while I is less than 10. Okay, and I will write system.out.println fearfox.com colon, I will say plus I here, then I plus plus, then I will say break. Okay, so whenever this break statement is encountered, it will directly take you out of the while loop, right? You see, first 0 will be assigned to the variable I, 0 less than 10 is true, so it will print qfox.com 0. I value will be current I value is 0, so qfx.com I 0 will be printed here. Then I value will be incremented by 1, so I becomes 1. Then break. It will come out of the while loop, guys. Only one time the print statement will be printed. Right click run as Java application. You see, once the break statement is executed, it will come out of the while loop. Instead of executing this same set of code 10 times, only one time it got executed, guys. So to make it more proper, to make this break statement general, guys, we will not use the break statement like this. There is no purpose of using this, right? So intentionally breaking the while loop is not correct. Okay, without any purpose, if you break the while loop, there is no purpose, guys. So instead, in general real-time programs, if you come across any situations that you want to break, then you have to use a break statement. Let's say I will use a simple condition here. If I becomes 4, then break it. Okay, there should be some reason, guys, why you are breaking this while loop. Here, when the I becomes 4, I will break. I want to break. Okay, I'm not breaking while loop directly. When the I becomes 4, then only I'm breaking. So such kind of conditions should be there, guys. Otherwise, there is no use of breaking the while loop. Okay, even though you know the break statement will take you out of the while loop, but you should not break it directly, guys. Okay, maybe some XYZ condition occurs in your program. Okay, then only you have to break such kind of things. So in order to check that XYZ conditions, you have to use this if kind of conditions. Here in this example, I am using if I is equal to 4, then only break. Okay, so when I run this, right click run as Java application, qfox.com 0, qfox.com 1, qfox.com 2, qfox.com 3. Okay, after that, when I became 4, it has taken you out of the while loop. You see here, instead of iterating this while loop 10 times, okay, instead of iterating this while loop 10 times, only when the I became 4, then only it breaks, guys. That's the reason. So till 3 it got printed, guys. What if I give 6 here? You will get a different output. Till 4 you got this 3, guys. Okay. If you give 6 here, you will get up to 5. You see, up to 5 you got. Okay. If I give 8 here, up to 7 you will get. Okay. Right click run as Java application. Up to 7 you will get. Okay. Like this, guys. Whenever this condition is matching, then only it is breaking. Okay. It's better to break based on the condition, guys, rather than breaking the while loop or any other loop directly. Okay. So this is how we can use break statement. When this break iterative statement got executed, it will take you out of the while loop. Okay. Now the next one, do while loop. I'll simply change this do while loop. I will cut this from here. Control X. I'll put a do here. And at the end of this while loop, I will put this while, and with a semicolon I have to end. Okay, this is a do while loop, guys. So the same thing applies for the do while loop also. Based on the condition, I can break. If I give I is equal to 5 here, then only break. Okay, so what will happen? Let's find out. Let's run this. Right click, run as Java application. It will break when the I becomes y. Okay, so qfox.com 4 got printed. After that, the value of I got incremented by 1. That is I became 5. 5 is equal to 5 is equal to true. Then it goes inside this if condition and it will execute the break statement. When this break statement is executed, it will break the do while loop and will come out of this do while loop, and then this statement will be printed. That's what happened with the do while loop here. Now the next thing is about the for loop, guys. So the same example but for loop, guys. So I'll put some for loop like this. I'll remove this do. Okay, here I will say I will take out this int I is equal to 0 and put it here. Okay, I'll cut from here and directly paste it here. And here I have to provide the condition like I less than 10. Then here I plus plus I will take out from here and put it here. Okay, I'll remove this, and this is the code of the for loop. This is the for loop code, guys, and I have to remove the semicolon. Fine. So inside the for loop also I can use a break statement, and I am using the break statement instead of directly breaking. I'm using a condition and then breaking it. Okay. So if I put something like here, something like 9 here. Okay. What happens when this I value becomes 9? It will break. It will come out of the for loop. Okay. And the I value becomes 9, then it will come out of the for loop. So when I print this, it will print up to 8, guys. You see, up to 9 it printed. So there is a reason why it's happening here. So here high value is incrementing here. Okay, so I have to give a different number. Let's say I will give 4. Okay, high value is incrementing here. Okay, before the iteration starts, I will be incremented. So 4 times. Right click, run as Java application. Up to 4 it will be printed. Up to 4 it will be printed. So here how it will be executed? Int I is equal to 0. The value of 0 will be assigned to the variable I. Then condition 0 less than 10 will be true. Then we'll go inside this for loop. Then qfox.com 0 will be printed. This particular line will be printed first. Then if if I is equal to 4, 0 is equal to 4, not true. So it will not break. Then it will increment the value of I by 1. I will become 1 now. 1 less than 10 is true. qfox.com 1 will be printed. After that, 1 is equal to 4 is not true, so it will not break. I will become 2. 2 less than 10 is true. qfox.com 2 will be printed. Okay, after this is printed, 2 is equal to 4 is not true, it will not break. I will become 3. 3 less than 10 is true. qfox.com 3 will be printed here. Okay, after that 3 is equal to 4 is not equal, so it will not break. I will become 4. qfox.com 4 will be printed. Okay, qfox.com 4 will be printed. 4 equal to 4, it's true, guys. So it will go inside this if block, and this break transfer statement will be executed. And when this once this break transfer statement get executed, it will take you out of the for loop. Even though there are many other iterations possible, we are coming out of this. It is taking us out of the for loop, and finally this statement will be printed. So this statement got printed. So this is how, guys, we can apply this break transfer statement in the different loops like while loop, do while loop, and for loop. You can also use with for each loop. I will be explaining about for each loop in the upcoming video, so I am not demonstrating the break statement with the for each loop. Okay. So, but you can use break statement along with the for each loop also. Okay. Fine. Now one more thing is left, guys. You can also use this break statement with this labeled blocks. Okay. There's something known as labeled blocks. How they look? Let me show you what exactly are the labeled blocks. So far, I didn't explain anywhere about the labeled blocks in my videos. Okay. But what exactly are these labeled blocks? I'm going to explain now. You see here, a part of the code you can label it, guys. Okay. You can label a part of the code. A block of the code, you can put a label around it using this opening curly brackets and closing curly brackets. And before this open curly brackets, you can put the label name with a colon. So this is the labeled code. Okay. If you want to come out of this labeled code using a break statement, you can use a break. Okay. Let me practically demonstrate how to use a break statement and what exactly the break statements are. Okay. How to apply the break statements in the labeled blocks. Let me explain. So guys, let me say, let's write some sample code, guys. Okay. Any code is fine here. So I will write something like int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6. Okay. System.out.println. The value of a is 5. Okay. system.out.println, the value of b is 6. Okay. Now system.out.println, before, okay, otherwise I will say inside labeled block. Okay, and here I will say system.out.println at the end of, okay, at the end of labeled block, like this. You can say anything, guys. Okay, so I'll put this inside labeled block like this. A5 cancel. Okay, at the end of labeled block. So some 4 print statements I put here, guys, and so what I will do is here I will say starting of the program. Here I will say end of the program. Okay, end of the program and start of the program. And I will make this 4 print statements inside. I will label this code. I want to label this set of code, guys. Okay, out of this complete code we have inside this main method, I want to label. I want to put a label around this 4 print statements. I will open a curly brackets here, and I will close a curly bracket here. Okay, only these 4 statements I want to label, guys. Okay, out of this complete code, and I want to label this code. Okay, so for that I will add some label. You can add any label, guys. Let's say QFox label I will add colon. Okay, so I am adding this labeled code, labeled block, guys. This is nothing but a labeled block. I am labeling this block of code with QFox name. You can give any name, guys. Your name also you can give. Okay, now guys, I want to say if A is less than B, okay, if A is less than B, then I will print something like I want to break. Okay, I want to break here when the value of A is less than B. Okay, so you cannot use break outside of a loop or switch. Okay, so labeled block also you are not able to use, guys. So let me cross check. I forgot one thing, guys. That is have to give the label name here. Okay, here if you want to come out of this labeled block, okay, you have to give the name of this label. Here the name of the label is QFox. So copy this and paste it here after the break statement, guys. Then it will work. You cannot give the break statement separately. You have to explicitly mention that I want to break this label. Okay, break this particular label you have to mention. The name of the label here, whatever we mentioned is QFox here. So we have to say break this label. When this condition matches, you have to come out of this label. So what happens with this code? Let me explain, guys. First, the value 5 will be assigned to the variable A, and the value 6 will be assigned to the variable B. And here the program, starting of the program will be printed. Then the label code will start, guys. Inside the label, we have the system.out.println, that is inside labeled block will be printed. Then the value of B is 6 will be printed. Okay, after the value of B is 6 will be printed, then this condition will be verified. If A is less than B, that is 5 less than 6, it's correct. So it will go inside the break. Okay, it will go inside the if block and it will break the qfox.com. This label will be breaked, guys. So the statements will not be executed. All the statements are inside this qfox label, guys. As the condition is matching, as this qfox label is getting breaked, will come out of this break immediately without printing the value of I is 5, and at the end of the labeled block will come to the end of the program, guys. So you can see that happening. Right click run as Java application. You see, starting of the program, then inside labeled block, then the value of B is 6. You see, when once it got break, this statement didn't get printed, guys. And then we came out of the labeled block directly and end of the program got printed here. What if this condition is not matching? If I give A greater than B, so it will not execute this break statements, guys, and remaining statements will be printed. As you can see, the starting of the program will be printed, inside label block will be printed, value of B is equal to 6 will be printed, A greater than B, 5 greater than 6 is not true, so this break statement will not be executed since it is not breaking this labeled block. So the value of A is 5 will be printed, at the end of the labeled block will be printed, then end of the program will be printed. Right click run as Java application. You see, all the things got printed, value of A and the labeled, at the end of the labeled block got printed. If it breaks, it will take you out of the labeled block immediately, guys. So this is how, guys, we can use this break statement with either switch statements, loop statements like while, do while, for and for each, and then labeled blocks also. Okay. And if you try to use this break statements with any other things other than the switch or loop statements or labeled blocks, you are going to get a compiler error, guys. For example, if I remove everything here and if I simply directly say break here, okay, I'm trying to use this break statement with this main method. Okay, instead of using this with loops or switch statements or labeled blocks, I am directly using this break statements inside this main method. Immediately, I'm getting an error saying that some compiler error is coming, guys. It's saying that break cannot be used outside of a loop or switch. So you have to use these break statements inside the loops, switches, and for our knowledge, you can also use with labeled blocks also. Okay. So this is how, guys, we can use break statements, break transfer statements in Java for taking you out of the different statements like switch statements, loop statements, and labeled blocks. And better to use with some kind of conditions, guys, so that based on the condition, it will break your switch cases or loop conditions or labeled blocks. So that's it about the break transfer statements in Java, guys. In the next video session, I'll explain the next transfer statement, that is continue. So under transfer statements, we have different transfer statements, guys. That is break, continue, return, try catch, finally. And in the next video session, I'm going to explain the next transfer statement, that is continue. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 66 of Java for tester series, that is continue transfer statement. In Java, we have different flow control statements. These flow control statements, based on their behavior, can be categorized into three different types. At a high level, these flow control statements, based on their behavior, can be categorized into three different types. One is selection statements. Then we have iterative statements. Then we have transfer statements. So these are the three different flow control statements we have in Java, divided based on their behavior. And under the transfer statements, we have different statements like break transfer statement, continue transfer statement, return transfer statement, and finally we have try, catch, and finally. So these are the different transfer statements we have in Java, guys, which fall under this flow control statements category. Okay. And in the current video session, I am going to explain about this continue transfer statement. The previous video, I already covered the break transfer statement. And in the current video session, I am going to explain about this second transfer statement, that is continue transfer statement. So guys, let's get started. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose of this continue statement in Java? Okay, continue transfer statement in Java. The purpose is to skip the current iteration of the loop. Okay, when this continue statement is executed, okay, the current iteration of the loop will be skipped. The current iteration of the loop will be skipped, and and the loop will continue with the next iteration. For example, guys, let's say we have a for loop like this: int I is equal to 0, I less than 10, I plus plus. Okay. So here, if I say, if I write something like system.out.println, okay, the value of I is plus I. Okay. Now here I will say, continue. Okay. So what happens is, instead of giving this continue directly, I will provide a condition, guys. So if I value of I is equal to, okay, 2, or you can value of I is equal to 2, that's fine. Okay, then continue. You can provide this braces if you want. Okay, when this condition is matched, then only this continue statement will be executed. So what happens at a high level, I explain, guys. So the for loop execution will stop. The value 0 will be assigned to the variable I. After that, this condition will be verified. Here 0 is less than 10 is true. So we'll go in, this condition is true. So we'll go inside this for loop, and the value of I is equal to 0 will be printed now. in the output. After that, I will be verified with the value 2. 0 is not equal to 2. So this continue statement will not be executed in this current iteration. So again, I plus plus will happen. I will become 1. 1 less than 10. Again true. So the value of I is 1 will be printed. Then 1 is equal to 2 is false. So it will not execute the continue statement. Again, I plus plus, I will become 2 now. 2 less than 10. 2 less than 10 is true. So it will print the value of I is 2. Okay, the value of I is equal to 2 will be printed here, guys. And now if I equal to 2, okay, 2 is equal to 2 is correct. So it will skip. Okay, instead of putting it here, we can put it here, guys. It will give the results. Okay, better to put it here, so that you can understand that the iteration will be skipped. Otherwise, you will not understand. So when the value became 2, 2 less than 10 is true. So it will go inside and it will check whether 2 is equal to 2. It's true. Okay. So it will execute the continue statement, and this continue statement will skip the current iteration. So the current iteration will be skipped. That is, all the statements following this continue statement will not be executed, guys. So the value of I is equal to will not be printed. Then again, it will go to I plus plus. The next iteration will continue, guys. Only the current iteration will be skipped. When the value became 2, the continuous statement got executed, guys. So it has skipped the current iteration. The current iteration got skipped and it went to the next iteration where the I value became 3, 3 less than 10, true. So again, it will not be executed. So the value of I is equal to 3. So initially the value of I is equal to 0 will be printed. The value of I is equal to 1 will be printed. But when the value of I became 2, it has skipped the iteration and the statement didn't get printed. Again, when the value of I became 3, then this will be printed. The value of I is 3 will be printed, and so on till the other numbers. So if I run this code, you can see that all the values except 2 will be printed. You see, the value of I is equal to 0, value of I is equal to 1. You see, 2 is not there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When the value became 2, it has matched this and continue statement got executed, guys. And this continue statement, continue transfer statement, has skipped the current iteration of the for loop. And it has taken us to the next iteration where I became 3. So from 3 onwards, again, everything is working fine. Because when I is equal to 2, then only skip the iteration. Otherwise, don't skip the iteration. So this is how the continue statement works in Java, guys. The purpose of the continue statement is to skip the current iteration of a loop based on some condition and continue with the next iteration. If you don't give this condition here, guys, it will skip everything. Okay, every iteration it will skip, guys. Okay, you see, immediately you are getting an error also, unreachable code, because it will skip anyhow. This continue statement is going to skip every iteration. So there is no way that this statement will be executed. That's why it's getting printed. Okay. Fine. So this is how, guys, continue statement skip the current iteration when executed, and we'll take you to the next iteration. Okay, we'll continue with the next iteration. Continue statement. The purpose of the continue statement is to skip the current iteration and continue with the next iteration in the loops. In the loops. So if I am talking about loops, guys, okay, if I am talking about loops, there are different loops, like we have while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop. These are the different loops we have in Java. So you can use this continue statement only with these 4 loop statements. Okay, continue transfer statement only works with the loops, guys. Okay, the purpose of the continue statement is to skip the current iteration in the loop and continue with the next iteration. So this is only possible in the loops, guys. The different loops we have in Java are while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop. So we can use this continue statement with any of these 4 loops. Okay, in Java. So continue statement can only be used inside the loop statements, guys. That is while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop. So this diagram also represents the same thing, guys. Continue, while loop, do while loop, for each loop. For loop normal version, and enhanced version is nothing but the for each loop. Okay, all the for loops and while and do while loops, this continue statement can be used inside. Okay, you cannot use a continue statement other way. Okay, only with the loops, that is while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop you have to use. Now let me practically demonstrate. Okay, hope you understood, guys, but to make your understanding go to the next level, I am going to practically demonstrate few examples using this continue transfer statement with the different loops. I will start with the for loop, guys. We already demonstrated the for loop, but let me do it again. So for int I is equal to 0, I less than 5, I plus. Otherwise, I will give I less than 10. I will give a different example here, guys. Okay, I will give a different example here with the for loop. So I want to do one thing. I want to don't want to print the even numbers. Okay, I don't want to print the even numbers. Using the continue statement, I want to make this possible. For example, here if I say system.out.println and if I try to print the value of I, what will happen, guys? It will print everything. Okay. So when I is equal to 0, 0 less than 10, that is true. So I value 0 will be printed. Then I plus plus I will become 1. 1 less than 10 is again true. So 1 will be printed. Again 2. 2 less than 10 is true. 2 will be printed. 3. 3 less than 10. 3 will be printed. Like that. Okay. Till 9. 0 to 9 everything will be printed as you can see here. Run as Java application. Here 0 is a even number. 1 is a odd number. 2 is an even number. 3 is an odd number. 4 is an even number. 5 is an odd number. 6 is an even number. 7 odd. 8 is an even. 9 is an odd number. I don't want to print the, I want to skip the even numbers. I want to skip the even number 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. This all these different numbers, that is 0 to 4, 8, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. I want to skip. So for that, what I can do is, before printing, I can write a condition like this. If I percentile 2, okay, is equal to 0, that means if when I divide a number with the 2, if I am getting the remainder as 0, that is nothing but an even number. Okay. If I divide a particular number with a 2, if I am getting the remainder as 0, then that number is nothing but an even number. In mathematics, if the number is divisible by 2, okay, and if it results in some remainder as 0, then it is an even number, guys. Okay. So if it is that, simply execute the continue statement, guys. Okay. Otherwise, don't. So here what happens when you run this program? 0 will be assigned to the variable I. 0 less than 10 is true. So the condition is true. So it will go inside the for loop. 0 percentile 2. Dividing the 0 by 2. So when you divide the 0 by 2, the remainder will be 0, guys. So this continue statement will be executed and this iteration will be skipped. So this print statement will not be executed. So immediately the control will go to the next iteration, that is I will become 1. 1 less than 10 is true. So 1 percentile 2, the remainder will not be 0, guys. Here the remainder will come as 1. Since it is false, it will not execute this continue statement. And this print statement, that is 1 will be printed in the output. Then I will become 2. 2 less than 10. 2 percentile 2. The remainder is 0, guys. So it will execute the continue and the current iteration will be skipped. Now I will become 3. 3 less. Like that, guys. All the even numbers will be skipped from printing. Right click run as Java application. You can see that only odd numbers will be printed. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay. If you want only the even numbers to be printed, just give the remainder as 1, guys. Okay. I percentile 2. If it is remaining 1, that is nothing but even odd number, guys. So it will skip the odd numbers from printing. Only even numbers will be printed now, as you can see. Right click run as Java application. You see only the even numbers got printed. So like this, guys, we can use a continue statement for different purposes. Fine. Now let me demonstrate the continue statement inside the while loop. Okay. So it works differently in while loop, guys. The continue statement works differently in while loop. I'll explain how it works. Let's say I is equal to 0 while I less than 10. Okay, if I print here system.out.println, okay, I, and here I want to say I plus plus. Okay, if I run this, what will happen, guys? It's normal while loop code, guys, and it will print all the numbers from starting from 0 to 9. Okay, without any continue statement, I am running this code, guys. 0 to 9 will be printed. So it got printed as expected. Now I don't I want to skip one iteration, guys. For example, if I is equal to, okay, 0, if I is equal to 0, then I want to skip the iteration, guys. So for skipping the iteration, I have to say continue. While loop also iterates. So when I value became 0, it will continue. So here there is a problem, guys. Okay, here there is going to be a problem. So let me explain you what happens. The 0 value will be assigned to the variable I. 0 less than 10 is true. We'll go inside the while loop. Okay. And here, if I equal to 0, 0 is equal to 0 is true. So it will execute the continue statement, and the current iteration, this complete iteration will be skipped and directly will come to here. Okay, next iteration will come here. The current value of I is 0 only. It didn't get incremented, it got skipped twice. When this continue got executed, if these two statements didn't get executed, the value of I didn't get incremented. Still the value of I is at 0 in only, 0 less than 10 again. Again, 0 is equal to 0. Okay, again 0 is equal to 0, again skipping. So it's not going to end, guys. It will go into infinite loop or something. Okay, the program is never going to stop. The problem here is incrementation is happening, but this is skipping because of the continuous statement getting executed in the first iteration. This I plus plus is getting skipped. So we have to do something here, guys. That is, we have to, okay, we have to increment here itself. Okay, we have to increment here itself. So we have to increment here itself, then only it will work, guys. That is, here if 0 is there, 0 less than 10, it is true. 0 is equal to 0, again true. It will go inside this. Now it will increment the value of I by 1. Okay. Okay. Then here also it should be there. I plus plus should be there here also. Okay. It will increment the value of I by 1. So I will become 1, guys, and it will continue. It will skip the current iteration. Now I became 1, guys. 1 less than 10. True again. 1 equal to 0, not true. So it will skip this, and it will print 1 now. Okay. The current value of I is 1 will be printed. I plus plus, now I became 2. 2 less than 10. 2 is not equal to, so it will not be. 2 will be printed, then 3. Like that, guys. Only when I was 0, it is skipped. Okay. So without doing this I plus plus, we will end in the infinite loop, guys. So we have to provide this I plus plus. Otherwise, it will end in the infinite loop. Right click run as Java application. You see, except 0, everything got printed because we intentionally skipped the iteration. Fine. The same thing with the do while loop also, guys. Okay, no difference. So cut this condition and put it at the here. Okay, and here mention do command. Okay, put a semicolon here. That's it. Int I is equal to 0. Do if I is equal to 0, I plus plus. Okay, same thing, guys. We have to put this I plus plus here. Otherwise, during this iteration, when it skips, the incrementation will not happen. If you want the incrementation to happen, even though it's skipped, then you have to put this I plus plus inside this thing also. Okay, and here something got missed. I have to put this curly closed curly brace. Okay, then only it work. Fine. What else we have? That's correct. Things are working fine. Let's run this code. Right click run as Java application. So there are some errors, guys. So maybe extra thing is there here. Let's run this. Right click run as Java application. Has to be executed. Stop it. Run this again. Right click run as Java application. Something is going wrong. Let's find it out. The value 0 got assigned to the variable I. Here we'll directly enter into the do while loop. And here if 0 is equal to 0, then you are saying I plus plus and skip the iteration. Right? Skip the iteration. Okay, this came outside, guys. Okay, so this has to be inside the while loop. Okay, that's why it's not working. Now run this. Right click run as Java application. It will work. You see, 1 to 9. So when I is 0, 0 is equal to 0, it will I plus plus means I will become 1, and then it will skip the continue statement will skip the iteration. Now it will go to the condition when I became 1, 1 less than 10, true again. Again it will enter the do while loop. 1 is equal to 0 is not true, so it will skip it, and then it will print 1, then 2, then it will not do, it will be skipped, and then 2 will be printed, then 3 it will be skipped, then 3 will be printed. Like that till 9 everything will be printed. Okay, this is how the continue statement can be used in the do while loop. So guys, this is all about the continue transfer statement in Java. It can be only used with loops like a while loop, do while loop, for loop, and for each loop. At present, I am not explaining how to use the continue transfer statement with the for each loop, guys, because I meant to explain the for each loop as part of the upcoming videos. Okay, so it works similarly, guys. In for each loop also, it is going to work similarly. Okay, so this is all about the continue transfer statements and how to use this continue transfer statements for skipping the current iteration of the loop. Okay, and continue to the next iteration. So that's it, guys. In the next video session, I'll start explaining about the methods. Okay, methods in Java in the next video session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 67 of Java for Testers series, that is methods. So before I explain what is the purpose of the methods and how to use the methods in Java, we have to understand that in Java, the main item we have is a class base. Okay, something known as class in Java, which stores everything. In Java, everything in Java programming, everything will be stored inside a class case. Okay, everything will be inside the class. Class encloses everything. Okay, for example, you can see here when you create this file, programming file in this Java project, the first thing that comes is a class case. You see class and class name. You have to create the class and everything will reside inside this class. Everything will reside inside this class. This is a class body. Okay, we should provide everything inside this class, right? So class is the at a high level, and lot of things can be included inside the class, guys. Classes enclose everything in Java programming. If we have to write any code, we have to write inside this classes only at a high level. But the most used items inside the class are, there are two items that we generally enclose mostly inside this class. They are nothing but one is variables and other one is methods. Though classes enclose everything in the Java programs, okay, at a high level and mostly used or mostly enclosed items inside the class are variables and methods, guys. Okay. So what is the purpose of these variables and what is the purpose of these methods? The purpose of these variables is to store the data. Store data. This is the purpose of the variables, guys. So as I already explained in one of the previous videos or in many of the previous videos, as you can see, we have used variables for storing the data. And for storing the different data, we have to declare these variables with the different data types and we can store the data accordingly, right? We can store different types of data into the variables. And the purpose of the variables is to store the data only. Okay, but coming to the methods, what is the purpose? The methods, inside the methods, we write programming logic, guys. Methods are intended, okay, the methods are intended for writing the programming logics, whereas variables are intended for storing the data, guys. For storing the data, we have to use variables. For writing the programming language, programming logic, we have to use methods, guys. Okay. So what is the purpose of the methods? The purpose of the methods is to write programming logic. Inside methods, we write the programming logic, and that is their purpose. So in Java programming logic needs to be written inside methods. And this is the purpose of the methods in Java, guys. As you can see in this diagram, in Java, we have class. Class encloses everything inside in Java, guys. In Java, everything will be enclosed inside this class. And most of the items or most of the times we enclose inside the class, that is variables and methods. Variables and methods are the most enclosed items inside this class, guys. And in the variables, we store the data, whereas methods, we write programming logic. So the purpose of the methods in Java is to write the programming logic. So that's fine. Now let's go with other stuff now. Now we understood what is the purpose of methods and all. Fine. So we have something known as main method, guys. From the day one, when I started explaining about these Java programs, I was writing everything inside this main method, right? There's some main method known as main method. I'm writing everything inside this main method. So what is this main method? What is this main method? This is one of the methods in Java, guys. Okay. In classes, as I already mentioned, inside the class, we can enclose variables and methods. Variables for storing the data and methods for writing the programming logic. Here also same thing, guys. This method, the purpose of this main method is also for writing the programming logic only. Okay. The purpose of this main method is also for writing the programming logic only. But there is a difference. Okay. But there is a difference between this main method and other methods. Okay. So main method is a method where the program execution starts. This is the place when you run this program, when you run this demo.java like this, okay, the execution will start from this method only. The method is nothing but the main method, guys. Okay. So no matter how many methods you have in this class, inside this class you can have multiple methods, guys. Apart from this main method, you can have many other methods also. Okay, but programming execution will start from this main method. When you run this code, the programming execution will start from the main method. It will start executing from here, from the main method. That's how main method is different from other methods in Java, guys. And inside the main method, we can write the programming logic. Okay, we can write the programming logic inside the methods. Inside this main method, we can write the programming logic. The purpose of the methods is to write the programming logic, and main method also is the same purpose, guys. Okay, since main method is also a method, we can also write programming logic into this main method. But when compared this main method with other methods, main method from main method the programming execution starts. Okay, programming execution doesn't start from other methods, guys. Programming execution will start only from the main methods in Java, main method in Java. Okay, and inside main method we can write the programming logic. Let me practically demonstrate. Okay, so inside the class we can create variables and methods. We can enclose inside this class, we can enclose variables and methods. Let me enclose variables first. Let's say int a is equal to, okay, int a is equal to 5 comma b is equal to 6 comma c also I will say. Okay, comma c also I will say. And here this is a main method. This is a main method. Okay, and this is our variables. In variables we are storing inside the class. We have now variables and methods. What is the purpose of the variables, guys? The purpose of the variables is to store the data. Here 5 is the data that got stored into the variable a, and 6 is the data that got stored into the variable b. And apart from these variables, we have a method known as main method from where the program execution will start, right? So inside the method, we have to write the programming logic. Let's say c is equal to a plus b, we can write. Okay, this is the programming logic, guys. Okay, we are getting an error. There is a reason why we are getting error. Simply you got an suggestion like change c to static. Just change it to static, guys. So static int is equal to c got added here. Okay. Okay. Static int is equal to c is equal to added, and again for a also change a to static. Like instead of giving for each and everything, guys, what we can do is we can simply say static int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 6, and c. Okay, like this. This will be better. It will resolve the errors. Why we have to add the static here? I will explain in the upcoming videos, guys. For now, blindly add the static for all the variables that you want to use inside this main method, which is of static type. Main method is of static type, guys, and all the variables that need to be used inside this main method should also be static. Why it's so? I'll explain in the upcoming videos. For now, just use this static keyword to make this logic work. Okay, here, guys, for now just focus on something, guys. This thing, that is where inside the class we have both variables and methods. In the variables we are able to store the data. The purpose of the variables is to store data, but the purpose of the method here, main is one of the methods, right? Main is also a method. So this is also a method. Main is also a method. So the purpose of the methods is to write the programming logic. We have to write the programming logic inside the methods only. Like this, c is equal to a plus b, and then we can simply say system.out.println, and then we can say sum of a and b is, sum of a and b is, here I will say plus c. Okay, the sum of a and b is plus c, I can write. This is the programming logic, guys. We have to write the programming logic inside the methods only. What if I take this programming logic outside the method and I will directly provide inside the class? You see, under this demo class, directly outside the methods, I wrote the programming logic. So what Java is doing? Java is giving an error here. Okay, we cannot even understand this error, guys. Why we are getting error? We cannot understand. Syntax error on token, something expected it's saying. So this means that the programming logic should only be written inside the methods. We cannot write this kind of programming logic outside directly under the class, guys. Not to write or solve this kind of programming logic or write this kind of programming logic, we have to write inside the methods only. It can be main method or any other method, but programming logic need to be written inside the methods only. Okay. So now I stated what is the main method is one of the method and where the program execution starts, and we can write programming logic inside the main method. If you try to write the programming logic outside the methods, then you are going to get the compiler errors. I demonstrated it. Okay. Now, guys, apart from this main method, we can create other methods also. Okay. Main method in Java is a method where the program execution will start. Okay. The method from which the program execution starts, that is nothing but the main method. Apart from the main method, we can create other methods, okay, in Java. So all these methods should reside in the class itself, okay. No matter how many methods you create, main is one of the method like this. And here itself, inside the class itself, we have to create the methods. We cannot create the methods outside the class. In Java, everything should be enclosed inside the class. That may be variables or methods, okay. So apart from the main method, we can create other methods. Let me create other few methods in Java, guys. Okay, so let me, since all the methods other than this, even main method should also be inside the class itself. Inside the class body itself, we have the main method. Similarly, other two methods, we can create any number of methods, guys. I'm going to create two methods for now for a demonstration. So these two methods I have to create inside the class itself. So I will copy paste this, okay. I'll keep copy paste up to void, public static void, I will copy paste. Then I'll give some name, guys. Let's say I will give some name for the method as method A. You can give any name here, method A. And here I will say system.out.println. Okay, inside method A I will say. Okay, inside method A I will print. Now this is another method. Apart from the main method, now inside this class we have two methods. Okay, we have inside this class we have two methods. One is main method from where the program execution will start. Apart from this main method, we have another method inside the same class, demo class, that is method A. Similarly, I will create one more method, guys. That is public static void. Okay, I will repeat these three lines, then three words, and then say method B. Okay, method B. So method B. So again here I will say system.out.println inside method B. Okay, inside method B. So now we have three methods inside the same class. Inside the demo class, how many methods we have? One method, two methods, three methods. You can collapse also and expand also. Okay. So now we have three methods inside this single class, that is demo class. So creating multiple methods along with the main method, I created them. All the methods should reside inside the class. As you can see, all these three methods are there inside the class itself. Okay. In Java, class encloses variables and methods, and all the multiple methods should be inside the class itself. Now, guys, when I run this program, what will happen? What will happen when I run this program? So let me explain before executing. Let me explain, guys. This value 5 will be stored into this variable A, and this value 6 will be stored into this variable B, and the variable C will be created, but it will not be initialized with anything. Okay. Now, as we already know that program execution will start from main method. Okay. The program execution will start from here. Main method will be called initially, and C is equal to A plus B will happen. Here A is 5 and B is 6. So A plus B is 5 plus 6, that is 11. 11 will be assigned to the variable C, and this print statement will be executed where it says the sum of A and B is, what is the result, guys? What is the value that is stored in C now? That is sum of A plus B, that is 5 plus 6, that is 11. So the sum of A and B is 11 will be printed in the output console. So once this main method is completed executing, nothing will happen, guys. These methods will be of no use. Okay, I'll explain how to make use of these methods, but this is what happens in real time, guys. After these variables got assigned with this data, this operation main method will be, the program execution will start from the main method. The flow control will be there here, and C is equal to A plus B will happen. That is 11 will be stored into the C, and then this print statement will be executed. So after the end of this main method, nothing will happen, guys. These methods will not be touched. Okay, these methods will not be executed. I'll tell you the reason. Okay, when you run this, you see only this sum of A and B is 11 got printed. Okay, you see this print statements like inside method A, inside method B didn't get printed because they are not called. Okay, the reason for this is they need to be called, guys. We have to explicitly call these methods, then only they will work. So main method is, the program execution will start from the main method, so it got executed, guys. But these methods, the flow control will not go to the program execution, will not go to these methods, guys. They will be skipped or they will not be executed at all. Okay, they will not. Java doesn't know that these methods exist at all. Okay, how to make these methods work then? How to make these methods work? Okay, so the answer is method calling, guys. The answer is method calling. We have to call this method from main method. Whatever the methods you want to call, you have to call from this main method for now. Okay. So since the control is there at the main method, we should be able to call this methods. Whatever the method you want to execute, you can call it, guys. Okay. Let's say, so before actually I show you how to call the methods. Okay. How to call this different methods from this main method. Okay. Before showing that, you have to understand the syntax. So what is the syntax, guys? You have to give the method name, empty brackets, and then put a semicolon here. Okay. So if you want to call this method A from this main method, okay, after this main method got executed, during this main method is getting executed, if you want to call this method A at any point of this code, okay, then simple guys, copy this method, just copy this name of the method. You can even copy this curly brackets also, okay, copy as it is, copy. This is a syntax, guys, method name, circular brackets, and put a semicolon here, put a semicolon here. So this is nothing but a method calling statement. Method calling statement. So now what will happen? Let me explain. So the same thing will happen, guys. 5 will be assigned to the variable A and 6 will be assigned to the variable B and C will be not assigned with anything. Now, since the program execution will start from the main method, we will go inside this main method and C is equal to A plus B operation will be performed. So 5 plus 6, that is 11 will be assigned to the variable C and the sum of A and B is 11 will be printed in the output console. And after this statement got executed, after this print statement got executed, there's one more statement inside this main method, guys, that is method A. This statement will be executed. This statement is nothing but the method calling statement, guys. What it will do, it will call this method. It will send the control from main method to this method. Okay. Java execution control will go, because of this method calling statement, the control will go from here to this method. This method will be called, guys. When this method is called, this method will be executed. From here, the control will come here. Okay. And will go inside this method A. So when this method A is being executed, it will print inside method A. After inside method A is printed here, nothing will happen, guys. It will stop here itself. The control will stop here itself. So you can see the result. Right click, run as Java application. Okay. The sum of A and B is 11 inside method A will happen. So after this method is executed, the control will come here. As there is nothing here after this method A, the control will stop. So only up to inside method A will be printed. Okay. You see this method got called and executed. The code inside this method A got executed. Now guys, how to use this method B then? How to use this method B? So what we can do here is, we can simply say method B here. Okay. We can call the method B also. Just copy paste this method name along with that circular brackets and put a semicolon here. This is also a method calling statement. So how does this work? How does this work? So guys, when you run this program, the same thing will happen. Here, main method program execution will start from the main method. C is equal to A plus B will happen. That is values 11 will be assigned to C. This print statement will print. The sum of A and B is 11 will be printed. Then method A will be called first. Okay. This is a method calling statement will be executed and it will call this method A. So control will come here. Program execution control will come to the method A and it will execute the code inside this method A. That is, it will print inside method A into the output. Once that is done, once this program execution is done, once all the code inside this method A is executed, then the control will return back to this method A. Okay, the control will return back to this method A, and as part of this execution, the last statement inside this main method will be executed. That is, method B will be executed. Now this method calling statement will call the method B. So this method, the control will come now to the method B. Okay, and the code inside this method B need to be executed, so it will print inside B into the output console. And once this complete code inside this method B got executed, the control will return back to the method B statement. And since there is nothing after this method B, the programming will stop. Okay, this is what happens, guys. Right click, run as Java application. You can see that after printing sum of A and B is 11, the control came to method A because of this method A, and inside method A got printed. Then control went back here to the main method, and the method B calling statement got executed, and method B got called, and the code inside the method B got executed, and again control went back to the main method, and since there is nothing inside the main method, the programming got stopped. Okay, this is what happens, guys. Okay, you can do in a different way also. Okay, instead of calling this method B from the main method, we can do one more thing, like chain kind of thing we can do. That is, we can call this method B from method A. A different flow will come here, guys. So when you run this program, what will happen is, The program execution will start from the main method a plus b, that is 5 plus 6 will be assigned to the variable c. So the sum of a and b is 11 will be printed. Then method a will be called. Okay, this statement, method a calling statement, will be executed, and it will take the control to the this particular part, that is method a. The program execution control will go to this method a, and the code inside this method a will be executed. So first it will print inside method a, so that inside method a will be printed. After that, this method b statement, that is method calling statement, will be printed, will be executed. So this statement, method calling statement, when executed, will take the control to the method b. Here control came from method a to method b, guys. Okay, so in method b, the code inside the method b, since the control came to the method b, the code inside the method b will be executed. So inside method b will be printed in the output, and once the all the code inside the method b got printed or executed, the control will go to this statement. Since there is nothing inside after method b, the control will go to the this main method. Since there is nothing after this method a calling statement, the program execution will stop. The program execution will stop. So when you run this, you will get the same result, but the flow of execution is different in this case, guys. Okay, here main method is calling this method a and method is calling method b, like that. Earlier, in the earlier example, both this method a and method b were called from the main method, but now method a is calling method b. Okay, main method is calling method a and method a is calling method b. Like this, guys, you can utilize the methods by calling them. Okay, you have to call them, then only they will be executed. So fine, and we can do one more thing, guys. That is, it's not that we have to call this method a only one time. Okay, can remove this. You can call the methods any times, guys. You see, from the main method, I can call this method a any number of times. I can copy paste the same statement like any number of times. I can do that. Okay, up to you. Okay, you see the same method a is called how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times here in this example. So when I run this, what will happen? The same thing is, program execution will start from the main method. The value 11 will be assigned to this C, and this statement will be printed. The sum of A and B is 11 will be printed. After that, this method A will be called. The control will be taken to this method A, and inside method A will be printed. Once the code inside the method A is printed, the control will come back to the main method, and other statement, that is method A, which is nothing but the same method calling, guys. Okay. Again, the same method A will be executed, and this control will come to the method A. Again, inside method A will be printed. Once this is done, again the control will go back here, and the next statement will be executed. Again, method A will be called. This will be printed. Again, the control will go here. The next statement will be called. Come here, it will print. Okay. Again, the next statement will be, this statement will be called, and this will be printed. So how many times you call this method, that many times this method will be executed, guys. And finally, the control will come back to the main method, and nothing is there, it will stop. So we are calling this method a 6 times. So this inside method will be printed how many times? 6 times. The same method can be called multiple times, guys. Okay. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It got printed 6 times. Fine. Method calling other method multiple times. We can call other methods multiple times. So even it can be applied for this B also, guys. Okay. So let's call this method A only one time, but method B multiple times. Okay. You can do that. Not a problem. Method B, you can call this method B any number of times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you can play with this method calling, guys. As you can see from here, the program execution will start. It will print the sum of A and B is 11. Then method A will be called. The control will come here. Once the control comes here, inside method A will be printed first. Then after that, method B will be called. The control will be taken to this method B. Inside method B will be printed for the first time. Then a control will come here, method B, second time. So inside method B will be printed again. Like this, this method will be called 6 times. Total 6 times it will be called, and this statement will be executed 6 times. And once that is done, the control will come back to the method A. Since nothing is there, again the control will go back to the main method. And since nothing is there, the program execution will stop. When you run this, as you can see, inside method B will be printed 6 times. Okay. After from method A, the control went to the method B, and this method B got called 6 times here, guys. Okay. Fine. So this is how, guys, you can use method calling in Java. Okay, you can call the same method multiple times, and you can create any number of methods in Java. And main method is the method where the program execution will start, and we can write the programming logic. In all the methods we can write the programming logic, guys, but in main method the program execution will start from, and in order to execute the other methods we have to call them. Okay, either from main method or other method we have to call them, then only they will be executed. And one more case where let's say I'm not calling the method A, but I'm trying to call the method B from method A. Will this work, guys? It will not work. Okay, I'm trying to call method B from method A, but I'm not calling this method A from main method. What will happen in this case? Only main method will be executed. So this is equal to this sum of A and B is 11 will be printed. Then nothing is there here. So programmation will stop here. Okay. So this doesn't work. This because this method A is not called. So method A will not call the method B. That's not possible. Okay. If you call method A only, if you call method A only, the control will go to the method A. Since the control went to the method A, method B will be called from method A. If you don't call the method A, it will stop with the main method itself. Okay, this methods, other methods will be of useless. They will not be called. If they are not called, they are useless. Okay, guys. So this is about the method calling in Java. And next thing is naming convention of methods. Naming convention of methods. So how do you have to name the methods in Java? This is an example, guys. For example, you have a single word like this. Okay. For example, here main is the method, right? It's starting with a small letter. Complete small text is there. Okay. Let me show you here. Naming convention. How to name the methods. For example, I want to create a method like one. Name of the method I want to give as one, guys. In that case, all these letters should be in small letter. Let's say I want to give some different name like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is the name of the method I want to give. In that case, guys, one should be same small letters, and second word, if you second word should be like this 2, then 3. You see the first letter of the second word should be capital. Okay, the first letter of the second word should be capital, and remaining letters on small letter. And third word, the first letter of the third word is capital, and remaining 3 like this 4, 5. Okay, this is how we have to name the methods, guys. Okay, if your method name have multiple words, okay, the first word should be completely in small letter, and from the second word, the first letter of the second word and third letter of the second word, first letter of the third word, first letter of the fourth word, and first letter of the fifth word should be in capital, and remaining things should be in small. Okay, we generally call this kind of thing as camel case, guys. Okay, this kind of naming of the naming of the thing is generally called as camel case. Camel case. Okay, so this is how we call the methods, guys. Coming to the classes, you see the first letter of the class is capital, guys, right? The first letter of the class is capital. Here in the project name also same thing. First project, first letter of the first word of the project name and second word of the project name are in capital letter. But coming to the methods, okay, the first word should be in small. The first word completely should be in small, and from the second word onwards, the first letter of the second word should be in capital, guys. Okay, simply it should be like this, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only the first word of the second, first letter of the first second word and first letter of the third word, and so on should be in capital, and remaining everything should be in small letters. Okay, here you see the same example. If you write sum, then the complete sum is in small letters. But if you give the name of the method as sum of two numbers, you have to write something like this. Sum is small letter. The second word of the first letter O is in capital letter, and remaining is small. And third word, in the third word, first letter is in capital letter, remaining in are small. And in the last word, the first letter is in capital, remaining are in small letters. This is how we have to name the methods in Java, and this kind of naming methodology is known as camel case. Generally, if you type camel case anywhere, it will tell you what exactly camel case. General term, guys. Camel case is a general time. They say, see, camel case. Okay, what is camel case? You see, camel case is something like this. The first word completely in small letter, and from second word onwards, the first letter of the word should be in capital letter. This is nothing but the camel case. It's a general terminology case. Okay. So this is all about the methods, guys. I have more things about methods, which I will not be explaining in the current video session. Okay. I just started with the methods and explained you how to use the methods and how to call the methods and how to name them and all. Okay. And I also practically demonstrated few programs so that you can understand how the methods works in Java. And right. So in the next video session, I will explain more about methods. That is, I'll explain about method parameterization. Okay. As part of this parameterization, I'll explain what are parameters, what are arguments, and all. Okay. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 68 of Java for Tester series. That is method parameterization. So in the previous video, I explained about methods. And in this video, I am going to explain about method parameterization. Method parameterization. Okay. So what is this method parameterization? So if you have created some methods, okay, let's say there is a method like method A and without any parameters. This is a method without parameters, guys. This is a method without method parameterization. You see there are no parameters in this method. It is an empty method. You can say that there are no parameters. After the method name, this is a method name, guys. Method A is nothing. In this example, this method A is nothing but the method name. And here we have the opening and closing circular brackets. So they are empty. We don't have anything in between the circular brackets. That means there are no parameters. This method doesn't have any parameters. But guys, we can have parameters in the methods. And that is nothing but method parameterization, guys. Okay. We can have parameters in the method. We can add parameters to this method. And this process is known as method parameterization. Okay. So what is the syntax? Before I explain, okay, how to add parameters to this normal method, okay, we have to first understand the syntax for adding the parameters. So the syntax for adding the parameters is, this will be something like this, guys. So method name, okay, name of the method, and we'll start the circular bracket, and we'll create variable, guys. We'll provide some, we'll define some variable here, okay, like something like data type, some data type like integer or int or float or anything. Okay, data types space where variable name. Okay, space variable name, and this is starting of the method and this is an ending of the method. You see here, guys, this method is a normal method without any parameters. You see there is a method name. As per the example, the name of the method here was method A, and here we have the opening and closing circular brackets in red color. There is nothing inside this circular brackets, right? So this is in the parameterized methods. In parameterized methods, what we can have is, this is a method name. Okay, we can give any name for this method, and in the starting and ending circular brackets, we can define the variables. This part is nothing but a parameter, guys. This is a single parameter. Okay, single parameterized method, guys. This is a single parameter. There is a one variable here and defined with some data type, guys. This variable is nothing but the parameter in this case. Single parameter. We have a single parameter in this syntax. So guys, like this, we can add as many number of parameters as we want. Okay. Here in this example, here in this syntax, there is only one parameter, a variable name with a, which is declared of some data type. This is a parameter. Okay. Methods have some parameters, guys. Parameters are nothing but the variables with some data type. Okay. Here in this syntax, there is a single parameter. So create a single parameterized method. So let me practically show you how to use this. Okay. I'll clear all this stuff. Okay. So sorry. So let me clear out all this stuff. Only let me have this class name. Inside that the main method is there. Okay. So now along with this, I will create another method here, guys. That is, I'll copy paste the same thing that we have with the main method, and I'll give some method name, guys. Method, some method name. You can give any method name. I'll give the method name as method A here. Okay. And this like there are no parameters. You see, this is a non-parameterized method. It's a normal method. You see in this opening and closing circular brackets, there are no parameters mentioned here, right? There are no parameters here, guys. So non-parameterized or normal method this is. But if you want to add, okay, if you want to create a single parameterized method, okay, so we can create some variable here. We can give any variable name. Okay, just I am giving the variable name as a, and I will have to declare this variable, guys. Okay, after giving the variable, I have to declare this variable. You can declare the variable with any of the data types. Let's say I will take int. Okay, so variable is some data type. This variable a, into this variable a, we can store the data of integer literal. Okay, you can store integer literals into this variable a because this variable a is defined with int data type. Now, guys, this variable a is a single parameter. This is a single parameterized method. Okay, this is a single parameterized method, guys. This is a single parameterized method. Parameterized method. Okay, this is a single parameterized method as this has only one parameter. That is, this variable a is a single parameter that this method has. So, what is a normal method? Normal method will look like this, guys. Public static void method b. Let's create a normal method here without any parameters. Okay. So here I will say system.out.println inside method a having single parameter value. I'll give this variable a here. Okay. So plus a I will say plus a. Okay. Here there are no parameters here. So I'll simply say system.out.println inside method b having no parameters. Okay. Here single parameter is there. Here no parameters are there. Similarly, we can create method with multiple parameters also. Okay, more than one parameters or multiple parameters also we can create, guys. The syntax for such kind of method will look like this. Method a, open the circular bracket, and in this data type, okay, so variable data type variable name 1. Let's say var 1 I'm giving this, but consider this as a variable name, guys. Okay, or I can give variable name variable 1 or variable name you can give. Okay, so the next one is data type, another variable separated by comma, guys. This parameter is separated by comma with another parameter. So data type variable 2. Okay, like this you can give any number of parameters, guys. Data type this should be clapped. This is a data type and this is a variable 2, and here again data type and variable 3. Okay, and close it. Open the circle curly braces and close the curly braces. Okay, so like this, guys. So here this method has multiple parameters. Okay, so that means multiple parameterized method. This is nothing but it has more than one parameter. So you can call this as multiple parameterized method. Okay, multiple parameterized method. As this method has multiple parameters, this method is known as multiple parameterized method. Here in the previous example, syntax, as you can see, there is only one parameter. This is single parameterized method. Here we have multiple parameters, guys. So this method is a multiple parameterized method. Here there are no parameters. Okay, normal method. This is a normal method, guys. No parameters are there here. Like this, guys, we can create different types of methods without any parameters, with single parameter, with multiple parameters and all. Okay. So let me create another method here. Okay, public static void method C, which doesn't have any parameters. Okay, so this method C currently doesn't have any parameters. Now I will create some parameters here. Okay, I want to make this method a multiple parameterized method. So I can create a variable A, B, C, and D. Okay, I want to create 4 variables, and each and every variable I have to declare with some data type. This variable A I want to declare with some int data type. And variable b, you can either take int data type or any other data type. Okay, here in place of int you can give any other data type like double. Okay, here c you can specify as boolean. Okay, you can give here char. Okay, like that any type of data type you can give. Okay, you can duplicate also, like here int all the variables, 4 variables can be of the same data type also, int a comma int b comma int c comma int d also, or they can be of different data types. That's fine. Okay, like this. Now here, how many parameters we have? First parameter, second parameter, third parameter, and fourth parameter. Each and every parameter in this example are of different data types. First parameter is of which data type? Int data type. Second parameter is of double data type. Third character is of boolean data type, and fourth character is of char data type. So if I say system.out.println, inside method C having multiple parameters, okay, parameter values, I will say, okay. Here I will print all these values, guys, one after the another one. First I will print the value A. Then again I have to say plus and give some space here. When this value A gets printed, I want to give some space to be printed. After that I want to print the value B. Then again I want to give the space. Then the variable C, and then again space. Then the variable D, the parameter D. All the 4 parameters I am printing here. Okay. So that's fine. This is a, here no parameters. No parameters are available in this method. Here no parameters are available in this method, guys. Here we have multiple parameterized method. Okay. So how to call a normal method from the main method? Okay. Here I will say system.out.println. I will say inside main method. Okay, inside main method I will say, and after inside main method I will call a normal method here. That is the method which doesn't have any parameters. That is method B. Okay, method B. So here, since there are no parameters, I don't have to pass anything here. You see, I am calling the method name directly without passing anything. You see, in this method calling statement, I am not passing anything. I'm not passing any values here, guys. Here, if the method is a normal method having no parameters, no need to pass anything. No need to pass anything. So when this method is called, what will happen? This method B will be called, and this statement inside method B having no parameters text will be printed. Next statement, I want to call this method A having a single parameter. Okay. How to call this single parameterized method? The syntax is this, guys. Okay. Method name value. Since we have only one parameter, we have to pass one value. Okay. This is the syntax, guys. The syntax for calling the single parameter is the same method name. Okay. Method name, and here only one parameter is there. Variable name having only variable name, that is a parameter here. Single parameter is there. So for that, based on the data type, I need to pass some value here. If this parameter is of in data type, I can pass some value 5 here like this. Okay. So 5 is nothing but a value, guys. So method name, this is a syntax for calling the single parameterized method. So let me call that. So I will first give this method A. Let me give without any value. What will happen? Let's see. I'm calling this method A. Similar to method B, I'm trying to call, guys, because method B has no parameters. I'm calling it like this. But method A also, if I try to call that without providing any values in this circular brackets. Okay. So what's happening here? I'm getting some compiler error saying that method A int in the type demo is not applicable for the arguments. That means we have to pass values here. Which type of values I need to pass here in this method A? I want have to pass based on this data parameter type. Here variable A is of declared of in data type. This parameter is of which type? In the data type. So I have to pass which type of values? The compatible values. So maybe integer literal, if I pass something like 9, it will accept this. You see the compiler error has been resolved. Okay, we have to pass single value. This value is nothing but an called technically as argument, guys. Okay, it's an argument. Okay, it's an argument, guys. is an argument. This is a single argument you have to pass. For single parameterized methods, we have to pass single arguments based on the type of the parameter. Based on the type of the parameter, we have to pass values that are nothing, that are technically called as argument, guys. Okay, argument, or if you have multiple parameters, you will pass arguments. Okay, these are arguments and these are parameters. This is a parameter and this is the value that you are passing to this parameter. This value is known as argument. Okay, you are passing a argument with the method. Here, this method having a parameter will be called something like this. Now, how to call this method having multiple parameters here? Okay, so let's copy up to here. Method C. If I try to pass nothing, okay, if I try to pass nothing in this method, I will definitely get a compiler error saying that the method C, I have to pass this many number of values, guys. First value should be of int data type because the parameter variable A in this multiple parameter method A is of int data type, and second value I have to pass is double because the second parameter here I created in this method is of double data type. Third value, that is third argument I have to pass is of boolean. Boolean should be of boolean data type, and the fourth one should be of char data type. Okay, so I have to pass 4 arguments here. That is 4 values here, each and everything of different data types here. So what if I pass something like this? I will pass the first value as something like integer literal 9. Okay. Then the second one, double is, it is expecting double. So I will give 3.69 decimal value. So which can be assigned to this variable of double data type. That's parameter of double data type. Third one is a boolean. So I have to pass either true or false. So I will pass true. The fourth one is of char data type. I will pass the character literal s like this. Okay. So it is taking, guys, because we pass it properly, right? We have to pass multiple values, that is arguments. Okay, these are known as arguments, guys. Okay, in the method calling statement we'll have arguments. We need to pass the arguments by using the method calling calling statement, and in the methods we'll have parameters. Okay, in the methods we have the parameters. So what will happen when this kind of methods will be called? For example, this method, there is nothing to be passed, no argument need to be passed. This method will call directly method B and it will directly print. There is nothing to be passed. But coming to the single parameterized method, coming to the single argument calling statement, okay, single argument calling statement. This is okay. When you call that, this value 9, okay, this method A will be called first. Okay, this method A will be called first, and this integer literal 9 will be assigned to the parameter variable A. Okay, this argument 9 will be assigned to the variable or parameter A. That will happen, guys, when you call this method. This value will be assigned to this variable, that is this argument will be assigned to this parameter. Okay, so after calling, so it will go inside, and inside method A having single parameter value, and what will be the value of A? Whatever that is argument passed to and assigned to this parameter, that will be printed here, guys. So 9 will be printed in this method. Next thing, method C 9, 3.69, true and S. So what will happen when method C is called? All these arguments will be assigned to this respective parameters. So the variable A here will be assigned with the 9, and B will be assigned with the 3.69 argument value, and C will be assigned with the true boolean value, and D will be assigned with the single character letters, that is S. Okay, and when you print something inside this, okay, when this code is executed, inside method C having multiple parameter values, in place of A 9 will be printed, in place of B 3.69, in place of C true will be printed, in place of D this character letter S will be printed. Okay, let's see whether that is happening or not. Once this main method execution will start from the main method, guys, and initially inside main method will be printed, then this method B will be called where this statement will be printed. Then again the control will come back to the main method, and method A will be called with integer literal 9. Okay, this so this statement along with this literal will be printed, and finally method C will be called, and this thing will happen. Okay, let's run this, save and run this. Right click, run as Java application. You see, inside method B having no parameters, then inside method A having single parameter value 9, and inside method C having multiple parameter values 9, 3.69. Whatever the arguments you are passing, they are getting printed here, guys, because inside this parameterized methods we printed them like that. Okay, we printed the parameters. Here we printed the parameter A, right? Single parameter A we printed. Here we printed the multiple parameter variables A, B, C, D. So that's why it's happening, guys. So what if I change the order? Okay, I'm calling method C. I'm calling method C, but what if I change the order? Will it work? It will not work, guys. For example, instead of 9, if I pass 3.69 and then give 9 here, will this work? So here, first parameter is of int data type and you are passing decimal value. So 3.69, you are getting a compiler error here. Okay, the order of the argument should match with the order of the parameters. Okay, the order of the argument should pass with the order of the parameters, guys. That's it. That means this wherever the 9 is coming, it should come there itself. Integer literal should come here, decimal should come here, boolean will come here and all. Okay, if you change positions any means, okay, you are going to get the compiler errors because there will be a mismatch, guys. Okay, there will be a mismatch here. So here C is of boolean data type, parameter is of boolean, but you are passing character, so it will not take. So it should happen properly, guys. Okay, it should happen properly. Then only the order should be same, guys. Okay, the arguments values order should match with the data type or parameters type values. Okay, parameters types. Here argument values should match with the parameter types. The order should match. And also here we have 4 parameters, and what if I only pass 3 parameters? It will also not work. Okay, so you have to pass each and every parameter value. Okay, you have to pass the number of arguments should match with the number of parameters, guys. Okay, then only it will work. So these are all the rules, guys, for working with the parameterized methods. So in this video session, okay, in this video session, I explained method parameterization by creating a single parameterized method and multiple parameterized method and thereby calling them. Okay, how to call the single parameterized method and how to call the multiple parameterized method. These are all the syntaxes, guys. So finally, what is a parameter and what is an argument? Here we already, by looking the code, we know that this is a parameter and this is the argument. These are the parameters inside the methods where you declare the variables. Those are the parameters, and inside the method calling statements where you pass the values. Those are the arguments, right? Technically, by looking at that, you can tell. But definition wise, parameter is a variable defined by a method that receives a value when the method is called. Okay, parameter is a variable. Okay, parameter is a variable declared inside a method. Okay, a variable declared in the method. A variable declared in the method is known as a parameter, and this particular variable will receive the value from the method calling statements. You see here, method A, here variable declared in the method, and this variable this is a parameter, so which is nothing but a variable which is declared in the method and will receive this value or argument from the method calling statement. That is a parameter, guys. So what is a argument? Argument is a value that is passed to a method when it is invoked. Okay, a value that is passed to a method when invoked is nothing but a argument. Okay, a variable declared in the method and which will receive the value from the method calling statement, that is a parameter. Okay, so these are the kind of high level understandings of what is a parameter and what is an argument, guys, for more clarity. So I'm done with the method parameterization explanation and practical demonstration, guys. And in the next video session, I'll explain how to return values using methods. Okay, how to return the values using method. Till now, these methods are not returning any values. Okay, we have we have we have passed the values. You see here, this method calling statement has passed the value 9 to this method, that is to the parameter of this method. But this method in return is not passing anything, right? This method is not returning anything to this method calling statement. In the next video session, I'll explain that how to return values using method. Okay, so the methods will return the value to the method calling statements. Such thing I'm going to explain in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. In this video session, I'm going to explain part 69 of Java for Testers series, that is method returning value. Okay. Till the previous video, I explained how to pass the arguments from method calling statement. Okay, we can pass arguments to the methods from the method calling statement. So the method here, let's say there is method calling statement, and other side we have a method. Okay, the actual method is there, and there are some parameters also. In this method, there are some parameters, guys. So till the previous videos, till the previous video, I explained how to pass arguments to these parameters of this method. Okay, we can pass arguments. Using this method calling statement, we can pass arguments to this. Arguments are values. You can even call values, guys. Okay, we can pass values to these parameters using this method calling statement. Now, guys, in return, the same method can return the value to the method calling statement also. This is also possible, guys. This type of communication, that is method passing the value to the method calling statement, is also possible. In this video session, I am going to explain that how to return the values to the method calling statement is what this current video session is all about. So let me practically demonstrate how to return values to this method calling statement in Java. So let me create some, this is a main method, guys. It's compulsory to have the main method inside the class. Okay, for as per now. And we can create other methods like public static void. Okay, method A. Okay, let's method A. I just created a method. So this method has some parameters, let's say int A, comma, int B. Okay, int A, comma B is there. Okay. I will name this method as sum, guys. Okay, I will give some proper name this time. So I will name this method as sum, and this has two parameters. Int A is one parameter and int B is another parameter. And inside this method, I will do some operation, that is int C is equal to A plus B, I will say. Okay. A plus B are the parameters, guys. I am creating a variable in this method, that is C, and assigning the sum of these two variables to this C. Now, if I say system.out.println C, okay, what will happen? The sum will be printed here. Now in this, from the main method, if I have to call this parameterized method, how to have to do, guys? I have to call this method like this, sum, okay, and I have to pass. If I don't pass anything, I will get a compiler error. I have to pass something, that is these two integer parameter values I have to pass. Okay, since there are two integer parameters, okay, I have to pass the integer letters. Let's say I would like to pass 3, 6. Okay, sum of 3, 6 will be called when this, the execution will start from the main method, guys, and this method calling statement will be executed. Method calling statement which is there inside this main method will be executed, and this method calling statement will pass these two arguments, that is 3, 6 to the method called, that is sum method. Okay, this parameter A will be assigned with this 3, and this parameter B will be assigned with this value 6. And here A plus B is 3 plus 6, 9 will be assigned to the C, and when you print it, C 9 will be printed, guys, in the output. Right click, run as Java application. The sum of these two parameter values will be printed. Whatever the arguments you pass, that kind of sum you will get. For example, if I pass here like 9, 6. Now when I run this, you will not get 9, guys. You will get a different result, like a 15 you will get. Okay, right click, run as Java application. You see, based on the arguments passed, the calculation is being done here, right? These arguments are being assigned to these parameter variables, and the same arguments are being calculated here and assigned to this variable C. Is this method returning any value to this calling statement, guys? This method is not returning any value. Okay, this method is not returning any value. Okay, only we are getting the arguments. Here what's happening is the method calling statement is passing the arguments to this parameters of this method. That's happening only. But in return, is this method returning any value to this method calling statement? It's not happening here. The reason here is this method which is being called from here has a return type. This is a return type, guys. Void means nothing, guys. Okay, void means nothing, no return. Okay, no returning of any value. Void means nothing, guys. This is the return type. This is nothing but the, every method has some return type, guys. Okay, every method has a return data type. So if you mention the type of this method as void here, that means this method doesn't return anything. Okay, the type of the method mentioned as, return type of this method mentioned as void, that means this method is not going to return anything. What if I change this void to int. That means this method should return some value which is of int data type. Okay. Here the return type is changed from void to int, guys. That means this method has to return something. It must. That's why we are getting the compiler error. It says that this method must return a result of type int. It's saying. Okay. If it doesn't return, it will give a compiler error, guys. Okay. Here instead of printing this sum, okay, in sum you can say, instead of printing this sum here, I will simply say return sum. I'll simply say return sum, guys. Okay. That means when you say return sum, the sum is an int data type, guys. You see int sum. Okay. So here sum will be, you see the error got resolved. Int data type, return data type is int, guys, that you are returning here using the keyword return. If you remember, guys, in the one of the previous videos I explained what is return. There are like three different type of flow control statements, right? Selection statements, iterative statements, and transfer statements. And this return falls under the transfer statements. If you remember, in one of the previous videos, I explained flow control statements. And I said that I will be explaining about this return transfer statement as part of the methods. So here is where, guys, you have to use this return, okay, which will transfer the flow from here to here, guys. The return sum will return this calculated value, that is sum. So that's why the return type is int. Now where this value will go? This value will be, now the method is returning the value to the method calling statement. So this particular sum of these two values will be returned to this method calling statement. So the return type of this sum is, since the sum return type is int, when you hover is, you will get the int data type as a return type. If you say it void, for example, if you mention it as void here, and you will get an error here, just comment it. If you have void here, when you hover here, you see the return type of this method calling statement is void here. But here when you say it int, okay, this method will return some value of int data type range. So over the mouse, the return type is int. So we have to say int some s is equal to, you can say something like this, guys. Okay, int s is equal to sum of 9 comma 6, you can say, because this method is returning some int data type value. So this method calling statement has to, whatever the value that this method is returning to this method calling statement, I am storing into that variable, guys. Yes. Okay. So instead of printing there, I am printing here system.out.println and s I have to print. Okay. So how this is working, guys? The execution will start from the main method. Sum of 9 comma 6 will be called, and this sum and this 9 will be assigned to the variable a, and the 6 will be assigned to the variable b, and here a plus b is a plus b, that is 9 plus 6 will be assigned to this sum, and you are returning the sum. Okay, since the return type is int data type, you can return the sum. So this result of 9 plus 6, that is 15, will be passed to this method calling statement. So from method calling statement, you are storing that return value by this method to this variable s, and when you print the variable s, the 15 will be printed. You see, this is how, guys, you can return values. Methods can return values, guys, because every method has a return type. By default, they will be void, and if you give some return type, such kind of value will be returned by the method to the method calling statement. Further, you can store that value, received value, into the variable and then print it. Okay, fine. So what if I give something like double? Okay, I'll remove this method. I'll start creating freshly. I'll create another method, that is public static void. Let's say sub. Okay, here I will say double a comma double b. I gave two values here, double a comma double b. Here I will say double a comma double b, and simply I will say return. Okay, return a plus b. I can say something like this also, guys. Return a plus b. Okay, here I am directly saying return a plus b. I am trying to return the calculated value of this a plus b, but I am getting a compiler error. Why? Because this method return type is void now. Okay, the return type of this method is void. So I have to make it double, guys. Then only I can return, because a plus b will result in double data type. So when I say double, then only this return compiler error will go off. Now guys, how to call this method? Sub of. So here there are two parameters of double data type. I have to pass something like 3.69, 1.46. Okay, I have to pass something like this. So this method will call this part, and this value will be assigned to this variable a, and this value will be assigned to the variable b, and here we are directly returning the addition of this a plus b. That returned value, having the double value, will be coming to this method calling statement, and when you hover it, you see the return type is double, guys. Okay, return type of this method is double, so you can simply say double sum is equal sub, right? This is sub, guys, so I have to say minus here, a minus b. Okay, double sub is equal to subtraction, just small. Okay, system.out.println. If I say sub here, the subtraction of these two double values will be printed here. Right click, run as Java application. You see 2.23 is the result. And also guys, it's not every time that you have to return the variables only. Okay, let's say I will say some method a. Randomly I will give some method a, guys. Okay, I'll call this method. Return type I will keep it void for now. That means it will not return anything. So here I will say I'll call the method a. When I call the method a, this method a, let's say it should return some character literal or any integer literal, let's say. Okay, for now integer literal. Return 5. When I say return 5, I'm directly returning the integer literal, but the return type here is void, guys. When you over here, it is saying that change the return type to int, because I'm passing the integer literal. It's asking me to change this void to int. So this error will go away. Now this method even called method, when this method calling statement calls this method, this return 5 will be executed, and this 5 will be returned to this method calling statement. And when you hover it, this particular method is returning out something of in data type. So either you can directly print it system.out.println. Okay, sorry, can directly print it out like a system.out.println, and directly you can put this method inside this. That also works fine. Okay, so here what's happening? Method is being called, and when method A is called, this 5 is getting written from this method A to this method calling statement. That 5 will be printed here. Okay, right click, run as Java application. 5 will be printed, guys, as it is. Instead, you can also do something like this. Method A, instead of printing it directly, I will store the value returned by this method into a variable of from this method calling statement. This value 5 will be returned to this method A calling statement. So the return type here is int. So I can say int A is equal to, I will say system.out.println. I can say I can print A, guys. Okay, this is also possible. Right click, run as Java application. It's not only integer literals, guys. You can actually return anything. Like if you pass character literals, let's say I will pass something like S here. Okay, so here I will say char A is equal to, so I will print the A. So here when I run this, that character literal S will be printed. What if the return type of this method is string? Then I can return string also. Let's say qafox.com I will return. So the method A, what is the return type of this method A? String, guys. String, some A is equal to method A. I'm printing that A, guys. So whatever the string literal value that is passed here, that will be stored into this variable, and when you print that variable, that value will be printed. The returned value by the method will be printed. Okay. So this is how, guys, we can return nothing from a method when the return type of the method is void. Okay. Return int value from a method when the return type of the method is int. Return string value from the method when the return type of the method is string. Like this, guys. Not only you can pass arguments to the methods, not only you can pass the arguments to the parameters of the method, but also the method can return value to the method calling statement. So this is how you have to handle it, okay, in Java. So this is all about the method returning value to the method calling statement in Java, guys. In the next video session, okay, we are done with the methods. In the next video session, I will explain about the classes and objects in Java, okay, classes and their relation with objects in Java, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. In this video session, I am going to explain part 70 of Java for Testers series. That is classes enclose variables and methods. classes in Java enclose everything, guys. Okay, we have to put or keep everything inside the classes in Java only, guys. Okay, everything should be kept inside the classes or should be enclosed inside the classes. As a result, as a result, as everything should be kept or enclosed inside the classes in Java, the most used items, that is variables and methods, okay, will also be enclosed inside the classes. As everything should be enclosed inside the classes in Java, the most used items in Java, that is variables and methods, will also be enclosed inside the classes itself. And in this video session, I am going to show that how classes will enclose variables and methods in Java. Okay, how classes will enclose variables and methods inside classes in Java. Okay, so this is all about that, guys. So as you can see in the diagram, classes enclose variables and methods. So the variables which are used for storing the data and methods which are used for writing the programming logic, both these items will be enclosed or kept inside the classes, guys. Okay, these variables and methods will be surrounded by the classes. These variables and methods will be inside the class or surrounded by or enclosed inside the classes, guys. So I will practically demonstrate, okay, with an example how the variables and methods will be kept inside the classes or enclosed inside the classes. Okay, so let me first create a project here, guys. So let's say file, new project, okay, and from this select a wizard new project dialog, select this Java folder and select this Java project option, select next button, and it's asking for the project name, guys. Give any project name, say my, okay, my Java project, just give some name like my Java project, okay, just name of the project, and click on finish. Okay, the project has been created, as you can see here. Now expand this project and then right click on this src and select new and then select class. Under this project we are going to create a new class. As I mentioned that in Java everything should be kept inside the classes. In Java everything should be kept inside the classes. So first thing that we have to do before writing any programs or anything, first thing that we have to do is we have to create a class. Under the class we have to write the programs or any programming logic we can write. That is, we can keep the variables, we can put the methods in everything inside these classes, guys. Okay, that's the reason we have to first create a class in Java, guys. When you right click and say new class, this new Java class dialog will come, guys. And here I will give some name like I will give some name like demo. Okay, the name of the class I am going to give is demo, guys. And without doing anything, just click on the finish button. You see, first what is getting created, guys? First the class is getting created here. The class is getting created here. So guys, as I mentioned, everything will be enclosed inside the classes, guys. So this is a class having the name as demo. This is the class body, guys. Okay, this is the class body, public class name. Okay, public class name, and this is the body of the class. So whatever we are going to write now in this program, okay, that should be residing in this section, okay, in this highlighted section, that is inside this class. So everything will be enclosed inside the class, guys. Here the name of the class is demo, and whatever the variables and methods that I'm going to create now are going to reside under this class now. Okay, so let's go with the next one. Like what else we can do here? Let's create a method, guys. Let's create a method. Let's say I will create some main method. Okay, public static void main. Okay, void main string of args. This is a main method, guys. So it is a main method, but it is one it is also a method in Java, guys. Okay, even though it is a main method, it is a method. Okay, it is a method in Java. And we can create multiple methods, guys. This is one of the method. I can create another method like public static, okay, void method A. I'll just give some sample name like method A and then close it. Okay, this is a main method, this is a normal method. Like this you can create any number of methods in, and you can see that these two methods are inside, these two methods are inside the class itself. Okay, they are inside the class itself. So everything in Java is enclosed inside the classes, guys, along with the methods and variables. Okay, so here now I'll create some variables, guys. Let's say int a is equal to 5 comma b is equal to 6. Like this I created two variables. Okay, These are global variables, guys, because these variables are outside the methods, okay, but inside the classes. You see this, now we have the variables and methods created inside the or enclosed inside the class, guys. Everything in Java is enclosed inside the classes, guys. It can be variables or methods, okay. Now we have two variables that are declared inside the class itself. Directly under the class, we can declare the variables. Along with the declaring the variables directly inside the class, we can also declare the variables inside the methods also, okay. We can say int c is equal to some 7, okay. Int c is equal to 7, we can say, guys. So in this main method, I can say system.out.println, system.out.println. I will simply say the sum of A, B, and C is, okay, the sum of A, B, and C is plus the circular brackets. I'll say A plus B plus C. Why I'm putting the circular brackets here, guys? Because as per the priority of the operators, okay, this thing will be performed first, okay. This will be given the highest priority, and first the addition will happen inside the circular brackets, then only it will be appended with this string literal, okay. So here A plus B plus C is there, but before going there, before this addition happens, you are getting some errors here, guys. A plus variable A and variable B are giving some errors. The reason for this errors is that, okay, static methods, here main is a static method, guys. Main is of static type. What is static? I will explain in the upcoming videos. For now, just understand this static concept at a high level. Okay, static methods can only access static stuff. Okay, if there is something coming from outside, okay, static methods can only access this main method is a static type anyhow. Okay, and they only accept the static stuff, guys. Here int a is equal to 5, b is equal to 6 are not static, and you are trying to access them. Here main is a static, but this variable a and b are not static. So how to make this a and b static so that this error will be resolved? Simply add this static, guys. Okay, here simply add static keyword here, and you see the errors got resolved. Static methods can only access the static stuff. It can be variables or methods. Okay, now let me remove this static keyword from this method. I will make it normal method like public void method a. I will simply say system.out.println. Okay, inside method a. Okay, but if I try to call this method, you are going to get some error, guys. Okay, so if I try to call this method a, you will get some error here. Put a semicolon here. You see you are getting an error saying that can't make static reference to the non-static method. That means static methods can only access the static stuff. Okay, it can be variables or it can be methods. Here method is not of static type. That's why you are getting this error, guys. Once you make this method as static type, if you add some static keyword here, this method also becomes static. Now you see the error got resolved. So the complete details about why this has to be done and all will be explained in the upcoming videos, guys. When I explain about when I take an entire session about this static keyword, you will understand that why I'm writing this static here and all. Okay, for now understand that static methods can only access the static stuff. It can be variables or methods. If we have to access this outside variables or methods, they have to be of static type only, guys. Then only static methods will accept. Okay, and as you can see here, okay, why I'm not mentioning int c is equal to 7. Int c is equal to 7 as static type. Okay, the reason here is this variable belongs to this static method only. Okay, this variable is declared inside the static method itself. It is not required to be mentioned explicitly like it is a static thing. Okay, so local variables need not be defined as static type, guys. If you are creating the variables inside the methods of static type, you don't have to specifically mention as static. Okay, but if you have some variables outside or some methods outside this static method, and if this method has to access these variables or methods which are of non-static type, you will get compiler error, guys. You have to convert them into static, then only you can access. Okay, except the local variables, you have to make other non-local variables or non-local methods as, okay, non-local variables or other methods as static type, then only static method can accept the static stuff. Okay, fine. So static concept anyhow I am going to explain in the upcoming videos in detail, guys. So now as you can see here, this is one of the program, guys, that we created. As you can see, it may be local variable or global variable. It can be methods, it can be any methods, guys. So variables, methods, everything should be enclosed inside the class itself. Okay. As you can see, we have written a lot of program here, like multiple methods we have created, multiple variables we have created. Okay. We have even written some programming logic also inside this method. As you can see, everything is inside this class itself, right? As you can see, whatever the stuff we have written so far is inside the class itself, right? So this proves that, okay, this proves that classes enclose everything in Java, guys, including variables and methods. Now, if I run this program, it will work fine. Okay, right click, run as Java application. You see, the sum of A and B and C is 18. That's fine. And inside method A, this method is also called. So I cannot move this variables or method outside these classes, guys. That's you cannot actually imagine also. So if I try to move, what will happen? You will immediately get the compiler errors. Okay. You see, you got the compiler error here. I will move one more method outside this class. I'm trying to put everything outside the class. You see, you are getting errors, guys. This is not possible. Okay. So in Java, everything should be inside the class itself. It can be variables or methods. Everything should be created or enclosed inside the class itself. And this program proves that. Okay. So, so that's it, guys. I have explained how the classes enclose variables and methods in this current video session. And in the next video session, guys, I will explain about the next topic about the class. That is, class is a template for creating objects. Okay, class is a template for creating objects. How the class is a template for creating objects and all those things I will explain in the next video session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye.